Good morning.
Hey, Julie, good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you for coming.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I just wanted to make sure I can hear you, and I can.
Yes.
Good.
Julie, do you know who's going to be the co-reporter tomorrow?
Probably me.
Oh, you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If it isn't, it'll be Ruth because it's just the two of us, but it might be me.
Oh, okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Anna. Morning,
How are you?
Sarah. I'm fine. Morning, Sarah.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Okay.
Good morning, Anna. How are you? Oh, you're on mute. Okay, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure my audio is working.
I can hear you. Yes.
I hear you, Jeff.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm gonna go lock the cats out while I have a chance.
Hello, Miss Ona.
Hey,
I have headphone ears. Anybody, no one other than Anna. I don't see anyone else with headphones on. You know, they get a little painful, I think, after wearing them for like 8 hours.
I agree.
Yeah. I'm like,
I'm
man,
gonna-
did a bug bite my ear? I have like, red ears.
Yeah, I'll try and start without them today, but I have them in case we have audio issues again. But yeah, it's they're not the most comfortable things in the world.
Okay. I mean, they might be fun if like you're in SpaceX or something. Okay. Ah, there you are. Hello, Miss Beatty.
Hello, how are you? Very
I
good.
am
You said my name Beatty just the way it's pronounced.
excellent. The morning is starting off well.
No
Um,
kidding.
Would you like me to send you, since we're continuing a witness from yesterday,
Okay.
would you like me to send you the exhibits for that witness for your reference?
That would be great. My email is JOOLS, B as in boy, EATTY @gmail.
Okay, I got the JOOLSB.
My last name, EATTY.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just Jules instead of Julie.
okay. Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you. And if you need a break, don't hear anybody, people are talking over and I'm not catching it, feel free to enforce things yourself or call upon me to try to assist.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Will do.
And we'll have a recessed 10 or so minutes in the morning and the afternoon, and usually an hour for lunch.
Okay. Sounds
Okay.
good. Sure.
Awesome. Okay. Well, is anybody going to have anything procedural that we need to deal with before we resume our examination of Mr. Bobby? Mr. Dunbar.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay.
I wanted to discuss my request to cross-examine Mr. Babe. We can do that on the record.
On the
or
record.
before we Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, nothing from anyone else. And okay. Well, I think we're at 9. Miss Anna, do we have anyone that contacted you yesterday or this morning for a public comment?
No, Miss Hearing Examiner, I didn't receive any requests.
Very well. Okay, well, let's go back on the record then for our hearing. We're going to resume from our afternoon recess. And our court reporter today is Julie Beatty. If anyone needs anything to do with today's transcript, you will need to contact her directly. And I believe that we have one procedural matter before we resume with our cross-examination. And I believe Mr. Dunbar, on behalf of ChargePoint, yesterday, you had made a request, even though you did not reserve time for Mr. Babe, you were requesting time to question him. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that's right, Madam Hearing Examiner. And I do apologize again for the mistake on our part. I did have a chance to email with Ms. Padilla, and she graciously agreed that PNM would not object. Of course, she can comment on that herself. And I would just add, I know you said yesterday that you didn't want parties trading time between themselves, but as far as the time that I will take of this hearing, I reserved 30 minutes for Ms. Porter, Prosperity Works witness. I will only need half of that, and If you need me to, I could waive Ms. Porter in favor of questioning Mr. Babe, but if I could just shift 15 of those minutes from Ms. Porter to Mr. Babe, I would be very grateful.
And Mr. Dunbar, my question to you is, are the questions that you have for Mr. Babe on which parts of his testimony?
Certainly, I can tell you that. It's just two issues. One issue is an issue that came up for the first time in rebuttal, which is Pnm's response to Prosperity Works recommendation for a point of sale rebate. Frankly, I just wanted the record to be a little more clear on what exactly Pnm was proposing. And then I also had some questions about the credit card chip reader requirement, which, as Your Honor probably knows, is a issue that's important to ChargePoint. And I did give Ms. Padilla a heads up that those would be the two topics I'd be.
And where do either of those topics relate to anything that was set forth by Pnm in bench request 10?
Was that the most recent bench request
Yes.
from the commissioner?
Yes.
No, I do not believe those issues were addressed in that bench
Okay,
request.
so you're not asking for time to try to respond to bench request 10.
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, that's correct.
Okay, and you've identified one of the issues came up in the rebuttal testimony. What about the other issue?
The other issue was addressed in both Pnm's direct testimony, and they also discussed it in rebuttal as well.
All right, Mr. Dunbar, anything further I need to know?
I would just, again, apologize, Madam Hearing Examiner. It was simply an oversight. I can assure you I'm not trying to surprise anyone here. It was just a simple mistake on my part.
Okay. Ms. Padilla, Mr. Dunbar has indicated that Pnm is not opposed to a brief. What did you say, Mr. Dunbar? 5 minutes?
15 would be ideal. I'll try to do it in less.
Well,
Madam
think
Hearing
about-
Examiner?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, PNM has no objection to 15 minutes of cross-examination of Mr. Babe from ChargePoint.
Okay. After considering this, I'm very strongly inclined to deny your request, Mr. Dunbar. I think potentially changing the procedural posture in midstream can affect not only the rights of the other parties who now will think it's fair game to not abide by their pre-hearing memorandum positions. I think it can add confusion and undue surprise to the tribunal, as well as the participants. With that being said, because these are new things to the commission, because your client is bringing in a different perspective, and because I believe that based on your indication of the two areas of inquiry, that we have competing positions, I'm going to allow you 10 minutes to inquire into those areas, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Hearing Examiner. It won't happen again. I appreciate your
Very well.
indulgence.
Okay. And with that, if we don't have any other procedural matters, what's going to happen here is Commissioner Hall, if you would like to unmute yourself. Commissioner Hall, I know you have obligations this morning. Would you prefer to go now, or would you like to wait until Mr. Dunbar has asked his questions?
Mr. Dunbar, how long is he going to take now?
10
10 or
minutes.
15 minutes? That's fine. He can go first. That's quite all right. I
Okay.
appreciate it. And I appreciate you giving me some time before my obligation at 10 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Dunbar, go right ahead. Your 10
Examiner,
minutes begins now. And if you just introduce yourself for our court reporter.
Yeah, I believe someone was trying to say something.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, this is Jane Yee on behalf of the city of Albuquerque. And
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
wanted to be sure that you remembered that I have a turn also this morning.
Yes,
and I'll
ma'am.
go whenever.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and I certainly did not mean to cut Ms. Yee. Good morning, Mr. Babe. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. Would you please refer to your rebuttal testimony, page 20? Let me know when you're there.
All right, I'm with you.
So starting at line 20 on that page, you express agreement with Prosperity Works recommendation for an instant or point of sale rebate. And you state, to quote, to implement the instant incentive, P&M will propose to include the qualified chargers and an avenue through which to purchase them and set up installation through the online portal. It should also be noted that by implementing these changes, P&M is also complying with ChargePoint Witness Wilson's recommendation 30 to develop a list of pre-qualified chargers, end quote. Do you see that, Mr. Babe?
I do.
I'd just like to clarify this proposal a bit. What is the online portal that you refer to in this passage of your testimony?
So this would be something that would need to be set up to allow for, rather than mailing in a receipt and maybe a data sheet, this would be I'll think of this as an online marketplace where qualifying chargers could be listed, and there could be a sort of an instant rebate applied if a customer wanted to purchase a qualifying charger through the portal. So this is not something that's in existence today, rather something that we would be looking to implement in the future.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And will P&M be handling fulfillment of chargers purchased through the online portal?
We would be looking to have third-party support for that sort of online portal. That's not something P&M doesn't typically. We wouldn't be warehousing and selling chargers directly. That would be a third party administering that piece of the program. Okay,
and that would be a third party running the marketplace and working with vendors to supply the marketplace. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay, and will P&M limit the number of qualifying products that can be sold through the online portal?
I think as long as we're not looking to make any limits. The limits are all spelled out in the requirements for the charging stations themselves. So as long as a charging station can meet those qualifications, it could be included on the list.
Okay, that's very helpful. And will charging station vendors be able to interface with P&M or this third party to request that their products be sold through the portal, such as when they introduce a new product?
Yeah, I think that would be ideal. There would be some sort of an application process in which qualifying chargers could then be included as the technology becomes available.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Babe. That's very helpful to get that proposal fleshed out a bit. I'd next like to talk about the credit card chip reader requirement that PNM has proposed. Is it correct that PNM continues to support its proposal that all public charging stations have credit card chip readers if they charge a fee?
If they charge a fee and are public stations, yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that credit card chip readers do not come standard on all chargers?
It has been made clear through our conversations with ChargePoint that ChargePoint is not installing EMV credit card chip readers on their stations.
And is it your understanding that, well, that might be true for other vendors as well?
It's my understanding that there are other configurations available to technology providers that want to include them or not.
Okay. And so for some chargers, is it your understanding that for some chargers, chip readers are not even an option?
It's my understanding for ChargePoint that they will not be an option for charging stations.
And just to be clear, under your proposal, site hosts would not be able to choose these chargers and participate in the program if they wanted to charge a fee in the public programs, if they wanted to charge a fee. Is that correct?
I would say that if they wanted to install a public charging station and charge a fee, that our requirements state that they must have an EMV chip reader available for payment.
Do you have any reason to doubt that there's some site hosts out there who might prefer chargers that don't have chip readers, given that chip readers increase the costs and decrease the reliability and security of chargers?
I mean, I won't purport to speak for every site host. I will want to make it clear that for any behind the fence applications, this is not a requirement. So if you wanted to put one at your workplace or multifamily housing unit, that is not a requirement. It's simply for public charging stations.
And what happens if a site host plans to offer charging for free, and so they choose a charger that does not have a chip reader, and then 2 or 3 years down the road, they change their mind and decide that they do want to start charging drivers for charging? Will they need to uninstall their charger and install a new one that has a chip reader?
I can imagine that there will be some contractual obligation that if you use utility funds to install a public charging station, then you'll need to comply with the requirements that the utility sets forth.
So that's a yes, you'd have to tear out your charging station and install a new one with a chip reader?
Well, if you were attempting to game the system, I can imagine that we would have some contractual obligation that if they're going to take these funds, they need to comply with the program. So I think otherwise it would be gaming the system. If they try and take utility funds and with the idea of not complying with the requirements, then yeah, they would need to do what's necessary to comply. Okay.
Well, I won't quibble with you, but I wasn't describing someone who was gaming, just someone who was changing their minds. Do you have any experience using either Apple Pay or Google Pay, Mr. Babe?
No.
Do you understand how they work?
Basic understanding, yes.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony,
2 minutes.
Thank you. On page 22 of your rebuttal testimony, starting at line 11, you state, quote, "Many New Mexicans do not yet have contactless credit cards, and it is not acceptable to therefore rely on charging station manufacturer apps or call centers to process payments," end quote. Is it your understanding, in addition to the two options you mentioned there, contactless credit cards and the 24-hour call center, that ChargePoint stations, as an example, also accept Apple Pay, Google Pay, ChargePoint-based ChargePoint app-based payments and payments through other roaming or other charging networks through roaming?
It is my understanding that there are other payment types available, but these, in my opinion, have some of the same barriers to entry as contactless credit cards.
Did you do any analysis on the current prevalence of contactless credit cards in New Mexico?
I don't have hard numbers, but I can speak from personal experience.
So just anecdotal.
Yes.
Did you conduct any analysis on how prevalent contactless credit cards will likely be in New Mexico in 2022 and future years?
Again, I do not have hard analysis, but I do have anecdotal analysis and personal experience.
Okay. Did you conduct any analysis on the prevalence of payments using Apple Pay and Google Pay in New Mexico?
Again, there's not, I don't have hard analysis of that, but I can tell you that these are not majority types of payments.
Okay. And did you conduct
Last
any
question.
analysis? Okay. Did you conduct any analysis on the failure rates and reliability rates of chargers that include chip readers?
Not of chargers, no, but I would roughly equate them to, say, city parking meters that are publicly available and do include EMV chip readers for ease of payment for the public. So I would assume it's a similar technology and similar, similar rates of maintenance.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you, Mr. Babe.
You're,
Of course, thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Dunbar. Commissioner Hall, I believe that you had some questions for Mr. Babe.
I do. Thank you very much. Wait, I'm trying to get this. Okay. Okay, thanks so much. Good morning, Mr. Bobby. Very
Good
nice
morning.
to meet you.
You as well.
So I have some notes I've written from yesterday morning, yesterday, that is. It was quite a bit we covered. So, and I may have to skip around a little bit. But I think what I'd like to do is start with the topic you were just addressing, having to do with site hosts and their requirements. Actually, what I wanted to refer to first was a statement you made in your direct testimony on page 9, line 16, about barriers. Let me get back to that myself. Oh, sorry. So many variables can influence total adoption rates of EVs in P&M service area. Some barriers to adoption include upfront cost, range anxiety, customer awareness, and model availability. And then you go on to describe how you'll be addressing that. P&M will be addressing that. Are there any other barriers that you could include in this, or are these the main 4? And I'm asking that because it certainly seems like the complications at the site host situation, site hosts, different chart, the possibility for gaming system with credit cards or lots of users not having the right credit cards could be a barrier as well. Would you agree with that?
So to answer the first part of your question, I would say that I consider those the main barriers, but to be perfectly transparent, a barrier to adoption could be very personal, right, on the same token. As far as the requirements such as credit cards, I think of that sort of under that main heading of range anxiety. So the availability of public charging stations, I think, is very important to incentivize the next step in EV adoption. So making sure
Incentivize
that,
what did you say? I'm
oh,
sorry.
sorry.
I'm sort of hard of hearing.
No problem. Incentivizing that that next step in EV adoption. These are no longer the early adopters that may be willing to really go above and beyond to make sure that they have their EV. What we're really trying to do is increase that adoption rate to the early majority, I would say. And so I would include some of those credit card charging requirements that we talked about under range anxiety. We need to make sure that public charging stations are available for the public at large.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned early adopters and then the early majority adopters, I think is the title. I'm not sure now. I really go back to that. Your S curve. I wanted to ask you about the S curve. So, I know that S curve is generally generated to describe a new disruptive technology, early majority, yeah. And there's sort of a lag at the beginning where there's an effort to try to move from early adopter stage to early majority stage. But usually the difficulty is with such a technology is getting the kinks out. And well, there are various reasons, but here it doesn't seem like there's a problem so much with the vehicle technology at all. And as you mentioned yesterday, there's going to be sort of quite an onslaught at some point soon with all these car makers having their EV models coming online in the next year or two. That is becoming a barrier. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree that I think that the vehicles really, they're not getting the kinks out necessarily of that. I think that the vehicles, by all accounts, are very reliable, very robust. The technology is there. I think that the kinks today are some of these other barriers that I do mention in my direct testimony.
And those relate to, let's see, I have to go back to that page. Again. Sorry for the delay. Well, you said upfront costs, that has to do with the product. Range anxiety, that has to do with the infrastructure, I suppose, or the product. Customer awareness, that's not related to infrastructure or product so much as just awareness. And model availability, that has to do with the product. But so I would guess the one thing that has to do with the possibly with the infrastructure is range anxiety.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up just a little bit. This is the court reporter.
Yes. Of the 4 barriers to adoption mentioned on page 9, line 16, it appears to me, and my question is to Mr. Babe, whether range anxiety is the one barrier mentioned that pertains to infrastructure. Would you agree with that, Mr. Babe?
Yes, I would tend to agree with that.
Okay. And with respect to range anxiety, of course, the component of that relates to the car is, of course, how many miles you can go on a charge. And then you need to recharge. Do you think the speed of charge has much to do with, can be a barrier in the infrastructure?
So, I would answer it this way. There are different speeds of charging that are applicable for different use cases. So, for example, I'll just back up a little bit here. So vehicles are parked 95% of their use life, right? And so what we're trying to do is shift the paradigm. You're no longer stopping at the gas station to fill up before work. where your vehicle is parked is the best place to fuel. So if you're parked for a very long time, you can charge at a much slower rate, such as
Correct.
overnight, or if you're at a hotel for a few days, or down to a couple of hours. If you go to a movie theater, that's a great place where you can park the car for 2 or 3 hours. Now, if you are on a road trip, let's say, and I'm trying to get from Albuquerque to Denver, you don't want to park overnight on that trip. So you do need a higher rate of charge, which is where really DC fast charging is most applicable. So I wouldn't say that the rate of charge is a barrier. I would say that would have to do with this customer awareness and understanding the new charging paradigm, or the new, I'll just say fueling paradigm.
Did PNM, and I apologize if this has been asked or asked and answered before, did PNM, were they able to, was anyone, or were you able to conduct any research to determine how much of a barrier for intra-city trips, like I don't want to say road trips necessarily, but for example, say going from Las Cruces to Albuquerque. Was anybody able to do any research or find out any information about the types of charging needs for customers, people owning EVs, EV owners, for their needs for charging for such distances here in New Mexico?
I wouldn't call it research.
And those are actually, okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say I wouldn't call it research necessarily, but
Yeah.
I would say that there are publicly available data sources such as the Department of Energy's Alternative Fuel Resource Center is a really good place to start. Or PlugShare, to be honest, is a great website, and you can see the location and levels of different publicly available charging stations. There are also trip planner websites or apps, or even on the vehicles, some of them, and you can see where you can go, where you would need to stop. To be specific about your question to Las Cruces, I do know that there is a dearth of charging infrastructure between Albuquerque and the Las Cruces area.
Yes, there is. That's not exactly the question I was asking. What I was asking was was PNM or you able to do any research into what types of charging customers would like? And that's more of a not just finding out what is out there, but what motivates purchases and use of these types of vehicles. So, but that's all right. It sounds like your answer must be no on that subject because you didn't say that.
Yeah,
You
I
have
wouldn't
anything
say
further to add?
specific research. Yeah, no specific research, but I can say generally that the availability of charging infrastructure, especially along heavily trafficked routes, is a decision point for individual customers.
Right. And we know that. We do know that. And I can tell you, I know it because I've been getting a tremendous amount of mail from people saying, I can't get from Albuquerque to Las Cruces. And, these are people who really want to use electric vehicles. They've already invested and they can't, or some have and some haven't, but that is their main problem. So, what I wanted to ask is, again, this may have been asked and answered, was how did PNM choose make the choices to incentivize the number of DC stations as opposed to the residential home-owned charging stations? How did you arrive at the 70 versus 90? number?
So to broadly answer, when we looked at the number of charging stations, we really looked at this aspirational goal of getting 7,800 EVs within P&M service area by the end of 2023. And then we backed the number of charging stations out of that. What would it take to serve the market that we're hoping to achieve? As far as the residential stations, so that was actually based on, we made some assumptions thinking probably 75, 80% of these EVs would be in residential use. We think the rest would go to fleets. For example, City of Albuquerque, or other fleets. I know that there's some other organizations also looking to electrify. So when we look at that,
can we back up just a minute? Because I missed the word you said. You said 70 to 80% of them would be for what sort of use? Did you say residential use? I couldn't hear the word.
Private residential use. So
well, what does that mean? What does that mean? Local use?
No, so not a commercial fleet, but a private citizen. So if I were to go buy a new EV, that would be my it's not for P&M, right? It would be my personal vehicle.
Correct. What I'm getting at is, and I forget the numbers. I think you wanted, tell me again the numbers of residential charging stations versus public charging state, DC versus the DC public. There were 70,000 that you were going to. How many? I can't remember that number. Could you please just repeat those data? The number of DC charging stations versus residential. What is the number?
Yeah, so there are three categories. So on residential charging stations, we are proposing 3,000 level 2 residential charging rebates.
Okay, 3,000, all right, level 2.
For DC fast charging, we are proposing 70 DC fast chargers.
Okay.
And for level 2, we are proposing, and I'm going into my rebuttal testimony here because we've changed the language slightly. On the page. So for level 2, we are incentivizing 440 level 2 ports, which is approximately equal to 200-ish charging stations on the level 2.
Those are the residential, right?
No, those are the not, so the DC fast charging and the non-residential level 2 are non-residential. It's 3,000 residential.
Right.
And then the non-residential is broken down into DC fast charging, level 2, and then there's also a budget for mass transit.
How did you arrive at 70 DC charging stations?
We looked broadly at both the New Mexican market and just other markets, and it's about a 75-25 split on charging ports. And so that's how we got to the 70 DC. And at the time it was 220 level 2 stations, but with 2 ports each, it becomes 440 level 2 ports.
You looked at what is already here, you say, or what? I don't understand how you get the 75-25 split.
Yep. So we looked at New Mexico and just other markets very broadly about what exists today and looked at the ratio between the two.
Can you infer from that that's how to proceed?
Well, I think that, yes, we're looking just broad at New Mexico and then also at other markets, and there's about a 75-25 split.
Well, but the problem is, if you look at the current situation, people do not have the ability to make those longer trips. And therefore, one could ask, would it make sense to incentivize more DC charging so that people could get faster charging done in a shorter period of time and be able to achieve greater distances if DC chargers are located in those distance gaps? you know, in those long hauls, because the barrier when you're making a long distance trip is time for charging. So wouldn't that have been something logical to look at if you were trying to incentivize more travel? I mean, if you, more longer distances, which allow the car to be more vehicle and therefore the vehicle to be more versatile and therefore more attractive to buy.
So I would harken back to something I was discussing earlier, which is not thinking about the charging station, but thinking about the use case. So the car is parked 95% of the time. So the paradigm is shifting. You're not looking to only fuel up in the shortest amount of time possible. That's the only use cases when you need to do so. The vast majority of charging is going to be using slower level 2 charging, such as at a shopping mall or at your home. But if you're on a long trip, I would agree, you do want a DC fast charger. And in that case, the important thing is not necessarily the number of chargers within P&M service area, but the location of chargers all around. So for example, I would love to see a DC fast charger station in Socorro, and then in Tier C, and then again in Raton, but that is outside of P&M service area. And so our program or our proposal is really looking at the use cases and then looking at what we think is an appropriate number of different types of charging for what use cases fall within our service area.
Yes, I recall you saying yesterday that making some reference to your service territory. And I believe you were asked a question about whether you had done any coordination with other utilities, IOUs, or co-ops in the state. And I believe the answer basically fell into the negative. Is that correct? I mean, you haven't planned where, you haven't gotten together with the other 2 IOUs and co-ops to make a master plan for the state of where charging stations ought to be, correct?
Correct. At this point, P&M is not proposing to dictate the location of charging infrastructure. We are leaving it up to P&M customers to determine where the best market for charging would be.
So, well, I wasn't asking whether or not P&M was planning to dictate anything. I was asking whether or not you had gotten together with other IOUs and the co-ops to determine together where charging stations would best serve the public. Has there been any discussion among the IOUs and co-ops to do anything like that? Have you been aware of any communications?
So we do talk. I especially talk with the other IOUs. I don't, to be honest, I don't interact with the co-ops very much. But it's not in terms of placing charging stations. We did write a joint letter to Electrify America soliciting more investment in the charging stations. Electrify America does have multiple stations across New Mexico. And I have worked with the state of New Mexico in looking at the charging map and trying to understand where charging infrastructure would be beneficial. But again, it's not, this is not a utility effort to place charging stations.
It's not what? I didn't hear that last part.
Sorry, it's not a utility effort to determine the placement of charging stations.
So yes, and you mentioned we just have to let the market show us where they would best be located. The problem I see with that, and I want to ask you if you think it's a problem, is that if vehicles can't is where they want them, how do we know that's where they're wanted?
Sorry, you broke up a little bit there, but I believe the question was if vehicles can't charge where they want to, how would we know that that's where they want them?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like, how do you prove a negative, you know, a nullity? If cars don't go there, that doesn't mean that they're not wanted there, say halfway in between Santa Fe and Las Cruces. In other words, what I'm getting at is, this seems like a situation, a more.
I'm
it has to
sorry.
be based on
I'm sorry.
information.
You broke up and I did not get what you were asking.
Well, I am very sorry. Let me see if I can adjust my volume. Where did you stop hearing me? What was the last thing you heard?
You said say halfway in between Santa Fe and Las Cruces. In other words, what I'm getting at is, and then I think it was the internet connection. You were just.
You
Oh,
froze.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I guess my point is, I can't remember what I was about to say, but let's just drop that line of questioning. I think I've gotten the answers I want to there. And one other thing I wanted to ask you about, there were some questions yesterday, and that has to do with the amount of money that P&M is devoting to this project. And I believe you were discussing that it was approximately $8.7 million. And there were one of the parties that proposed an increase of approximately $1.7 million. These are my notes. I apologize. I'm not as fresh on these facts, so I'm relying on my notes. And you may have been asked, Mr. Babe, before yesterday, how is it you arrived at that dollar figure to invest $8 or $9 roughly million? Could you just answer that for me again, please?
Sure. So I think the best thing to do is if you could go to P&M Exhibit 6, which is my rebuttal testimony. And we'll go to, and I'll pull this page number out again, page 13 of my rebuttal testimony is the budget that we're currently discussing. And so those numbers are all based on average costs to install said to purchase or install said infrastructure.
Can I ask, excuse me, I want to ask somebody to put that on the screen because I only have, it takes me too long to pull these documents up. I don't have hard copies with me.
There you go. You see it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So here you can see what the budget is made up of. We also have.
Yes, I saw your budget yesterday, and I wanted to know why it's not larger, frankly. Let me just get to the point. Why did you decide for the, at this scope, this magnitude at all? Why isn't it larger? I've gotten so many letters from people saying this is not, why isn't P&M investing more money in this? This is the barrier to adoption. Why is that?
So we did size this budget for the market that we're hoping to serve. Again, it all goes back to thinking about that adoption curve. And we believe that by the end of 2023, 7,800 EVs is an aspirational goal to keep us on that S curve. And we tried to size the program to that. The key word here is balance. We're trying to balance incentivizing as much as we can to remove these barriers, while at the same time keeping in mind that we don't want a runaway budget that will impact other customers' bills.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you very much. And I wanted to ask you that. Do you know what the bill impact would be? For example, if you went from roughly a $9 million program to a $11 or $12 million program, what would that incremental $3 million be as a budget impact, as a bill impact?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that analysis. I would refer you to Dr. Pitts. What I can say is that in the notice, we did put a possible bill impact together, I believe, and it would change by rate class. So some customers could be impacted more, but I am not a pricing expert.
Okay, fine. And okay, I have one last area of questioning. I don't think it's too long. Oh wait, no, I want, before we leave this topic, what what was your market research that was done? You mentioned a market, you mentioned 7,800 aspirational vehicles.
Mhm.
Who did market research for you, or did you do it in-house? And what was their expertise in doing market research?
So I wouldn't say it's market research necessarily. What we were looking at is we did this in-house, and to be honest, I just, sort of looked at the possible market and where we are today. So I was able to analyze how many EVs we have today, what is the current sales amount, which is just below 1% of vehicles sold in New Mexico, and then looking at that S-curve and trying to size the market to hit those long-term goals of greenhouse gas reduction that New Mexico has stated. And so by doing that and looking at other markets around the country, that's how we were able to come up with this, I'll say, aspirational forecast.
What other information did you get from other markets around the country that you thought were applicable?
So there's a lot. So I participate in a lot of these national trade organizations, and I interface a lot with other states. And so really, I would say that there's a number of things that move the needle. On the, as we all know, California has a huge market, but there are underlying social issues and customers that are buying into that market. We can also look at things like on the East Coast. I know Connecticut, the state of Connecticut, I believe, they had an incentive program where the state was helping to reduce the overall cost of vehicles. And just generally, we can see that adoption rate of EVs climbing. And so I do believe I address some of those national trends in my direct testimony. And so if we take that, we can look at where New Mexico falls in the curve, and are able to extrapolate what we think would happen. Now, I will also
let me just ask you something there. So does it make sense to compare New Mexico's needs with our population, or rather thin population compared to East Coast and West Coast, and long distances without much urban terrain? Does it make sense to draw from very densely populated states to a sparsely populated state?
That's a good question. And to be clear, I'm not trying to equate New Mexico to those. What I was trying to say is there are some standouts in the market. So California has this 8% adoption rate, and New Mexico is below 1%. So what I was trying to underscore, and I apologize if I wasn't clear, is there is a large spectrum of different EV adoption curves that we could consider here. So one outlier would be a state like California, and then we have a lot of the rural Mountain West. So, and I do, by participating in national organizations, I am able to interface across the board. And so I'm not advocating that we pretend that we are California and propose a California budget that could impact our customers. But I think that this is right-sized for New Mexico.
I understand. Okay, and I wanted to ask you just a few questions about the time of use savings that was discussed yesterday, and whether or not, I guess there are time of use savings enjoyed by site hosts, and they don't necessarily pass them through. You expect they may not pass them through to customers. Is that correct? To end users, of owners of electric vehicles. Is that correct?
So to reiterate, this was a discussion about a setting or a default setting on a charging station to be required to pass through the underlying rate structure, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't asking about a setting. I was just asking about the phenomenon that time of use benefits, as was contemplated so far, wouldn't be passed on to the purchasers of electricity, the owners of the cars at charging stations.
So it depends. So there's two rates, and I will, just to be clear, that Dr. Pitts is the one that will discuss rates in more detail, but there are two rates that have been proposed. One is the whole house EV rate, which is a time of use rate, which offers a discount overnight for a residential charger. So, or well, actually for the whole home, but for people with registered EVs specifically. So that is passed on. The other rate that we've proposed is a non-residential rate that does have a time of use component with both seasonality and time of day. And so what we're saying is that we are not recommending a requirement for a default setting for non-residential charging stations to require them to set their charging rates in line with the underlying P&M rate. They
Right, you
will
leave
get
it
the
up to
discount.
them.
Yeah, that P&M customer will be on a time of use rate, and they will be able to set pricing as they see fit for their business model.
So I have a question. What is the benefit to P&M in setting up their contracts that way with site hosts?
This would not be in the contract with the site host. We are proposing to not have an additional requirement for site hosts.
Can you explain that? What do you mean not have I thought you just said it would be their option. You don't have language in a contract to that effect, or you wouldn't?
So section 2 of House Bill 521 allows for those people that are charging for fueling a vehicle with electricity to not be regulated as a public utility. So that's really important because it gives site hosts the ability to charge per kilowatt hour, and they can charge what they want to per kilowatt hour, and they are not regulated as a public utility. So what we are saying is we are not proposing to include an additional requirement for the site hosts in order to set up how they should do their rate structure. We are leaving it up to the site hosts to determine the rate structure that's most appropriate for them.
Well, I'm not suggesting they would be regulated by the terms of your contract. It would simply be an agreement. And so my question is, what is the benefit to P&M in leaving that choice up to site hosts?
So I wouldn't say that it's a direct benefit to P&M. I do see that having that additional requirement might be a disincentive for possible site hosts. And so by leaving that up to them to determine the best market for them and what they think is an appropriate rate to charge, we think that there is greater incentive, and we'll hopefully see greater uptake in site hosts because they'll understand that they are free to charge how they want.
Okay. Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm done with my questions. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, for your participation. We will go ahead now and Ms. Yee, I believe the city of Albuquerque has reserved 30 minutes for this witness.
Thank you and good morning, Hearing Examiner Hurst. Good morning, Commissioner Hall. If she's still there, there you are. Good morning, Commissioner. And good morning, Council. And finally, good morning, Mr. Bebe. And my name is Jane Yee. I represent the city of Albuquerque. And I have a few questions for you. Actually, Commissioner Hall asked some of the questions that I wanted to ask you, but I'm going to go through this list of questions and try and not have them be too repetitive where the question was already asked. So I would ask you, first of all, to turn to page 8 of your direct testimony. And I'm looking. Okay, I'm looking at page 8, line 10.
Okay.
Okay, and so and these set of questions have to do with P&M's assessment of the EV market. And so we'll, starting from the beginning, and we'll go through this pretty quickly. I think you're saying in your testimony that currently in New Mexico there are 3,300 EVs, and of those, 2,800 are in P&M's territory. My question there is, when were those numbers, for what time period were those numbers developed? Like when was that true? Like right now or last year or what?
So yeah, these were numbers as of the time of filing, and they were the latest available. So we filed, I believe, on December 18th. The latest market numbers were probably a month or so dated at that point. So I would say it would be in the fall of the fall of 2020 is when these numbers were reported. But of course, that number is a moving target.
Okay. Yeah, understood. And then in that same answer, the same Q&A, you cite to the IHS market, MARKIT. I didn't run into either your written testimony or in the oral testimony what that is. What is IHS market?
So IHS market they're an industry organization. It's not utility. They do market research, and they really are I would say the most reliable way to get EV registration data. And I think they do all vehicles, but of course we are specifically interested in EV vehicles.
Oh, okay. So it's
what do you base that on? You say that it's the most reliable.
Mm-hmm.
According to who? You?
Well, so this is used across the industry. So the Electric Power Research Institute is how we were able to access this data. So we are members of EPRI, and so that's what they use in order to look at market trends. And also, I can tell you from personal experience, trying to get this data from the MVD is number one, very, very difficult, and number two, not always reliable.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you. All right. So when you say industry, you're talking about the car or the motor vehicle industry. Is that what industry you're talking about in relationship to IHS market, right? You're talking about
Yes,
the motor vehicle industry, right? Right?
Yes, they may do other things, but I know that what I use this data for, they look at the automotive industry, and so they're able to report for the automotive industry.
All right, but then the Electric Power Research Institute obviously is a public or a utility industry organization, right?
I don't know if they are only utilities. We are members of them, as are many other utilities, but they conduct a lot of research in the power industry. And so we are members and have access to their research.
So that could include co-ops, is that what you're saying? Like, who else could be in it besides public utilities?
Other people possibly in the power sector. So I'm thinking of, transmission organizations or other ISOs, other things like that. Any regulators, I think, could be. Maybe I'm not an expert on EPRI's membership, so but I do know that we participate as a member.
Okay. All right. So now moving on page 8 still, and that's I'm looking at that number that has come up quite a bit already in your testimony. I'm the last one, so I know that you've talked about 7,800 EVs as the aspirational number, right? And in that testimony, and that part of your testimony, we're still looking at page 8, line 17 through 18. That one sentence, P&M expects a total of 7,800 EVs to be in the P&M service area or P&M's territory within that 2-year duration of this TEP program, right?
That's correct.
And that would be until 2023, right?
That's correct.
So then you say that I think on the next page, on page 9, lines 7 through 8, you're saying that you're talking about how PNM arrived at that 7,800 number. And I know you discussed that just this morning with Commissioner Hall, but if you would bear with me a minute, you're saying on page 9, line 7 through 8, therefore, the TEP uses an S-curve common for disruptive technology adoption to estimate the market in early phases of the market, as shown in section 4.6 of PNM Exhibit ABG 2, end quote. That's your testimony, right?
That's correct.
So now we're going to look at PNM Exhibit ABG 2, which is still part of your direct testimony, but it's an exhibit, correct?
That's correct.
And so now we're going to look at let's see, page 8. Of that testimony. You know, and I have some foundational questions here. Overall, this exhibit is I'm sorry to flip around here. In some ways, it's because of the way you structured your testimony, but I'm going to go back to the cover page of this exhibit AJB-2. And it is called the PNM Transportation Electrification Program Proposal Reference Document 2022 to 2023. The date is December 2020, and it says Public Service Company of New Mexico. I turn the page, I see a table of contents. What I don't see is the author of this booklet, of this program. So who wrote this?
I would say that this represents a team effort. This is part of my testimony, and it is, I put a lot of this together, but a lot of us at PNM weighed into this document through the different categories of the program over time, as well as this document has changed through our stakeholder outreach process, as well as different categories have shifted.
Okay, not responsive, Mr. Bobby. Specifically answer Ms. Yee's question to who, in addition to yourself, has contributed and or authored this document.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'm talking about who wrote the words of this.
I mean, I wrote a lot of the words, but as I said, this went through a lot of rounds of edits with PNM. Do you need more possible? Yes. PNM?
I want to know what departments or what individual persons contributed to this document.
So Dr. Heidi Pitts as well helped to contribute, especially to the pricing and recovery sections of this document. I wrote a lot of the background. Let's see, let me just flip through it. We've cited our sources for most of the figures. And then, some of these things about marketing channels, I worked with Pnm's marketing department to come up with some of the specific language in that as well. Does that sufficiently answer the question?
I don't know.
I wrote a lot of it. I wrote a lot of it, if that's.
Does that sufficiently identify who contributed to this document?
Well, so those are the P&M representatives that I can say contributed. I think if we're looking at total contribution, we do list a number of the stakeholders that were involved in the effort on pages 7 and 8 of this document. I wouldn't say that they authored it, but they were part of the stakeholder process, and so therefore did contribute to the final product in terms of what are reasonable amounts for each budget. I know I do discuss, there are some average installation costs in tables that I provided, and through our discussions, they said that those were on the low end, and therefore we did increase the incentive amounts based on those conversations, but they did not write the words. The words were mainly me. And then, as I said, in the pricing category and in the recovery category, Dr. Pitts helped come up with the language, and other specific language such as marketing, which I wasn't able to speak marketing speak. I know I worked with our marketing department on doing that.
Okay, no outside agencies helped you write this or contributed to it?
No.
Okay.
This was not written by an
All
outside
right.
agency.
Well, then as they say, the buck stops with you on the document.
Yes, that's totally
You're
fine.
responsible for it, right?
That's absolutely, it is part of my testimony, and I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. I had stopped your time while I was getting the answer to the question, Ms. Yee. So you can go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that that input. And now I'm going to ask you to stay on pages 9 and 10, and maybe we can hone in a little bit more on who is responsible for what, because you know, on page 9 we have that famous S curve that we talked about a lot already, so I won't dwell on that. The first, I'm going to look here to get to my ultimate question at this point of my cross-examination. I'm going to look at the figures. So I'm looking at figure 1 on page 9. And so that is I would say you probably chose this as a classic looking S curve, right? It doesn't even show what the product is. This is just what an S curve looks like, right?
That is correct. It's an illustrative example.
Yeah, it's a generic. Could go to any market, but it would. The curves might change a little bit depending on the product, right? But the kind of general contours of the S curve would be this way, right?
That's
Mr.
correct.
Babbitt? And so the bell curve represents the projected market entry of the different categories of buyers that are labeled, innovators, early adopters, so on, right? Am I right? What?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the S curve is showing the market penetration of all those buyers, the market penetration of that product, right?
The market share, correct.
Okay, market share. On the next page, figure 2, these are historic S curves for different products, not including EVs, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so now we've got a figure 3 on page 10. We've got a national EV sales forecast, and that is not an actual, obviously not an actual, it's not a rendition or it's not a representation of the actual market share, because it goes into the future and into 2028, right? Right.
This is this is a sales forecast based
Okay.
on national trends.
All right. So, and the source here is evadoption.com. So my question is, what is that, and why did you choose it? That's compound, but let me ask you, first of all, what is evadoption.com? Tell me that.
It's a website that tracks EV adoption, especially around the country, and they have a lot of data on different states and national trends.
All right, and why did you choose evadoption.com to put in this booklet? Did you choose it, first of all, since there are multiple lurking authors? Let me ask you first, as a foundational question, did you choose figure 3?
I would disagree that the authors were lurking. You know, I did choose this. This was part of the document that I was in charge of, for sure.
Okay, why did you choose it?
I chose it because this agreed with other figures that I had heard in the market, especially for those early years where you see the 2019, 2020, they look to be in line with what we were seeing in the market. And then also this was a good openly available data source where any party could easily access the data as they saw fit.
Okay. Did any of the stakeholders choose this evadoption.com and tell you to put this in here?
No, as I stated, I chose this and put this in the document.
Okay. So not the stakeholders, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so then, on the next page, page 11, this is where we come to that statement of the 7,800 EVs again. It says here at the end of the paragraph on page 11, therefore, the TEP estimates a cumulative total of approximately 7,800 EVs in Pnm service area by the end of 2023. And I know that you have already testified about how you reach this aspirational figure. So I don't want you to repeat that, and I'm running short on time, so I don't, I have 15 minutes left. So I'm not asking you, how you came to this number, but since you're saying the TEP estimates, I wanted to clarify, is the TEP you in this instance?
No, I would disagree with that categorization.
So who is it?
So I would have to go back. The TEP, or this proposal, really represents a widespread effort, both within Pnm as well as with our group of stakeholders. I would want to make it known that this document was widely circulated multiple times before the filing, and to give our stakeholders chances to review it and agree or disagree with the assertions within.
All right, Mr. Babe, I think that the conceptual dilemma here is not who is taking responsibility for this number. I think that the listeners understand what you're saying, that the Pnm takes responsibility for this number, but who came up with 7,800? Was that you?
So as I stated, I was the one that looked at the modeling and determined that this looks like it's an appropriate S-curve, and 7,800 did come out of that.
Okay, so that was, Mr. Babe, you should not be so shy. I'm hearing that you're taking the credit now for coming up with that number, 7,800, correct?
As I've stated, I believe multiple times, yes, I did work on the modeling and the predictive analysis of this.
All right, so do you have statistical background?
I studied statistics through university.
Where? For your master, your business degree, your master's in business degree?
That was the most recent instance, yes. I'm also an engineer by training, so we do talk about statistics, but I would not consider myself a statistical expert by any means, but I have studied it.
Well, this is a type of statistics. This is economics. This is econometric statistics, numbers, data, right? Do you have a background in that?
I would not say that I'm any sort of economics expert, but I did look at past market and looked at what I thought was an applicable trend.
Okay, now I want you to look at, let's see, back to your testimony. And Commissioner Hall went over some of these issues with you. And it's on page 9. These are the variables affecting EV adoption. And they're the upfront cost, range anxiety, customer awareness, and model availability. And my question to you in that part of your testimony is, do you know which factor has the most important or the most deterrent effect? Which factor acts as the most important barrier?
So as I stated with Commissioner Hall, I think that these could be very personal, but these are all representative broadly of the market. I do not know if there is exactly one that is the most important or what the weighting is of these.
Okay. So on model availability, you were talking, I think that you testified about this too, but when you talk about model availability, you mean the availability at the time that the consumer wants or needs the vehicle, right? You don't mean generally that if a person wanted to wait a long time, they could get whatever model they wanted, right?
What I'm referring to with model availability, I would say it's twofold. So one, there is often a shortage of EVs available in New Mexico. That is definitely a reality. But number two, what I'm talking about here is the vehicles that are available may or may not fit each customer's needs. So up until very recently, I mean, there have not been electric pickup trucks or large SUVs, which are two of the best sellers in the United States. So customers that did not want to go into a compact vehicle did not have a vehicle available to them that they could purchase.
Okay, and then on the range anxiety.
Wait a second, why not? If they really wanted something that was that was not available in New Mexico, couldn't they have gone to Colorado or Arizona or Texas?
So again, it's more of Americans like to buy and New Mexicans like to buy pickup trucks and SUVs. And those, until very, very recently, have not even been offered by the auto manufacturers. So that is changing. As we know, that the electric F-150 came out last week. There are multiple, now there are SUVs starting to be on the market. But if that was the vehicle you were looking for and you wanted an EV a year or two ago, you did not have an EV available to you that fit your needs as a consumer. So
Okay.
that's one of the things that goes into when I say model availability.
Okay. Go ahead, Monsieur.
All right, and right now, to put that in context, New Mexico is still in the 1%, and all the buyers right now are still innovators, right? According to the S-curve methodology, correct? Right?
Yes, I would say we're still in the innovators market.
Yeah, and so this development of model availability is it's timely and it's a good thing, right, for this market because it's a young market, right?
I think that the increased availability of models is going to help increase the adoption rate to more consumers.
Okay, I have some questions on range anxiety, but Commissioner Hall covered a lot of these. I just want to go to page 8 of the reference document of your exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
And just want to write for the record, whoops, I'm looking at the wrong thing, that well, I don't know, whoever wrote this, with you being the main author, said on page 8, I should have reserved more time, that in order to increase the adoption, I'm looking at page 8 and I'm going to read it to you. In order to increase the adoption of EVs, throughout the state, it is important to invest in charging infrastructure in metro areas, and I'm going to go quickly, as well as travel corridors. And the success of the TE sector will depend on ensuring charging infrastructure and technology is available and convenient. And you already tested, and that's your that's what you've adopted, this statement, and you probably wrote it, but regardless of whether you wrote it or not, you're adopting it because it's part of your testimony, correct?
Yes, this is a part of my testimony.
And Commissioner Hall asked you questions about the needs of the siting of these EV charging, the EVSEs, the charging stations. And so I won't go over those, but I wanted to, and I think that you pretty much answered this in answering her questions, but when you talked about yesterday about the natural dispersal or disbursement or dispersal of these EVSEs along travel corridors, were you talking about the market being that, causing that natural disbursement? I think those were your words yesterday.
So I'll answer by saying this. We believe that by allowing all customers to participate in this, there will be a natural dispersal of charging infrastructure around P&M service area.
But there's nothing, okay. And I wanted to ask you this one earlier during the questioning of Commissioner Hull. It occurred to me that P&M could own infrastructure along travel corridors. There's nothing in the law that would prevent that, correct?
That's correct. There's nothing that prohibits that.
And there's nothing in the law that prohibit P&M from coordinating with other utilities, right?
There's nothing in the law that prohibits anything like that, no.
And in fact, there's nothing in the law that prohibits local governments or state government from coordinating this development of this infrastructure, correct?
That's correct. The legislation does not address the jurisdiction of states or local governments.
Okay, so I am really running short on time. I'm going to have to cut this short. Now I'm going to talk about the program. So the number of EVs, we talked about that in relationship with the development of your market, whatever analysis, if we can call it that. And let's see. So the number of EVSEs is a part of the program, right? And I think that there's enough in your written testimony, oral testimony, to give us evidence in the record as to how you arrived at those numbers, right? So essentially it's 70 DCFCs and 200 level 2s, which are the stations, and 440 ports. Am I saying that correctly?
So for the level 2s, yeah, we did change it to 440 level 2 ports in the non-residential infrastructure program.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I had that in my notes. I read it out incorrectly. So that was something that P&M decided, right?
Yeah, that was a number that came out of our stakeholder process as well as our internal proposals. All
right, but P&M made the final judgment call as to the number of the EVSEs, right?
Yes, this proposal represents P&M's application for the TEP, which includes the number of charging stations in different categories.
Okay, and there's also an incentive structure that you've also testified to. There's a structure for residential non-LMI, which is an incentive that goes toward the purchase of the charging station itself, correct?
On the residential side, yes, it is an incentive towards the purchase of a smart level 2 charger.
Okay, and then on the residential LMI, the incentive structure is different because PNM is proposing to add the installation costs as part of that incentive, whereas the non-LMI just get the charging station, right?
That's correct. It's a supplemental incentive for LMI customers to help them install the stations.
Okay, and you know, I'm running short on time, but this is all on pages 21, 22 in ABJ-2 of your direct testimony. For the non-residential, you made the point that PNM is not subsidizing the cost of the charging station because of the entities that may be seeking that incentive may be the manufacturers of those charging stations, correct?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
And that instead, PNM will be contributing toward the cost of installation, correct?
That's correct.
And so PNM made that decision, and it is in this reference document. And PNM made that decision, right?
PNM is proposing that is the best way to incentivize non-residential charging infrastructure.
So the stakeholders did not decide that, did they?
This was part of our discussion with stakeholders for certain. And we did talk about different, and as I talk about in this document, there are many different ways that utilities could incentivize. We did propose this, and we had large agreement with the stakeholders that this was an appropriate way to incentivize non-residential charging infrastructure.
So when now I'm going to ask you a couple of questions on the budget. So the budget would be based on the number of EVSEs and installations, correct? In part, correct? In part.
Yes, the budget is roughly derived from the number of EVs and the charging infrastructure to serve them.
And it's also a function of the number of types of infrastructure that you're subsidizing, whether they're residential, LMI, or non-residential, correct?
Yes,
that
the
goes
budget.
into it.
Let him answer the question, Ms. Yee.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, the budget is at least partially derived from the type and number of charging infrastructure installations.
All right, so the other part of the equation is the cost of each of these elements, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't follow you.
So when you're talking about the overall budget, the budget that you come up with is depending on the cost of the elements that PNM is subsidizing, correct?
Yes, the budget is derived at least in part by the cost of the types of charging infrastructure.
All right, so did PNM do a request for information about the costs that you used to come up with your budget?
So as stated in this exhibit, there are some references here. And let me see if I can find it. So for example, on page
ballpark on page 20, are you talking about ballpark? That's a word that you used on page 20?
Yes, so if you look at that table, this is from the US Department of Energy. We did discuss this with the stakeholders, and I think I brought this up when I was speaking with Commissioner Hall. So for example, the ballpark of an average $21,000, when we discussed that with the stakeholders, they let us know that is likely low, and we proposed to bump those numbers up slightly to reflect better costs, and through our discussions did come to agreement that that was largely representative of the market, our proposal numbers.
Your time's about to expire, Ms. Yee.
All right, so now I'm going to ask you to look at your rebuttal.
At
And
2 minutes.
how many?
2.
All right. Your critique of Dr. Blank's testimony is on pages 10 and 15. And on page 15, you are saying that on line 13, that Dr. Blank recommends that the TEP not have a budget at all. Instead, he proposes that P&M maintain a regulatory asset with a not to exceed amount. That's your testimony, correct? Yes or no? I'm not asking for an explanation.
That is correct.
All right, so now I'm asking you to look at the rebuttal test. I'm sorry, the direct testimony of Dr. Blank on page 4. And I'm asking you to look at page 4, line 9. And there it says, should the commission grant approval or pre-approval of a budget for the TEP? Dr. Blank testified, no, it is not necessary to approve a budget. The PRC approves rates based on reasonably incurred costs. And on line 16, Dr. Blank testifies, the commission should approve the non-budgetary aspects of the TEP and should approve as a placeholder TEP rate rider 53 without rate. Do you agree that that is what Dr. Blank filed as his pre-filed testimony?
Yes, I see that.
All right, so that the non-budgetary aspects of the program would include the number of VVSEs, correct?
I don't follow the leap there.
I'm asking a question, I'm not leaping. What I said was that the non-budgetary aspects of the TEP program would include the number of EVSEs, correct?
I don't believe so. That's not my understanding.
What's not your understanding?
So we just had a discussion about the budget being derived indirectly from, or at least partially due to the number of EVSEs. And
My
so I
question
would think that
doesn't go to budget.
Let him answer the question, Ms. Yee.
Yeah, Madam Hearing Examiner, I think P&M will object at this point. Mr. Babe has indicated 2 times that he doesn't understand the question. He's entitled to a question he can understand.
Well, I think he's tried to answer the question, and to the extent he can answer the question, Ms. Padilla, I'm going to let him answer. He was trying to answer, and Ms. Yee interrupted him.
My
And then
apologies.
he tried to answer it again, and then you interrupted him. So, Mr. Babe, answer your heart out there.
Okay, will do. So we just had a discussion that the budget is derived from the number and cost of charging stations, and therefore I don't follow the assertion that a non-budgetary aspect of the program is the number of charging stations. That seems contradictory to the discussion we just had.
Last question, Ms. Yee.
All right, so my question goes to Dr. Blank's testimony that the commission should approve the non-budgetary aspects of the TEP. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I can read on line 16, page 4. The commission should approve the non-budgetary aspects of the TEP.
And
Okay, last question. That's it, Ms. Yee. Your
All
time's
right, thank you.
expired.
thank you.
Thank you. we're going to take a 10-minute recess and we will come back. And Mr. Baracco, I believe that staff has reserved 20 minutes. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
All right, 10-minute recess. We will come back at 10:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I also take this opportunity to just raise that I think we have Ms. Beatles waiting in the waiting room of the Zoom meeting.
Okay, I thought she was in.
She had some technical difficulties, and when she disconnected, she wasn't able to get back in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, but Ms. Hurst or Ms. Kippenrock just let me in, and I have been observing on YouTube. So, but thank you very much.
Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. Do. Okay, I believe that we are ready to return from our break. And Mr. Badacco, you have your 20 minutes of questions for Mr. Bobby.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Bobby. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right. Am I coming through all right?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you. All right, well, I got some questions for you. A lot of them have been shot down already by all these lovely people who have preceded me, but I'll try to keep it as short and to the point as possible. First of all, concerning level 1 charging cords, which can be plugged into 120 volt wall outlets, is that something that comes as standard equipment with most electric vehicles?
Yes, typically a level 1 cord would come in the vehicle.
Would you agree that if a customer were to participate in the WHEV rate proposed by PNM, the customer could add 21 to 35 miles of range to their EV using a level 1 charging cord during off-peak hours of, I believe it's from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Would you agree with that, Mr. Babé?
Yes, I would agree with that. I believe that was addressed in one of my testimonies. But yes, that's a reasonable range.
And for what period of time would it take to achieve that additional mileage under that level 1 charger?
So from the 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Period of time, it's a reasonable range to say, I don't have the number right here, unfortunately, at 21 to 35 miles ish over that entire, 7-hour time span.
Wow. Okay, so it would take 7 hours to get 25 to 31 miles.
With a level 1 charger, correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Bobé, would you agree that PNM's non-residential program would provide widespread access to EV charging through its proposed incentives for charging stations, including those that will be accessible to the public?
Yes, I would think that the public charging station should be enough to be available across Pnm service area.
All right, Mr.
Enough for what?
To serve the expected market of 7,800 EVs.
And what's the basis of that expectation?
So it's based on the what's the word I'm looking for? for the suggested ratio of 10 EVs per one accessible charging station. So we use that as a baseline and then extrapolate it downwards from there.
Okay, so 10 EVs per charging station?
Correct.
And why 10?
So New Mexico today sits at somewhere between 11 and 12 EVs per charging station. I believe it's the International Energy Agency proposes the ideal ratio is 10 EVs to one charging station, and that should be enough to, encourage. It's enough to have widespread dispersal of EVs and also not lead to, hopefully, the long lines that I think were alluded to yesterday. So you want to have, it's that balance that we're looking to achieve.
But don't you think that where they're placed is as important as how many you have?
Depending on the markets, then yes, placement is helpful to where they are and what the use cases are. I would agree with that.
Well, don't you think, depending on where they're placed, that some might get used more than others?
That's possible. If some could be placed in more highly trafficked corridors than others, yes.
Well, is there anything other than looking at this, whoever designed this ideal 10 per EV? I mean, aren't there other factors you think you should consider other than an ideal rate when you're thinking about, I mean, what's appropriate for your program?
So there are many factors that should and can be considered. The program is built on this expected number of EVs and how many charging stations we think would be needed to serve them. But the placement, and I think this would go back to the customers who choose to participate, would need to determine if that's going to be the right place, to incentivize a market if they think that it'll drive traffic, for example.
Okay, I'll resume your time, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Badaka.
Mr. Bobby, I'd like to direct your attention to your direct testimony, which I believe has been marked as PNM Exhibit 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I would take you to page 4, if you would. There on lines 6 through 8 of page 4, you state the TEP was designed by following the guidance in the TE statute, by researching industry best practice in the current market for electric vehicles and conducting robust stakeholder outreach to determine the best fit for New Mexico. Am I reciting that correctly?
That's correct.
There on line 8, you use the phrase robust stakeholder outreach. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
All right. When you use the word stakeholder, what's your idea behind that? What does that mean? What's the definition of that word for purposes of how it's deployed in your testimony?
So stakeholders represent a large cross-section of both customers, municipalities, industry representatives, and as well as environmental organizations, et cetera.
There in front of stakeholder on line 8, you use the adjective robust. What does that mean to you in the context of how you use it there in that sentence?
So I would say again, it represents a large cross section as well as multiple meetings and really striving for as much transparency as possible.
All right, well then now I would direct your attention to your exhibit appended to your direct testimony. It's AJB-2, and I would take you to page 7, section 4.3, please, entitled Stakeholder Engagement. Are you there, Mr. Babe?
I am.
You see there, you have a pretty impressive list. And I take it those are the stakeholders that you talked about in your direct testimony?
Yes, these are the stakeholders that I have record of participating in the process.
Now, do any of those entities in that list purport to represent the interests of low income or low to middle income customers of PNM?
Yes, they do.
Which ones?
Prosperity Works specifically is the one that comes to mind.
And in terms of representing the interests of low income and low to middle income customers, what sort of input did you have from Prosperity Works in that regard?
I don't remember exactly what the input was. I know that they participated in at least one, if not both, of the in-person meetings. So that's what I can attest to. And then there was also the direct testimony, which has informed some of our accepted recommendations in my rebuttal testimony.
What efforts did PNM make to have stakeholder engagement with actual low income or low to middle income customers in PNM service territory?
So I can't attest to exactly low income. We did reach out to a couple of interested customers that I believe I met at a community event, but I don't believe that, while they were invited in on some of the emails, I don't believe that they attended any of the meetings.
Okay, thank you. Did PNM extend a stakeholder engagement invitation to an organization known as the New Mexico Center on Law and Poverty for purposes of getting input referable to the interests of low income and low to middle income PNM customers regarding the TEP?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Same line of questioning then. Did PNM extend a stakeholder engagement invitation to an organization known as New Mexico Voices for Children, which I'll represent to you is another organization that's involved in poverty issues here in New Mexico?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And then finally, did PNM reach out to the New Mexico Poor People's Campaign in terms of the stakeholder engagement that's discussed in your direct testimony and the plans that have been proposed in the TEP?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right, going back up to your direct testimony, Mr. Bobby, if you'll bear with me, let me get back up there. I'm a little technically challenged here with my computer set up. Direct you to page 9 of your direct testimony that's contained in PNM Exhibit 3. I know some other folks have touched on this already, but there on page 9, lines 15 through 17, you say many variables can influence the total adoption rate of EVs in PNM service area. Some barriers to adoption include upfront cost, range anxiety, customer awareness, and model availability. Have I recited that correctly, Mr. Babe?
Yes, that's correct.
When you use the term upfront cost in the context of this testimony, what are you thinking there?
The upfront cost of the vehicle.
All right. And what is the range of upfront costs for electric vehicles, to your knowledge, as we sit here today?
There is a wide range. So used EVs can be found pretty readily often, and some they're below $10,000 sometimes. New EVs typically start in the low 30s and can go anywhere up through the Porsche Taycan, which is way too much. I would say, 100,000 on the high end.
Do you know how much a Tesla Model S costs?
A Tesla Model S is probably in the $60,000 range.
How about that Tesla Model 3? Do you know what the range is for that one?
That's probably, it starts in the low 30s, I believe.
And that new Ford F-150 electric version, do you know what the price range on that will be?
There's a wide price range. I know at the reveal the other night that said it starts at $39,000.
And regarding what you said earlier about used electric vehicles, where do you get that knowledge in terms of their availability?
You can look on, honestly, if you look online, there's online car websites. You can filter by electric to see what's available in the market.
And have you noticed whether or not those used EVs are for sale here in New Mexico, or would you have to travel out of state to get them?
They're oftentimes available in New Mexico, but sometimes you can travel. I know people that have done that.
I think in your testimony, you've discussed somewhat the definition of what a low income person is in terms of I guess how you define that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, how we've defined low income, or LMI in this case.
Correct. And you make reference to an external statistical source to define what low income is. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the middle part of that.
The way you define low income in the context of your testimony depends on referencing external data, does it not?
Yes, we tried to define it in terms of the statute, but it is not data that PNM has.
Sure, but in terms of your understanding of what or how a low-income person is defined, can you translate that into what, maybe like yearly income? What is the yearly income range for a low-income person as it looks like PNM's attempted to define in this case?
I don't know what the actual number is. I know it's 200% of the federal poverty level, but I don't know the number specifically.
Do you think that the actual income for a low-income individual will be more or less than the cost of, for example, a Tesla Model 3 brand new?
I'm not sure of the exact number, so I would hesitate to put an exact figure on that.
And I think you indicated in that same passage that EVs are rapidly coming down in price. And what's the basis for that conclusion?
So the main cost of EVs comes from the batteries, and batteries are rapidly dropping in price. We can also see that EVs are rapidly dropping in price, whereas not too many years ago these were definitely over $50,000, and now there are many models available that are we're getting a lot closer to cost parity with new internal combustion engine vehicles.
So if a low-income person is, let's say, making only $20,000 a year, is the upfront cost of an EV a barrier that they can surmount without some sort of subsidization, in your opinion?
I would say the upfront cost is often a barrier to adoption, and that barrier is likely exacerbated for low-income individuals.
And if you have a low-income individual who is at 200% of, I guess, the established poverty rate in this country, would not the upfront cost of an electric vehicle be more, I guess, for lack of a better word, an impermeable barrier, if we're going to be realistic about it?
Very likely for expensive EVs, but I don't know, what their typical expenditures for vehicles are.
Mr. Fabe, we're getting the flutter on your audio again.
I apologize. 1 second. Is this clearer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, no problem. I was hoping this wouldn't happen again. Was my answer clear?
I think I got you.
Okay.
Mr. Babe, if what PNM proposes in terms of low income and LMI participation in the TEP depends largely on the expectation that those low income and LMI people will have an electric vehicle, does it not?
Some of the infrastructure rebates do, but not all of the program categories do.
Well, let's talk about a scenario involving low income and LMI people in terms of the TEP, where, let me put it this way, do you expect that low income and LMI people will be taking advantage of what you propose in the TEP if they don't have an EV?
No, if they don't have an EV, I don't think that they will purchase any charging infrastructure for themselves.
So you are familiar with 62.812, the statute that's caused us all to be here today, correct?
That's correct.
Now direct your attention to 62.812B2, and I would warrant to you that it states, reasonably expected to increase access to the use of electricity as a transportation fuel, with consideration given for increasing such access to low-income users and users in underserved communities. Have I recited that correctly to your knowledge, Mr. Babe?
Yes, that's correct.
So given what we just talked about in terms of upfront cost being a barrier to low-income and LMI people having EVs, how does the proposed TEP that PNM's put in front of us satisfy the requirement embodied in 62.812B2, specifically referencing low-income users?
So we've tried to do that in multiple ways. One, of course, is the specific set-asides for those low-income individuals that do happen to purchase EVs, with supplemental incentives to help remove some of those barriers. But I would also direct your attention to the mass transit rebate, which needs to be used to serve underserved communities, to help spread transportation electrification of those communities, as well as setting aside a portion of our marketing, education, and outreach to inform those customers of the possible applicability or simply begin the market transformation needed to increase access.
Would you agree that it is a reasonable assumption that higher income customers are going to be the ones that are more likely to purchase EVs than lower income customers, whether they live in multifamily complexes or single family homes?
I think that is true in the past. I'm hopeful that in the future we will see some market transformation and wider adoption rates.
But aside from your hopes and I guess the aspirations of the TEP as we sit here right now, do you think there's a terrible amount of low income and low to middle income people who are lining up right now to buy EVs for purposes of taking advantage of this TEP that, if it's approved, will, I suppose, realize some benefits on a wide range? But well, let me just let you answer the question before I ramble on too far.
I would agree that historically it has been mainly higher income individuals purchasing EVs.
I believe that it is reasonable for a non-participating customer, who may be a low-income customer, to subsidize the cost of residential level 2 chargers for higher income or affluent customers, as we see apparently set forth in PNM's proposed TEP.
I believe that by including this rider, and I'll let Dr. Pitts talk in detail about the rider, but all customers do have the opportunity to participate in these programs in order to meet the goals of the statute. So yes, these costs will be subsidized across all customers, and I do think that's appropriate.
And given, what we talked about in terms of upfront costs for EVs, would it be reasonable to assume that high income or affluent customer who can afford to purchase an EV can also afford to purchase their own level 2 charger if they wish to have access to that level of charger?
That would be highly individual about what affordability means, but that it may be a barrier for some customers and not for others.
And I know you're not an attorney. I'm just going to ask this in terms of your lay opinion, because you are involved in applying, I understand, 62.812. So let me put it this way. Your lay knowledge or your lay perception, is there anything in 62.812 that disposes of or dispenses of with the applicability of cost causation in terms of what we're doing here today regarding PNM's proposed TEP?
Did you say cost causation?
Correct.
Can you expound on that a little bit so I can accurately answer?
Basically, cost causation is in regulatory parlance for purposes of utility regulation. It's basically the principle that cost causers should pay for the costs incurred in the regulatory model, if that's at all clear. And you know what, if you don't know the answer to the question, I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire either.
Yeah, I would say that I'm not aware of anything that talks about cost causation in the statute, but I'll leave it at that before digging a hole for myself.
Fair enough.
Mr. Bacco, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I have one more question. Would you agree, Mr. Bobbe, that many PNM customers are currently struggling to pay their electric utility bills, including the 35,466 residential customers that would have been subject to termination absent the COVID-19 pandemic disconnect moratorium? And this is based on PNM's March 2021 delinquency report filed in case number 20-00069-UT.
Mr. Bacco, I just would ask you to qualify your answer that their electric account would be subject to termination, not the people.
That's correct. The electric account, not the the people aren't being terminated by the T1000 or whatever model they sent back from the future to destroy us.
Okay.
The question, Mr. Bobbe, I hope I'm not making this too laborious.
To the best of my knowledge, I know that there are a number of customers that are past due on electrical bills due to economic impacts. I cannot confirm the exact numbers stated.
That's fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Bobbe. And as I said before, a lot of my questions got taken care of by other folks in this case. So I thank you for your time today. Thank you for your attendance and your patience. And I pass the witness, Madam Hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bacco. Ms. Beatty, I saw your box light up there. Do we have something that we need clarified?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm good. No.
Okay, very well. All right, well, good morning, almost afternoon, Mr. Bobbe.
Good morning.
I have a few questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
And one always wonders if it's better to start where someone left off or just to go back through. So I think while it's fresh in my mind, I just want to ask a follow-up question on batteries.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe in response to Mr. Bagatko's question to you, or one of his questions to you about EVs, you had indicated that battery technology is increasing, and I guess that is a justification for why EVs might be more popular. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily. It was that the battery costs are coming down, and therefore the costs of EVs are coming down with it, which makes them more accessible.
And that's because the battery is the main energy disperser for the EV.
The battery is the cost driver, yes.
And approximately how much does a battery cost?
Today, it's somewhere in the vicinity of $130 per kilowatt hour, something like that.
And typically, how does that translate into how much the battery costs to? How much of the car cost is the battery?
So, and if you'll grant me the ability to pull out a calculator real quick. So typical, and I'll just say for battery electric car, full battery electrics, not talking plug-in hybrids at this point. full battery electrics, their battery might range anywhere between 60 kilowatt hours to 100 kilowatt hours. So if we just do the easy math at 100 kilowatt hours, which is a fairly big battery, and let's say it's $130 per kilowatt hour, that is $13,000 just for the battery.
Is there more than one?
The battery is a number of different cells and compartments. The actual architecture might change between manufacturers.
Okay, so this battery could be up to, in your explanation, could be around $13,000 based on current cost per kilowatt hour?
It's somewhere that's sort of on the high end, that 100 kilowatt hour battery, and back of the napkin calculations, yes.
Okay, and how long is that good for?
So most of the manufacturers these days do have I think an 8-year warranty is become pretty typical within the industry. But the batteries could last longer or possibly even shorter depending on use cases. But the auto manufacturers are using this 8-year battery life warranty that's just a good benchmark to have.
And is it tied to like tires? You know how you buy tires and you can buy cheaper tires that last 35,000 miles, or you can buy more expensive tires that are supposed to last 75,000 miles. But in some instances, like in New Mexico, they are probably going to dry rot before or get cracks before you actually would use the tread.
So I would say that it's not more or less expensive battery. Each manufacturer has their own type of battery that they're using. Typically, to my knowledge, the determining factor for battery life is what we would call energy throughput. So the amount of energy both accepted and dispersed by the battery. And so again, the life was going to differ from vehicle to vehicle. And so it's going to change over time.
Okay. And so my understanding of that is, so like how many times you charge the battery and how much energy at any given time that's going to run through the battery determines battery life, correct?
That's my understanding. So it's similar to the automotive. Yeah.
So it's similar to, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say it's similar to, I would say, the automotive industry in general, where you think of the number of miles on a car determine its, how well worn it is. You could think about batteries in the same way. The number of charges, which equates roughly to the number of miles. It's that energy throughput that is my understanding of the biggest determining factor of battery life.
So that's pretty much the same as any other battery, right? Whether it's a cell phone battery, how many times you charge your cell phone on those rechargeable batteries, they're only going to last for a finite number of charges, right?
That's my understanding. It's that energy throughput, yes.
Okay. So potentially then, you use it a lot, you might have to, your EV a lot and are running, charging it a lot, then it might not last the 8-year standard.
I would say yeah, that's possible. The warranty is made. I'm sure the manufacturers are protecting themselves that they won't have to replace many of them.
Right. Like the powertrain warranty.
Exactly.
We'll give you a warranty that we know we're not going to have to replace many is what you're saying? That's
the point, I think.
Okay.
So I think it's a safe bet that it'll last that lifetime.
So then say I'm using my EV a lot and it comes time for me to replace it. I'm going to have to pay. I mean, is replacing the battery just like, going down to Pep Boys or one of the auto parts places, and you just take a few cables off and then you can just put a new battery in, and is this something that has to be done at a mechanic and there significant costs?
This would be something that the dealer would most likely take care of. I don't think we're at the place in the market now where a private citizen could replace the battery on their own.
Okay, any idea what it costs to replace one?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you know what happens to the battery?
There's a number of things. There's a lot of recycling that goes on right now because there are very expensive precious metals that are used in battery chemistry, and so those need to be recycled.
Okay, because I'm wondering, with the advent of your projections, that there's going to be all of these EVs, this explosion of EVs in the future. Have you lived in New Mexico very long, Mr. Bobby?
I've lived in New Mexico since 2016. Okay.
Have you ever been out on the West Mesa and seen all the tire dumps?
Yes.
Okay. I'm wondering if I can expect a future where next to the tire dumps that people just discard, that we're going to have battery dumps.
I would hope not. Again, there are a lot of precious metals and other chemicals that go into battery chemistry, and it's important to recycle them or find what I would call a second life, which some people are exploring, using them for home energy storage, for example.
Uh-huh. And do you know whether or not there's any negative economic impacts of these batteries?
I'm not aware of any at this point.
Okay. So you came to New Mexico in 2016, and I believe, according to your Exhibit 1 to your direct testimony, you started working with P&M in 2017?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It doesn't work out. I'm sorry, 2013 is when I moved to New Mexico. That's
okay.
my fault. Yeah, so I was, but yes, 2017 is when I started with P&M, but I moved to New Mexico in 2013.
Okay.
It would have been longer than 4 years.
And I see that you have a degree and a master's in mechanical engineering, correct?
That's correct.
Are you a PE?
No, I'm not.
And I know that you answered some questions with regard to statistics and economics, but I'd like to ask you specifically, do you have any training or expertise in modeling?
I used to do modeling of specifically solar sites. So I do have experience doing modeling of energy output and things like that.
And what specific programs have you used
for energy output of PV systems?
Uh-huh.
So specifically, the PV Syst is probably the most well-known one. The System Advisor Model, or SAM, from the National Renewable Energy Labs is another one that I used a lot. And then I was also, excuse me, I would also develop my own models that I would base in Excel, because in a previous life, we were designing prototype solar energy producing technology. And so I was deriving coefficients for the energy output of different solar technologies and trying to model that.
And I'm familiar in another proceeding, and not just 17-00174, which happened to be Pnm's IRP that was filed in 2017. But throughout other cases that Pnm uses a modeling program called Strategist. Have you ever utilized Strategist?
I have not, no.
Pnm also, that was a long-range planning tool program. My understanding is that PNM also uses something called Aurora XMP as an economic dispatch evaluation tool. You ever use that?
I have not.
Further, I'm also familiar with PNM using a modeling program called Astrape as a reserve margin modeling tool. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not. I've never personally used it. No.
Okay. Additionally, it was my recollection from the 2017 PNM IRP that according to the testimony of the PNM witness O'Connell, that PNM actually used outside agencies, specifically a company called Pace Global, for assistance for market assumptions for a 20-year planning period. Are you familiar with Pace Global?
I'm not, no.
Is there any reason why that you, I believe based upon your testimony earlier today, I think in response to, I believe Ms. Yee's question, is there any reason that you didn't utilize an outside a research or marketing source to assist you in developing your TEP?
I was not aware of outside resources that I thought would be applicable for the program.
All right, sir, if you look at your direct testimony, on page 5, you're answering the question where you're posed at line 4. Please provide a high level description of Pnm's TEP. And if you could just define for me what you mean by that question.
By the question on line 4 of page 5?
Yes. Just define what your understanding of high level means.
Overall summary of the program and its contents.
Okay. At line 10, in answering that question, you indicate the TEP's customer incentives are based on a utility incentive model under which all infrastructure behind the meter is installed, owned, and maintained by the customer and funded with the help of utility incentives to offset the initial deployment cost. That's your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
And behind the meter, when you're saying behind the customer meter, you're talking about the Pnm electric meter, correct?
That's correct.
And when you say that your program is based on this utility incentive model, there are other models that Pnm could have chosen, correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell me what those are?
Sure. If we could go to Exhibit AJV2 of my direct testimony, I outline some of them on page 18 of that document. There is figure 10, which outlines 4 of the broad categories or models that could have been chosen.
Oh, okay. Very well. And ultimately, of the 4 models, why is it that P&M chose the one it did?
So there's a few reasons. I would say and I'll just start from the top of this figure. So business as usual is really not to do anything. And so what we're of course trying to do in respect to the TE statute is to increase the adoption rate. And so we do feel that some investment is necessary. The next one down is make-ready investments. That refers to when a utility would install and then take ownership of infrastructure behind the customer meter. So it might be the customer meter is still in place, but the utility would own and maintain that infrastructure behind the meter, typically up to the base of the charging station. So the site host would own the station, but P&M would own everything that goes up to the base of that charger. So the trenching and the conduit and the wires and those things. And so that tends to, in my mind, it doesn't keep the line of jurisdiction as clear as simply stopping at the meter. It's the utility owning that infrastructure behind the meter, which is just not as typical and might introduce some confusion as far as who owns what or where the line of jurisdiction is.
Now, how is that different than the utility incentive?
So in the utility incentive model, P&M is proposing that we incentivize just those installation costs, but we will not take ownership of those costs. So if you have, let's say, a meter and then your service panel and then some wires that go to the charger, that service panel and those wires they remain the property of the customer. P&M does not own them, which is our typical standard setup that we use today.
Right, but under your make ready, it sounds like you're talking about costs before you get to the charger. You said something about trenching and etc. Aren't in the utility incentive model, aren't there going to be those same costs?
So in the utility incentive model, the same costs exist, but in the utility incentive model, P&M is providing incentive money to assist the customer in covering those costs. Whereas in the make-ready investment model here, P&M would actually be assuming ownership of all of that infrastructure.
Okay, so then how is the make ready? In the make ready, P&M is gonna put in the trenching and the whatever the cable up to the station. P&M's going to pay for that, and just the charger itself is not going to be owned by P&M?
In the make-ready investments model, P&M would install it all and then own it all after the fact. So we would maintain ownership of all of the infrastructure except for the charger itself in that model.
What would be the benefit of that?
So if the utility were to maintain or continue ownership of it, the utility would be responsible for maintaining it, and it would become part of the larger system.
Well, then under the utility incentives, does that mean that whatever gets trenched and put in the trench up to the station is the responsibility of that hooks into P&M system, is the responsibility of whoever owns the charger?
Yes, so it would remain the responsibility of whoever owns the charging station. So to put it in perspective, like a residential system, P&M has jurisdiction up to the meter, but then the homeowner owns the service panel and the wiring in the house and up to the light bulb. So what we are proposing is to maintain that similar line of jurisdiction, whereas the make ready would be P&M would own everything through the meter, the service panel, and all the wiring in the house up to the light bulb. So that's sort of how I think about it.
But are we anticipating that there's going to be this significant amount of infrastructure to put these chargers in?
It depends on the location. Some locations might require a lot more installation costs than others, such as trenching across a parking lot. If you happen to be near a service panel, it's really no problem, but a good parking spot might be far away from where the service comes in.
So then under one of the questions from yesterday about the locations of charging stations similar to gas stations just off the interstate, thinking about that, potentially there might be infrastructure investment required to accommodate a charging station like that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then end to end, P&M would pay for it all, right?
I'm sorry, the end-to-end ownership model?
Yes.
P&M would pay for it and maintain ownership of it. So it would be a P&M owned and operated station.
Okay. Okay. So then after considering the other options, ultimately you concluded utility incentive was best for P&M, correct?
That's correct.
And why?
So again, I think that it does two things. One, it helps to incentivize customers to overcome that barrier of high installation costs, to incentivize them to install more charging stations. And then two, it keeps that line of jurisdiction clear, where P&M still is only responsible up to the meter, and then the customer is responsible for the costs that they pay at that meter.
So not only is P&M, P&M is complying with the law, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but ultimately P&M is going potentially to make money on the energy that it provides to the charging station, correct?
There is some load growth. I would refer to Dr. Pitts as far as any pricing or recovery questions. But there are, yes, those customers charging at the meter will pay P&M for the energy consumed at that meter.
Okay. And if we look at page 7 of your direct testimony, and you're still answering the overview question that was posed on page 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to look at lines 1 through 2 that says, in order to inform customers about both the benefits of EVs as well as the TEP itself, the TEP also includes a budget for market transformation. That's your testimony?
That is correct.
Define market transformation for me, please.
So market transformation here is really transforming from an internal combustion transportation sector into an electric transportation sector.
So this is your education
Yes,
component, or what part of the budget is specifically related to market transformation?
This is the marketing, outreach, and education section of the budget.
Okay. And further on down on page 7, lines 6 through 9, you say, finally, the TEP will require program administration staff and support to implement the program after approval. This will include 2.5 full-time equivalents, or FTEs, third-party administration support, software tools, and measurement and evaluation for annual reporting purposes. That's your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
Okay, and I have pulled up your exhibit 2, page 36, and people should be viewing it. Are we viewing it, people?
Not yet.
No, not yet, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, I thought I had it on there. How about now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so on page 36 of your exhibit 2, there's this budget summary, correct?
That's correct.
And you have, for example, the first category, residential charger rebate, and you have a total cost of $1.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
And then the bottom line is the program administration, 2.5 FTEs, third-party support, e-signatures, filing costs, that we just talked about in your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any pause, Mr. Babe, that your administrative cost is basically equivalent to your residential charger rebate? So what it's going to cost to run this program is equivalent to what you're proposing as the incentive for how many of your, I think I read that P&M has like 538,000 customers. How many of those are residential?
I would say somewhere around 450,000, something like that.
Okay, so basically what you're going to pay 2.5 people is equivalent to the incentive that you're going to offer to 450,000 people potentially. Does that give you any pause?
I wouldn't say it gives me pause because of the way that we have tried to structure the department and the third-party support talked about here.
Well, it gives me some pause. You don't think that there's any way to either increase your incentive level or to decrease your program support? I mean, get your calculator out, Mr. Bobek. What is 1.5? What percentage of 1.5 of 8.4? What
should be
percentage
somewhere
of
below 20%.
How much?
17%, 17.8% to be more precise.
Okay, so we'll ballpark it and we'll just say 18%. Do you know whether or not that P&M as a company has an 18% program administration cost?
I don't know as a company. I can really only speak to how this was designed.
Okay. And since I have this exhibit out, I'd like to go ahead and ask Oh, I passed it. Bear with me just a minute. Well, I can't find it now, so I guess I'll have to wait until I can. I thought that there was. There was an attribution I was going to ask you about. Yeah. Okay. So figure 11, which has the know your EV charging stations, which I thought was quite helpful for those of us that don't know our EV charging stations.
Mhm.
And it says the source is Carolina Country.
That's correct.
Who is that?
That was it's sort of an online, to my recollection, it was an online source that was trying to publish a friendly EV, consumer-friendly EV charger table such as this, but I'm not familiar with what they do otherwise.
Okay, but why did you see fit to include it?
I liked the way that they outlined the different levels of charging, and all of the numbers are consistent with other sources across the industry. But this I felt was the most user-friendly and accessible table to talk about the technical aspects of charging.
So, to the best of your knowledge, the information that's represented on there is correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you move on down to the page 20, you have table 2, and you've at the top of that it says ballpark EVSE installation costs. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it says the source for that is the US DOE, correct?
That's correct.
So is that information New Mexico specific?
No, this information was on a national basis, to the best of my knowledge.
Do you know what time period it was for?
I believe it was 2015. It should be listed in my references on page 37 of this document. Let's see, reference 12. Yes, this document was published November 2015.
And what makes you think, well, do you, Mr. Babe, think that that these particular projected installation costs nationwide, what makes you think they would be applicable here in New Mexico?
Well, I think when we're looking at a nationwide average, that includes a wide spectrum of possible locations, and therefore I think it should be broadly applicable, again, just as a ballpark wherever you are in the country.
Okay. Did you try to gather, or do you have any information on New Mexico specific installation costs?
I don't have data on specific installation costs, but we did present this to the stakeholder group And we were informed that those costs, or those average costs, did look low in general. And that's why we have included larger numbers than the ones provided in that table.
Okay. Because I would think if you're trying to accurately size your incentive amounts, you would want as accurate an estimate of installation costs as you could get, wouldn't you?
That's correct, understanding that there's a large range based on a number of different variables at any given site, yes.
So on page 9 of your testimony, the question posed at lines 13 and 14, what variables can or will influence the number of EVs in the P&M service area? You reference in line 17 through 20 that certain states require a certain number of EVs be sold in their state. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what states those are?
I don't know if I can rattle off the whole list from memory, but California, Washington, I believe, Oregon, Colorado, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Rhode Island, I don't know how many that was. There's approximately 14.
I think that was 7.
Was that 7? I would have to look it up to get the rest.
Okay.
But yeah, there's somewhere around 14 of these ZEV or LEV states as they're known.
And I believe there's some testimony that there is some thought that New Mexico might be moving to be one of those states.
That's correct. New Mexico has indicated that they will become a ZEV state in the future.
And who has done that, or how do you know that?
That was through a statement that the governor has made.
But currently, there's not legislation. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's currently not enacted.
So if we can look at page 16 of your testimony, question posed at lines 16 to 18, is P&M proposing criteria that would apply to all charging station rebates, whether residential or non-residential? And you're answering, and you start to list, and number 2 says be networked to a public charging network. What does that mean?
So that refers to the data connectivity requirement. And that means that a public charging network, it needs to have some data connectivity so that we can read and analyze that data in some sort of aggregate form.
So does that mean that all of the stations are going to have smart meters?
No, this is a different requirement than any sort of advanced meter. This requirement refers to the charging station itself in the back end sort of software and data connectivity, not the meter.
So basically it has to do with the ability of the charging station, for example, to have software that will be able to connect with P&M to provide data.
That is correct.
And then further on page 17, additional requirements for residential chargers. They have to have certain UL listings, correct?
That's correct.
And they have to be Energy Star certified.
That is correct.
I like that when it meant that they have to be like energy efficient, right?
Yeah, it's really important in my view. There's something called a phantom load. So some stations have a significant draw of energy even when they're not charging a vehicle. And part of the Energy Star certification process is to limit that phantom load, or to limit the energy consumption when a vehicle is not being charged.
Well, is the station going to consume any energy when something's not being charged?
They will consume some energy. Typically, there might be, some of them have a little screen on them, or a light or something like that to indicate that they're activated, or that you might want to interact with. But the idea is to reduce that phantom load. You really only want it consuming energy, of course, when you're using it for fueling.
On page 21 of your testimony, you're talking about qualifications for workplace level 2 non-residential rebates. And one of the bullet points at lines 18 and 19 is accessible to employees and or fleet vehicles of the workplace. They should not be available to the public. And why is that?
So we think that it's important to make sure that workplace charging is to do just that. A public charging station is, in our proposal, subjected to additional requirements for payment options. And it's important that if a workplace wanted to install one for their fleet or employees, that it is not taken up by the public.
But I thought the purpose of an incentive is to try to transform the marketplace, and that we're trying to encourage EV. So, I mean, for example, if the particular business employees weren't using the charger, why not let the public use it?
So I would just say one of the benefits of, or one of the things that is shown to influence people's decision to buy an EV is the ability to charge at work. And so if there's a workplace charger that's available to them, they may be more likely, as they know they're going to the workplace. But if it's simply a public station that is accessible to anyone, they may or may not have that availability.
Okay. Page 24 of your testimony, you're answering the questions posed at line 15, 16. What environmental benefits are realized by more New Mexicans adopting electric transportation? And in answering that at line 18 through 19, you say with today's electricity generation mix, an EV is as efficient as a car that gets 63 miles per gallon. That's your testimony?
That's correct.
And where did you get that number?
So that figure of 63 mile per gallon equivalence comes from the Union of Concerned Scientists report that is referenced in Exhibit AJB2.
And do you know whether or not that's on the high end or?
I would say it's a good representative average considering the number of different EVs, their different efficiencies, and people's charging behavior. So I could say that some EVs are definitely going to be more efficient than that, and some probably less.
Okay. Then on the next page, in answering the question, page 25, that's posed at lines 1 and 2, what utility system benefits will be realized as more New Mexicans adopt electric transportation? And at lines 5 through 8, you say, or 5 through 6, EVs can utilize the system when it is underutilized, thereby minimizing the need for further system upgrades. That's your testimony, sir?
That is correct.
And so explain to me, I realize that what part of the plan is to charge at least residential EVs during non-peak periods, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so is that an example of utilizing the system when it's underutilized?
Yes, that's a good example of the trying to incentivize charging outside of the peak hours.
Right, but again, what that example is utilizing your system when it's underutilized?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so your system is underutilized during non-peak periods.
Yes.
And if it's underutilized, then why would you have system upgrades needed?
So if you're using it when the system is underutilized, you're able to avoid system upgrades. If you only add load during the peak periods, you'll need to size the system to meet your peak. The best way I've ever heard this described is you build the church for Christmas and Easter, and so you build it for your maximum peak, but then during other times it is quote unquote underutilized. So you don't need a bigger building.
But whether it's peak or non-peak, the parishioners are still paying for the church.
I could appreciate your continuing with the analogy. So yeah, what you're trying to do is not require a new or a bigger building to be built by only adding that one more person during the peak. If you can more evenly spread it out, then you can avoid that need for a bigger building.
And sir, on page 29 of your direct testimony, at line 13, well, actually beginning on line 8, how will the program be monitored and evaluated? And you have in your testimony, you're going to use key performance indicators or KPIs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then on page 30, the question, how often will the KPIs be reported? You indicate at lines 2 through 5 that they're going to be reported annually. And the annual report will be presented to the commission in the form of an informational filing. That's correct?
That is correct.
How, I can understand that you're going to track them and you're going to report them, but where is the review and or evaluation of these KPIs? Is there one?
So I believe that could be part of this filing. I'm not sure, to be completely transparent. I'm not sure what the process would look like on the back end. I do think that reporting on these KPIs would help to evaluate future programs and understanding what's what's needed and what's helping and what's what's maybe not so popular.
Right. Well, I mean, I can understand getting the data, but I don't know that just having the data without anybody reviewing it it is going to be real helpful. Do you think?
No, my hope would be that these KPIs would be reviewed and not simply presented. And I hope that would inform the process of designing and implementing future TEPs after this first 2 years.
And I mean, is that going to be part of your job?
That would be part, yes, that would be part of the role of this department is to review and inform the design of future programs.
Or is it going to be part of the 2.5 people?
Yes.
That you have in your budget?
Yes.
Are you going to be one of the 2.5 people?
In my current role, yes, I would be one of those 2.5 people.
Okay. Are you the half or are you the?
Are
you the manager?
I would be the department manager. I am currently a 1-person department.
Okay. So if you're the manager, then you're going to be the half.
Yes.
Would all of your duties relating to the TEP be provided during the half that are allocated to the program, or would you have TEP responsibilities outside of this program cost?
And I'm sorry if I'm going to try and answer this clearly, but if I miss it, let me know. So the idea is that half of my time would be directed to TEP duties and fulfilling that. The other half of my time would be to the other programs that I would be involved in, which fall outside of the realm of the TEP.
The proposed the rebate to incent the residential charger is separate from the incentive for the residential charger installation, correct?
Excuse me. No, not necessarily. I can expand on that a little bit. So part of the LMI supplemental incentive is that they also take advantage of the residential rebate. So there is a connection there.
But does the installation just cover, for example, say you were gonna install a level 2 and you needed to rework your circuitry in your circuit box to accommodate that? Is that the kind of installation we're talking about? Or are we talking about the trenching more heavy duty than just calling the electrician.
Excuse me. I would say that it's unlikely that trenching would be necessary on a residential system. There would be possible, changes landing it in your service panel, possibly a service panel upgrade, and often running conduit from the service panel to the location of the charging station.
So then it could include more than just calling the electrician.
I think the electrician should be able to handle those things, but I'm not an electrician and I don't want to speak for them.
Sir, if we can look at your supplemental testimony, Pnm exhibit 4. On page 3 of that testimony, you're answering the question posed at lines 4 through 9. Based on the map filed in response to question 1, identify gaps in the existing charging infrastructure in Pnm service territory in New Mexico, and B, state where Pnm expects that the proposed transportation electrification plan will fill in those gaps, if at all. And you're answering that beginning at lines 10 through 19 and then continuing on page 4. And I'd like to ask you about lines 16 through 19, using the potential corridor tools from alternative fuels data centers shown in figure 1, we can see there is decent corridor coverage along interstate highways within Pnm service area. That's your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. How did you come to the conclusion of decent corridor coverage, and what does that mean?
So if you look at figure 1 there on page 4, that is actually that's the corridor planning tool from the Alternative Fuels Data Center, which is part of the Department of Energy. And what they're showing there is a 25-mile radius along the corridor on either side of the charging station. I only have the black and white version here, but you can see it's that 25-mile radius is represented by the darker shading around the dots. And so you can see the location of DC fast charging stations as the dots along the highways. And it may be helpful for a moment to superimpose Pnm service area, which encompasses the Albuquerque and Santa Fe metro areas, Las Vegas, New Mexico, and then Lordsburg and Deming down south along the interstates. And so you can see that the interstate corridors in Pnm service area have some coverage along those interstates within that 25-mile radius as defined by this tool.
And the answer to why you're defining that as decent?
So what this tool is attempting to do is to show a reasonable range outside of a DC fast charging station, with the goal, of course, of having an overlap over all of them. And when I'm trying to define decent, I just wanted to point out that there are multiple DC fast charging stations along the corridors with coverage in between them, as shown in this tool. So I'm not purporting to say that that it's perfect and everything's connected, because it's clear that it's not. But as per this tool, you can see there are multiple charging stations located along interstate highways in Pnm service area.
Okay. Then on page 6 of your supplemental testimony, I don't know that it really relates to specifically relates to the question posed at line 8 through 12, but my question to you is, do you know how P&M charges its EV fleet?
Yes, we have some, at this point, we have, I'll just call them non-smart level 2 chargers at our charging depots that we're currently upgrading.
You're upgrading to
smart or networked level 2 charging stations at our depots.
And I think we talked about this. Potentially, you might be in line to get rebates, incentives. Pardon me.
Yes, that was broached yesterday.
And I think the answer was yes.
I think theoretically yes, but I understand the concern with that, and that was not our intention.
Okay. Page 8 of your supplemental testimony. Question, what measures are available to address initial hurdle of customers paying the cost of an EV? And it refers you to a Colorado Public Utility case. And you indicate at line 6, currently the federal government offers tax credits up to $7,500 for the purchase price of an EV, correct?
That's correct.
But in addition to that, there are other states that are providing rebates, such as in this Colorado case, correct?
That's correct. Some states have their own incentives.
And P&M did not include something like that in its plan, correct?
That's correct. Pnm is not proposing vehicle cost incentives as part of its program.
Why not?
Number one is budget. To provide let's say a sizable rebate enough to maybe move the needle, the budget would become increased very quickly. I think we do reference, I believe may have been in one of my supplemental testimonies, if we were to do a 5,000, let's say a $5,000 incentive on 5,000 vehicles, that becomes, what's that, $25 million that would be needed just to fulfill the vehicle cost incentive. And so we're really trying to balance what we think we can achieve without increasing costs on customers.
Well, has that been suggested by the governor or anyone in the legislature to have some type of legislation where the state would provide that kind of upfront rebate to encourage EV usage?
Not an upfront rebate. The legislature has considered for multiple years now an EV tax credit similar to the federal tax credit, but the state has, or the legislature has never passed those bills.
Well, how helpful is a tax credit if you're not earning enough to pay many taxes, Mr. Babe?
No, that's a good point. The tax appetite, individual tax appetite, is an important consideration. It's my understanding that they can be rolled over multiple years in cases where someone's tax appetite may not be very high, but I do understand those limitations.
Well, I mean, based upon that, doesn't it seem as if to a lower or middle income person that an upfront rebate would be hands down a better incentive than a tax credit?
I would agree that I'll call it cash on the hood because that's what makes sense to me. Cash on the hood is a huge incentive and remove some barriers.
I'd like to look at your rebuttal testimony. P&M Exhibit 6. And you're talking about the different recommendations being made beginning on page 2. And I'm looking at page 4. Where pursuant to charge points recommendation, P&M agreed to provide its incentive amounts. This is at line 8 and 9 on a per simultaneously usable charging port basis rather than a per station basis for level 2 charging stations. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so do all level 2 charging stations have 2 ports?
No, not all of them do.
Okay. So if it just had 1 port, then they'd only get $2,500, correct?
That's correct.
But if they had 2 ports, then they could get $5,000, correct?
That is correct.
And I think you testified yesterday that the 2 ports are going to be different.
So there's a slight differentiation here. So yesterday in our discussion was about DC fast chargers. And so that has 2 different ports. For the level 2 chargers, typically those ports are the same.
And the level 2 fast charger ports are the same and they can be used at the same time.
The level 2 charging ports are the same and can be used simultaneously, yes.
Okay. But the fast charge ports are different and they cannot be used at the same time.
That is a standard arrangement, yes.
And so therefore, did you agree to a per port incentive definition only for level 2 or for level 2 and for fast charge?
In this rebuttal testimony, we've agreed to the per port only on a level 2 basis.
Can fast chargers have only 1 port?
So the fast chargers that are eligible for this program need to have, at a minimum, the 2 open types of ports. So the CCS combo and the CHAdeMO. But typically they're not, you can't use them simultaneously.
On page 17 of your rebuttal testimony, you're answering the question posed at lines 1 and 2 regarding recommendations 13 and 17. And at lines 16 and 17, you say the average New Mexican travels approximately 41.2 miles per day. That's your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay, when you say travel, are you mean they drive their car?
Yes, that is correct. These are vehicle miles.
Okay, so that doesn't include like somebody on mass transportation?
No, these are vehicle miles, and I don't want to misspeak, but I believe it's like light duty vehicles or passenger vehicle miles, I believe is the term.
And where did you get that information?
That was from and I apologize, I believe it's from the Department of Transportation. They had a state report. And I don't remember exactly where that is in my testimony, but we do make reference to that report and how those numbers were derived.
And then finally, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Bobby, page 29 of your rebuttal testimony, and you're referencing at line 7 and 8, please describe recommendation 32 and explain P&M's response. And recommendation 32 is that, according to your testimony at 9 through 11, that P&M be required to provide all web content about electric vehicles in Spanish to reduce the language barrier to program participation. And you've rejected that or opposed that recommendation, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things I know that you have said is that P&M has has customers that basically speak several different languages, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what the percentage of your customers are Spanish speakers, Mr. Bobby?
No, I do not.
Do you know what the percentage of these other languages that your customers speak is?
No, I do not.
Do you think it's probably fair to say that of the other languages other than English that your customers speak, that the majority of them who speak a different language are those persons who speak Spanish?
Without knowing the exact numbers, I think Spanish was probably a majority second language or first language, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm just wondering if not necessarily having, you know, any specific information and knowing that speaking Spanish is a characteristic of your customer base that might be assisted in having the materials presented to them in Spanish, why P&M wouldn't agree to this recommendation?
So I do want to make clear on lines 13 through 15, I do agree that some marketing material could and should be translated and made available in Spanish. So I'm not opposed to including Spanish language. I think I'm opposed to the requirement that all material be in Spanish. And I talk a little bit about that in the next paragraph, and I'll expand on that briefly. You know, one of the things that we're hoping to do is include maybe some third-party software that would help be a rate calculator or possibly a vehicle finder. And to my knowledge, those types of engagement tools are not necessarily available in Spanish, and it would be, I believe it would be very difficult and possibly very expensive to require a third party to translate their software only to be included in P&M's program. So I do believe that you know, some marketing material, especially that's applicable to Spanish speakers, be readily available just as it is with other parts of P&M's website, but it is not typical that there's a requirement that all material be translated into Spanish.
Well, I mean, to the extent that you have that clarification, I mean, is P&M willing to translate what is available, specifically the information that comes from P&M, all of that material into Spanish?
I think that would be reasonable if P&M generated content were to be made available in Spanish.
Sir, I think that's all the questions I have for you at this particular point. So thank you, and we will recess for an hour. We'll come back at 1:30, and Ms. Padilla, if you have any redirect at that point, we will allow you to do that. All right.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Just one housekeeping matter. Based upon our case, which is not as speedy as I had hoped, the next witness, I am assuming we will get through Dr. Pitts. I'm just wondering, Ms. Yee, is Dr. Blank available tomorrow morning, or do we need to take him out of order today?
I'm not sure. Hearing examiner Hurst, I'm not sure. I'll have to check.
Okay, will you check with him? Because it looks like to me that depending on if we have how much redirect that we might have, it looks like we've got a couple of hours with Dr. Pitts, and it looks like there were a couple hours blocked off for Dr. Blank, and I don't know that we can get both Dr. Pitts and Dr. Blank in with the remainder of the day today. So I would ask you to check on that for me, Ms. Yee, and report back at 1:30 on that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you all. We're recessed until 1:30. Miss Beatty?
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Did you happen to get my emails I sent you?
Let me check. I am actually sending a notice to the guy that said come work at my house to be quiet and not to let my dogs run away. Let me check my.
Well, that's more important.
Yeah, don't let my dogs run away, please. Let me see. Oh, I don't see them.
Okay.
Let me give you my email one more time.
Okay, let me tell you where I sent them.
Okay.
I sent them to JOOLSBEATTY@gmail.com.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe.
Think I went to junk?
It could be. That might be.
And I sent you two.
Okay. I will look here for. Yes, that's where they are. I got them.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to let you know is that due to our pace, we may go Thursday.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And Ruth and I might we might split days tomorrow and Thursday, and I'll do morning. She'll do more afternoon. However we decide. Just to let you know. Because I know they want the turnaround on the transcript pretty quick.
That would be awesome.
Okay. So we'll keep you guys informed.
Okay. And yeah, definitely let the I actually have signs out on my gate asking people to please not let the dogs out.
Yeah.
So,
my little one is a runner. The big one will just lick you to death. She just wants to be loved.
Yep.
And she knows the guy, but that doesn't mean an open door is an opportunity.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. We need to get that message out.
Exactly. Don't let my little dog run away.
Yeah, when last time we forgot to shut the gate, almost lost him.
You know, my little one, she ran away from me too. I didn't realize I had the garage door open and she saw the opportunity. I thought you were never supposed to chase a dog. I had heard that they think you're playing. So I'm calling her back. She wouldn't come. She's running. I have to run. She thought it was a game.
Well, mine got attacked either by dogs or by coyotes.
Oh.
And they got torn up pretty bad, but
poor dogs.
But they survived, and now I checked the gate like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, mine can't get out of the backyard, but I'm trying to keep them inside a little bit more, especially now that it's getting warmer outside.
Yep.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Jeff Albright, just a procedural issue. Are you going to allow for any additional questions in response to questions you've asked of Mr. Bobbe?
Yes, sir. Brief.
Yes, very brief.
I will.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, it looks like we're back from our luncheon recess. And it looks like don't see any other waiting people. So we will go ahead, and I had one procedural matter that I made inquiry. Ms. Yee.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner Hurst.
With regard to the availability of your witness, can you let us know about that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Blank is available this afternoon and also tomorrow, preferably in the morning.
Okay, very well. Thanks for checking on that. And Ms. Padilla, do you have some redirect for your witness?
I do, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you. Mr. Bobby, I think I probably have about 7 or 8 different areas I wanted to review. Commissioner Hall and the hearing examiner both asked you questions about range anxiety, and I think both of them looked at different maps that showed the availability of DC fast charging in the state of New Mexico. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, on your the map that you were discussing with Commissioner Hall, there were a number of dots on it, correct, that indicated where DC fast chargers are located?
I believe so, yes, that is correct.
And just to be clear, I think you did mention this or explain this in your responses to Commissioner Hall, but the dots on those maps, or on that map, were the location of current DC fast charging stations, right?
That is correct. The dots on the maps indicate current charging stations.
And
just to be specific, let's identify which testimony and page number.
Certainly. It's Pnm Exhibit AJB1 supplemental. So it is Mr. Babe's Exhibit 1 to his supplemental testimony, which is Pnm Exhibit 4. This is the map that had the, actually, I may be getting that wrong. I think that was used in, well, I think Mr. Albright cross-examined you on that yesterday, but I think also, was this the map, Mr. Babe, that Commissioner Hall was asking about this morning?
I believe so. I believe this was up. There are 2 general maps. There's this map, which is all charging stations, and then there is also the map that the hearing examiner was asking questions about, which is only DC fast charging stations along interstate highways. That second map, forgive me here, I'm trying to locate it. Let's go back. Okay, that is in Pnm Exhibit 4. That is my supplemental testimony on page 4. And those dots indicate only the DC fast charging stations along interstate highways.
Okay. Okay. My question was really a little more general. One, I did want to specify though that on that map on page 4 of your supplemental, the dots indicate DC fast chargers that are currently deployed along interstate highways in New Mexico, correct?
That's correct.
And not the any plans of PNM to install DC fast charging stations, correct?
That is correct.
So I wanted to ask specifically about Commissioner Hall's concern that between Albuquerque and Las Cruces, there's a complete absence, at least according to your map in figure 1, which the hearing examiner is helpfully pulling up on the screen. Thank you for that, Madam Hearing Examiner. So, Mr. Bobby, how much of the, so I-25 goes south from Albuquerque to Las Cruces. How far does PNM service territory extend between Albuquerque and Las Cruces? Do you know?
So it extends a little further south, essentially to Belen, which on this map would be approximately along the I-25 corridor where you see the faint New Mexico spelled out there. That's approximately the extent of PNM service area.
Okay. I think you'd mentioned in your discussion with Commissioner Hall that in your opinion, it would be good if there were a fast charging station in Socorro, for example. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Socorro is not in PNM's service territory, is it?
No, it is not.
Is there a requirement in the statute that utilities incentivize charging in their service territories?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that it's spelled out in the statute.
Do you have any thoughts about whether it would be reasonable for an investor-owned utility to provide incentives for charging infrastructure outside of its service area?
I don't believe it would be appropriate for a utility to use its customers' dollars for the installation of infrastructure outside of its service area.
Could you explain a little more why you think that?
So by design, the utility TEPs are recovered through costs incurred by its customers. And by focusing within its service area, the utilities are best able to serve exactly their customers. If that requirement were not there, it would be very hard to think about how any of the incentive dollars outside of its service area why it would be appropriate for those customers to pay for something somewhere where they don't currently reside.
You mentioned in your direct testimony, I think also in your exhibit AJB2, that there are other efforts underway. In fact, I believe you mentioned that PNM had helped facilitate the Electrify America project, as well as, I believe this is in your direct testimony, the Volkswagen settlement funding that provided funds to states for electric vehicle charging. Is that addressed in your testimony?
Yes, I believe I refer to both of those initiatives in my testimony.
Have funds from those initiatives been directed at interstate charging in particular, or maybe not just interstate, but more traveled highways?
So I would say that the Electrify America typically only invests along interstates. So they have numerous stations in New Mexico along interstate highways or near them. Some of the examples are along I-10. Those are the two stations that we saw on that map. In Albuquerque, there is one. There's also, I believe, some along I-40 outside of PNM service area. The Volkswagen settlement funding was a statewide program, and so there are numerous charging stations incentivized throughout the state, not on, it was not a corridor program, it was simply to incentivize the installation of charging infrastructure. So those are scattered across the state.
Was a state agency responsible for soliciting applications and evaluating applications for recipients of that funding? Do you know?
Yes, the New Mexico Environment Department was the state agency in charge of Volkswagen funding.
Okay. Switching topics here, Commissioner Hall also asked you about budget, and she looked in particular at your rebuttal testimony, page 13, where you have a table indicating P&M's proposed TEP budget with the changes based on P&M's acceptance of various recommendations from staff and interveners, correct?
That's correct.
One thing that you didn't discuss with Commissioner Hall was was P&M's proposed budget flexibility amount. Yeah, let's go ahead. Thank you so much. Here we are. So the target budget on the third row from the bottom is 8.7 million. Do you see that?
I do.
But P&M is seeking to have the ability to spend an additional 25% basically should the demand for the program exceed the target budget, correct?
That's correct. As this is a new program, we wanted the availability in case any of the program categories were more popular than others. We wanted the availability to continue to meet consumer demand for it without cannibalizing other programs that were maybe not as popular.
Should the commission decide to increase P&M's budget, I'm just talking about that target budget, how do you think P&M would change its programs to accommodate additional budget?
I think if the budget were to be increased, or let's say the target budget were to be increased, I would probably recommend holding off until we see which programs are popular or fully subscribed and therefore would necessitate additional funding, which at the end of the day is the underlying reasoning for the budget flexibility amount.
Okay. And let's look at just the category of the level 2 chargers, the residential home rebate, which is budgeted now at $1.5 million. If that were increased, and several of the interveners have proposed that that P&M incentivize more chargers, won't the expenditure of those funds depend on the uptake by customers of those rebates?
Yes, we're not proposing to recover any funds that are not dispersed through the program itself. So only if those rebates are, or I'll say incentive amounts, are distributed to customers would P&M recover those funds.
Okay. Since we have this table on the screen, let me ask you about, I believe it's the hearing examiner's questions about the program administration amount.
Mm-hmm.
And this is covered in some detail in your exhibit AJB2 to your direct testimony. So of that program administration amount, now that 1.46 million, that is not all funding intended for P&M staff, is it?
No, it's not.
What else does that need to cover?
So that also covers third-party support, e-signatures, and then some filing costs as well. So you can see that there. But the third parties, and I do discuss that in Exhibit AJB2, starting on page 32.
Okay. Just one other question on budget. If the commission were to decide to, fund the program at a higher level than what P&M has proposed and is now adjusted because of the recommendations that parties have made. Since many of these categories, as you just explained, since the expenditure of these funds depends on the uptake by customers, is one area for additional P&M discretionary spending, I guess I would call it? Would that be the marketing, education, and outreach category? You understand?
I don't understand the question. Could you please rephrase that?
Right. So the rebates we were just discussing, the rebate budgets really depend on whether customers seek out and take those rebates. But so it sounds like an area of the budget where P&M could on its own spend more on its own initiative would be the marketing, education, and outreach portfolio. Is that right?
Yes, I would agree with that. That one section of the budget does not rely specifically on customers applying for rebates.
And I know this may be unfair, but do you think P&M has the capacity initially to basically spend more money than what you've planned?
I think P&M could spend additional funds if we thought that if it was needed. But to reiterate a common theme throughout the last couple of days, we've really tried to work on a balance of enough money to increase the adoption rate without unnecessarily impacting other customers.
Okay. All right, switching subjects here. Mr. Bagatko from staff asked you some questions about participation of organizations working in the interest of low-income customers. Do you recall that?
I do.
And he asked about whether several specific organizations had participated in the stakeholder process, and you said besides Prosperity Works, none of the other organizations that Mr. Bagatko listed participated, correct?
That's correct.
A number of government organizations, including local governments, counties, and cities, did participate in your stakeholder process, didn't they?
That's correct. Yes, they did.
So did they tend to represent, and I know counties, local governments have both their own interests in expanding vehicle electrification. That is like making sure that they can add fleet like P&M does that is powered by electricity, but they may also represent their interests of their citizens. Is that right?
That's correct.
In the stakeholder process, did local governments tend to do one or the other? Did they represent their own interests as government entities or interests of their broader, of their constituencies?
I don't want to put words in their mouth. I think that they probably tried to keep both in mind when thinking about maybe their goals as a municipality or county or other government entity, as well as their constituents. I like to think that they would have both in mind.
And to the extent they were involved sort of on behalf of or keeping the interests of their constituents in mind, some of those constituents are low-income citizens, right?
That's correct. I would think that that's would be broadly applicable across all government organizations.
Okay. I was going to ask you about the upfront cost to EV ownership as a hurdle, but the hearing examiner asked you about tax credit legislation that the legislature has considered in the past, hasn't passed. I did want to, well, no, I don't need to go there. You mentioned, Mr. Bobby, do you recall that you had actually costed out in your testimony the potential impact of a utility provided rebate for the purchase of an EV?
I do recall that, yes.
And I found that it was actually just, that was in fact in your, let me see if I can find it really quickly and we can go there. I might not be able to find it quickly enough, and you covered it with the hearing examiner, so we can move on.
I do have it in my supplemental testimony. I do.
What page is it on?
It's on page 8 of my supplemental testimony.
Okay. So your estimate, so reading at the bottom of your supplemental testimony, page 8, you had what was the math that you ran there?
So if we were to provide a $4,000 cash on the hood incentive for the 5,000 EVs that we are hoping to add to the fleet in Pnm service area, that alone would account for $20 million of the total TEP budget, and therefore a possible additional impact to customers.
Okay. All right. The hearing examiner asked you a number of questions about the overall TEP model that Pnm decided to use, correct? The utility incentive model. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And that discussion in your Pnm exhibit AJB2 is at page 18. I wanted to ask you some questions about the utility ownership model. Now you explained that basically that it's kind of a utility ownership means what it says, that the utility would actually own charging stations, correct?
That's correct.
What are a number of states have pursued that approach, right?
Yes, depending on different service areas.
Okay. And I believe the hearing examiner asked you a question about the benefits to utilities of the utility ownership model. Wouldn't one of the benefits, and I know this was litigated in California, where the large utilities did get their plans approved, where they actually do own a lot of the charging stations. Wouldn't one of the benefits to a utility be that because a charging station is a capital cost and infrastructure, that the utility can actually earn a rate of return on those investments?
Yes, that is true. If it is a utility owned, they could own return on it. On the other hand, I always think of it too as ongoing maintenance that's required. So I see both sides of that.
Okay. All right. And I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Examiner, I am skipping around a lot, so I'm keeping you on your toes. But the hearing examiner also asked about workplace charging that might not be accessible to the public. Do you recall that?
I do.
I think her question was why workplace charging can't be more publicly accessible. Do you recall that?
I do recall that line of questioning.
And are some of the limitations, I guess, to workplace charging that for certain employees there may be security requirements for access to parking locations?
There could be, yes, depending on the location of the employee lot and or fleet lot.
Would workplace, I don't know if this is the case in New Mexico, but in some places are employers actually offering workplace charging as an incentive to their employees or as a perk?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. You know, and actually this reminds me of another question that I wanted to ask about, because I think workplace charging would fall into your definition of what you had referred to as behind the fence.
Yes, that's correct. I consider that a behind the fence application.
When Mr. Dunbar was asking you about Pnm's proposal to make payment on public charging stations accessible, you used that term behind the fence. And I think you explained that anything that is behind the fence would not be subject to the same accessible payment requirements as publicly available charging, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Could you explain a little bit more about what would be considered behind the fence?
So I use behind the fence a couple of different times. So one of them would be this workplace and or fleet charging. Those are locations reserved for either employees or fleet vehicles of the business. Another behind the fence would be, for example, multifamily housing parking that is not available to the public. And the fence here is a little, I'll say, metaphorical. So it's really it's referring to a location that is not simply accessible to the public, and so a charging station that is not accessible to the public and not made available. So, for example, I'll use a fleet charging as a good example. You might have a fleet card that you would want to pay with, or it might simply be free if it's behind the fence. There could be any number of things, but public charging stations need to be just that, accessible by the public at large, which is not the case for fleet or workplace charging.
Okay. I think my last question is about something you answered in response to the bench request from Commissioner Maestas, Pnm Exhibit 10. And it's related to the Rev West minimum voluntary standards that were addressed in the first question of that bench request. And in the response to that bench request, Pnm said that the Rev West minimum voluntary standards would not constitute an applicable, let me just get the language, that the Rev West initiative is separate from the TEP and would not constitute an adequate measure for the for Pnm's TEP. Is that sort of right in a nutshell?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I thought it might be helpful are you familiar with the Rev West minimum voluntary standards? I mean, like exactly what those standards are?
I am. I don't have them in front of me, but I generally understand what they are.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I could, if I could share, I could actually pull those up. Otherwise, I will just ask Mr. Babe, what he knows about them. But if you did want to actually see what the standards are, I'm prepared to pull them up.
I think since he's already indicated that he's familiar with them, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Mr. Babe, so if you could, just based on your memory of what the Rev West standards are, could you name some of them?
Sure. First and foremost, the Rev West minimum voluntary standards are meant to apply to EV charging along what is deemed Mountain West corridors, which in New Mexico are only I-10, I-25, and I-40. So they are simply meant for that. To wit, one of the locational standards is that a charging station must not be installed more than half a mile away from the highway. And so again, that underscores this applicability only to the highway itself and not to a broader area. Some of the other standards that I know is that every parking space and charging station must be ADA accessible, have access to drinking water and bathrooms. They must have security cameras, I believe, or at least be well lit. Essentially, they are the same standards that you would apply to a travel center along an interstate and not necessarily other types of charging.
Okay. Are there signage standards as well?
I believe so. I don't have any of them off the top of my head.
Okay.
What is a travel center and why did you include it in your answer?
Oh, so when I'm thinking of a travel center, if you think of like a truck stop along the highway, it has all of these things available. So it has bathrooms available, drinking water. All of those things are really best practices for, like, let's say a truck stop, which really is what you would need along a highway, but you wouldn't expect to have all of those things at, let's just say, any other type of fueling station.
Okay, so you're not saying that all the things that are at a travel center need to be at a charging station?
Yes, essentially, I'm saying that those requirements are best practices only along corridors, not necessarily any charging station.
Okay, so then you are saying that they are required along corridors.
The Rev West initiative is to underscore best practices for charging along corridors. So that's what I'm saying. I agree. We've been a supporter of the Rev West initiative, so I don't want to discount that at all. But I'm just saying that it applies along corridors. It does not apply to a TEP in general.
Any inclusion of like one of the things I can think of along the highway are the, from where I'm from in the Midwest, we call them rest areas. But I think some places they're expanded to be welcome centers or whatever, but the pull off for the cars that have bathrooms and sometimes vending machines or whatever. Is there anything in these standards that would allow location of chargers at those facilities?
So short answer to your question is no. The longer answer, and please stop me if I'm going too off topic here, because this is a really big point of contention right now, actually, and I would recommend talking with the DOT about it. At rest areas, like state-sponsored rest areas, there are no commercial activities that are allowed, and therefore nationally it has been determined that EV charging is not allowed at rest stops. It has to be at a commercial facility such as a truck stop.
Now, is that relatively new?
No, that has been, so this restriction on commercial activity has been on the books, I believe, since the 50s. But there's a lot of discussion around that with the state DOT as well as with the federal DOT. But that is a restriction from the Department of Transportation, not part of the statute or this Rev West initiative.
Okay, because I can recall a time when I think contracts were bid in another state to provide like the vending machines, et cetera, at state rest areas, And
I don't know how the vending machines get there, because I've been told about this restriction on commercial activity, but vending machines are a good point, and I don't know how they play in.
Okay, you don't know if those are state owned or how that works. Okay,
I don't, unfortunately.
this was many years ago, and the big deal is because it was the governor's husband who got that contract at the time in another state. So that's the only reason I remember it, but okay. Go ahead, Ms. Padilla.
No, that's all I have, Madam Hearing Examiner, although I am recalling driving along private tollways in the East Coast where that is a little different, where when it's a privately owned tollway, they do allow a lot of commercial activity. And I'm curious if that maybe was not subject to the Federal Highway Administration standards. So interesting stuff, but that's all I have for Mr. Bobby. So thank you.
Okay, and I'm gonna let you, if you want to ask one more question, because I'm gonna ask him one more question. You don't have to on this, but Mr. Bobby, you had talked about, I think, in response to, I believe, my question, about budget. And I think you had said something about, well, yeah, that was in the notice, how it was going to affect potentially the customers. So can you see the notice?
I can, as this looks like it might be the notice. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm sharing with you the notice, and I think there was some testimony that and I always forget, since it seems like some IOUs like to say the average customer, and some like to say the typical customer. So for purposes of my question, I seem to recall that the average residential customer for P&M used about 600 kWh per month.
That's correct. That's the number I've heard as well.
Okay, so basically, looking at this, they're going to, if you want to split the difference between the 500 kWh, which thanks to Dr. Pitts, I think, who did these comparisons for us to be included in the notice. The 500 kWh at current level, and then at projected level, for 500 was 2 cents, and then for 750 was 3 cents. So if we split the difference and we say, well, 2.5 cents is probably what, based on this, if the commission were to adopt your proposed budget, is perhaps, again, if these were the numbers that were, and the rates were the same when P&M is allowed to charge this, it would be 2.5 cents, correct?
I would agree. If we split the difference with those categorizations, then yes.
Okay, and I was trying to be very careful to say, this is based on current rates, and your rates could go up before then. Or, looking optimistically, your rates could go down. Mm-hmm. And it could even be less than 2.5 cents. But just based on this information and the current proposed budget in this notice, 2.5 cents a month, right?
I think with those caveats, that would be accurate.
So really, based upon your earlier testimony that, of your customer base, that approximately, how many did you tell me? How many residential customers?
Somewhere around 450,000, I believe, maybe.
That's what I thought, right around 450,000, if potentially, again, looking at, your average customer, the monthly dollar impact is not going to be significant, is it?
It will. I mean, I think that this, again, we'll just continue with the caveats. and this is sort of an even spend over both program years. I personally would not consider this significant, but I always hesitate to say what a new significant cost is for other customers.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I understand that some customers use more than others.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the breakout, I mean, really, the majority of your customers, based on this projection, again, are going to have quite a bit less of an impact, for example, than if you look at your, let's look at your rate 30B, your large service for manufacturing customers, and under that consumption level of, what is that, 25 million? KWH and 40,000 KW.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they could be looking at $1,600 a month, correct?
Yes, these are broken out by class, and the impact does vary across the rate classes.
Right, based upon the rate class and the terms of the rate class and how much power is used.
Exactly. Correct? Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to, since we talked about the notice, I just wanted to bring up the notice. So I don't know, Ms. Padilla, if you want to, if you want to ask him a question about that or not.
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, those are all the questions I have for Mr. Babe.
Okay, very well. Well, what we're going to do,
Madam Hearing Examiner,
then, is that we're going to go back through, and I will allow a brief opportunity, about 5 minutes, if a party has questions based upon the redirect, my questions, or Commissioner Hall's questions, to the best I can recall them. So we will start with you, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. For the benefit of the court reporter, Jeff Albright with J. Albright Law LLC, representing Bernalillo County. And I just have one follow-up, or a couple of questions, but follow-up to a single question that was asked by the hearing examiner. If you'd please turn, Mr. Babe, to your direct testimony at page 17, please.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and this centers around the question there: what additional qualification required to claim the residential charging incentives? And then there was discussion about the level 2 charger. And I believe the question was along the lines about whether or not the chargers themselves use energy, and you mentioned about lights and so forth. Do you recall that question from the hearing examiner?
I do.
Okay, and my question is, I thought for level 2 chargers, in order to qualify for level 2 chargers, that the level 2 charger had to be tied into, to get the benefit, that it had to be tied into the use, the entire household use, which was designed to encourage people to change their pattern of use for dishwashing and clothing and so forth. So the charger itself would have more than just what I would call a housekeeping use of energy for its own benefit. It would also be tied into the rest of the household. Is that correct, or am I misinterpreting something there for the level 2 charger?
No, I think you're correct. The level 2 charger would be behind the customer meter, meaning that consumption of the charger would be reflected on the customer meter.
Okay, and so the level 2 charger would be recording all of the household use, correct?
No, sorry. The level 2 charger is behind the meter, so it's your meter, all of your other house loads, and the level 2 charger is like another appliance in your home. So it doesn't record the whole house. It
does not record the whole house.
No, it's part of it's like your dishwasher. Think of it as an additional appliance on your home.
Okay, that clarifies the question. That's the only question I had. Thank you, Mr. Bombay. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
So how is P&M going to be benefited in getting the information about how much energy is actually utilized? For example, under the whole house rate, if it's not able to track anything except the charger.
So the billing meter will track the whole home. And so that will be on the rate. The charging station will be behind that, right? So like another appliance. And so the benefit of getting the data from the charging station is directly applicable to the proposed KPIs. So we want to be able to see, are people taking advantage of the rate the way it's designed? Are they waiting until 10 p.m. to turn on their car? And then I can think of a lot of other really interesting data points, such as how often are customers charging? Are they charging every day? Are they charging every 3 days? Are they taking a charge all night, or is it front loaded to just that first 2 to 4 hours? So there's a lot of things that we would want to know about EV usage on our customers, and not necessarily the whole home will be billed at the meter, but the data from the charger is necessary to properly analyze the program.
Thank you. Ms. Zur, anything based on the redirect my questions or Commissioner Hall's questions?
Yes, I do have some questions, and they're based on Commissioner Hall's questions.
Okay, you can have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right, so do you recall Commissioner Hall was asking you about passing through price signals under the public charging station? Do you recall that? And she asked you if P&M would benefit. So I want to go back to those questions and see if I could clarify what she was asking, okay? So when you're asked about whether or not in public charging stations, the rates should be passed through to customers, you keep saying you want to give customers, meaning the people that are running and installing those charging stations, you want to give them the choice to decide to pass through rates, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We are.
Okay, I'm just asking you what you said. I don't want you to say it again. Okay, is that correct?
Could you repeat it one more time then, so I make sure I know what I'm agreeing to?
You say your goal is to give customers choice, right? As to whether or not to pass through those price signals, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And isn't it correct that whether the default is to pass those through or not, in other words, isn't it true that either way the customer gets the choice? The issue between you and Mr. Baumhefner is what is the default arrangement, right?
Yes, it's a default where someone has to choose to opt out rather than opt in. There is a difference in those choices.
And am I correct that when you pass through the time variant rates to customers, you are more likely to benefit the grid than when you do not, correct?
I think based on the data that is shown, we were talking about earlier, I think that you can say that there has been some agreement about customer, or I guess EV drivers, following that.
Okay, so your answer is yes, it benefits the grid. It's more likely to benefit the grid when you pass through those price signals to customers. That's your answer, right?
In the examples that we spoke about yesterday, it looks like there's agreement. I cannot speak to that being the case here with the rates that we have proposed.
Well, isn't that in fact why you're designing rates to give low off-peak prices, is because these are price signals that get people to shift their usage to off-peak, right?
And the P&M customers that would in this case be the charging stations are getting those price signals. It's whether or not the default arrangement is for EV drivers, which is a different argument.
Okay, so let me go back to Commissioner Hall's question now. She said, she asked if P&M benefits. So if P&M benefits when you don't pass through those price signals. I think that was her question. And if it wasn't, I want to ask you that. If P&M does not send through price signals, doesn't that mean the end users of those charging stations behavior will result in a peakier usage than if you pass through price signals?
I think the answer I can give is it depends. If customers choose to charge during peak periods, then it will result in peakier usage from charging stations, yes.
What does peakier mean? Wait, what does peakier mean to you, Mr. Babe?
Yeah, so and maybe that's a good definition because it's we're sort of making up good terms here. So when I'm referring to that, so let's say there's the peak period between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m., right, that we refer to. And if customers are charging during 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., that is during Pnm's peak. So that peak, therefore, would incrementally be larger.
So my question to you is, you recall we looked at those charts in Mr. Baumwell's testimony, and the Southern Cal Edison had, there were different examples, one showing the pass-through customers of price signals, and one where it did not pass through price signals. And generally, when you don't pass through the price signals, you have higher peaks than you otherwise would, right?
Could you point me to that just so I make sure I know what I'm looking at?
Yes, I could do that. Let's see. Look at Mr. Baumwell's testimony, page 35 of his direct testimony, I believe.
Okay.
Okay, are you there?
I am. Figure 11.
Yeah. Do you see where he says a simple, okay, and then there's a little curve, and it shows the hourly load profile for each day, and then he concludes after showing you this graph, a simple nudge in the form of a time of use price signal seen by EV drivers is sufficient to push EV charging the hours of the day when it benefits the grid and when fuel costs can be maximized. Do you have any reason to dispute that statement?
I don't, but it looks like he is talking about a residential rate, and we have proposed a very similar rate to incentivize that price signal to customers.
That doesn't matter though, does it? The issue is that customers see a price signal and they respond to it, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so why wouldn't that benefit P&M if you were not sending price signals? And as a result, we had higher usage at peak. And wouldn't P&M have to build more resources?
Whoa, compound question. Let him answer.
I know, I'm running out of time. Can I have
I know.
Okay.
Answer the question, sir, if you know.
Could you just restate the first part? I want to make sure I'll respond correctly.
Okay. Without sending price signals through to customers, wouldn't that result in usage patterns, creating higher peaks of usage, higher system peak?
So we are sending price signals to customers, which, as we said, was the site host in this case. That is the P&M customer, and they are receiving price signals.
The end user, I'm sorry, excuse me, the end user, the people that are using the energy.
So that will depend. My position is that it really depends on the site host. If they want to, when they are getting a lower cost of energy, they have a built-in incentive to maximize the amount of charging during that time. And that is the goal.
Let him finish the question, Ms. Sir.
Okay, you're answering a different question than I asked. You're talking about the site host. I'm talking about the end users. When customers do not follow price signals, don't they drive up peaks?
If EV drivers are charging during the peak, then the peak becomes peakier, to use our new term.
All right, last question, hearing examiner. And when you have these higher peaks, isn't it true P&M benefits because they have to build more generating resource to serve higher peaks, right?
So I'm not the expert on that, but I would say that, yeah, exacerbating the peak exacerbates the load on the system that must be served.
Okay, thank you, sir. No more questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Beatles? No?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dunbar, any follow-up from you?
Oh, excuse me. No, thank you, hearing examiner.
Okay. Mr. Harris?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, anything from you?
Yes, I do have a few questions.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, thanks. My first question raised when I was looking at that charging stations questions on page 20 of your direct testimony exhibit. And you don't have to look at that. I'll just read from it when it says that the charge of 80% charge will be 20 to 30 minutes. And I started thinking, if I'm driving to California, which I do for family, there's no way in the world I'd want to do that. So a low-hanging fruit question occurred to me: that is P&M's emphasis now on local use and subsidization and trying to encourage more vehicles locally, because the range anxiety type of thing is going to be further down the road?
I'm sorry, I'm going to try and restate that. Are you asking?
Well,
if we are...
it's a range anxiety that's a valid question, but it looks to me like solving that is going to be further down the road than trying to get people to buy cars for local use at this point in time.
I see what you mean. So I think of range anxiety in 2 ways. There is a local range anxiety where if you forget to plug in your EV the night before, perhaps you drive to work and you're worried that there might not be stations available locally. The other type of range anxiety is this long corridor travel, and I would say both play into it. And I think that we have considered both.
Right, but don't you think solving the range anxiety long range will take longer to achieve than trying to solve some of the local problems of people using cars locally?
I would tend to agree with that. Yes, I would think that to long range anxiety will require a very robust national network, which we're just not there yet. I would agree.
Right, it'd be hundreds of thousands of vehicles. So I'm not going to give up my family car now if I'm driving to California, where that's a different consideration. I say, okay, for my second car, I'll have something that's locally and I can charge locally. That seems a lot more doable than giving up my family car to drive to California. Then there was a question on the battery, and it got close to there was an exchange in the cost of the batteries, and it occurred to me that while there's used EVs, that the value of the EV is maybe related to how much life is still left in the battery. Is that correct?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, because I tend to keep vehicles for a long time, and if you do, that's a real consideration.
I would tend to agree. As I discussed earlier, my understanding is that it's really the energy throughput of the battery, not necessarily the age. And so if it's an old car that has been discharged and charged a number of times, the battery is probably somewhat degraded relative to a newer car.
Right, and if I'm a knowledgeable buyer, I'm going to look, and I'm going to be buying a used EV, I'm going to pay attention to how much life is left in that battery, not in terms of age, but in terms of cycles. And
right, just as you would look at the mileage of a car you're thinking of purchasing today. Very, very sort of similar.
Right. Okay, the last question I have is based on the P&M service to the what I call the pedestal or the fence, because if the companies owned the equipment, past what is now the fence, then there's a lot of things that changes in terms of risk that is being shifted from the marketplace, being shifted onto ratepayers in terms of, does technology change? Does P&M have to add a whole bunch more employees or start hiring more third-party contractors? So there's an awful lot that goes into the consideration of do you serve past the pedestal? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree that expanding P&M's ownership of infrastructure could have additional considerations.
Right, and shift a great deal of risk onto ratepayers, and probably get outside of the company's comfort zone as far as what is needed where, et cetera, et cetera. So it appears to me that it's a wise decision for the company to continue.
Is that a question? You can't testify, Mr. Harris. Is there a question there?
Yes. Would you agree that risk and cost, it comes into your considerations of ownership of equipment?
I would tend to agree with that statement, yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Very well. Ms. Gerson, any recross for Mr. Bobby?
Just a few. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Bobby. Do you remember discussing with the hearing examiner the question of what the benefits might be of choosing the utility ownership model or rate make-ready model over a utility incentive model?
Yes, I remember that line of questioning.
Would you agree that from the perspective of the participating site hosts, there are some benefits of having a utility ownership model or rate, sorry, I keep saying the wrong thing, or make-ready model, because it's just easier to participate in those kinds of programs if you're a site host?
Yes, if I flip my hat around, I can see that giving up that responsibility could be a possible benefit for site hosts.
Would you be able to explain a little bit more why a site host might be interested in a utility ownership model?
So I'm speaking a little bit outside of really my general perspective here, but if they don't have to own or maintain any of that equipment, of course they don't have any of that ownership. It's not theirs. They simply own the charging station. So I guess the upfront investment would be cheaper for them specifically because the utility is taking on all of that cost.
And do you anticipate that it might be challenging in this first TEP that you proposed to recruit site hosts for multifamily charging in LMI communities?
Yes, I would agree that is always a difficult subject across all of these programs across the country. I know that's always a point of discussion.
And if P&M is not able to recruit as many multifamily site hosts in this first program as it wants to in LMI communities, do you think one strategy for overcoming those challenges in future TEPs that P&M could consider might be trying out a utility ownership program for those specific kinds of installations?
Yes, PNM will remain open to different models in the future, depending on the success or not success of different categories or this program in general.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Well, Ms. G, any recross for you?
So I have a question, I think maybe just one question on the testimony from Mr. Babe about the metering during the time of use, the WHEV time of use for residential customers. So that time period is 10 p.m. until 5 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And I can't find it that the testimony, I mean, that topic in your testimony, but I am looking at Dr. Pitts's testimony. And just to be sure that I did not misunderstand what you were saying earlier, do you agree with Ms. Pitt's testimony on page 6? That okay, are you there?
I am.
Okay. Do you agree with Ms. Pitts that PNM is not requiring the installation of a second meter specifically for the EV charger? This is what she testifies between lines 2 and 3 on page 6, right?
Yes, we are not proposing a sub-meter.
All right. And then down below on lines 15 to 16, that the smart meter will measure the energy usage for the WHEV time period between 10 and 5. So that the customer, the residential customer, will get that time of use, whether they're using the electricity to charge their vehicle or for other purposes.
I would broadly agree, but I would also say that Dr. Pitts will be responsible for answering questions about her testimony.
But is that what you were saying earlier in your testimony about how the usage would be billed?
So in my testimony, the whole home EV rate, as I refer to in my exhibit, is a whole home rate. So all of the usage during the off-peak period of the whole home EV rate will be registered at the customer billing meter. There's no sub-metering.
Okay. So I just thought that maybe you were saying that there was another meter for measuring other usages, but that's not what you were saying, right?
No, that's not the case. There is a single billing meter.
Okay, that's all I have.
And it's going to be a smart meter.
An advanced meter, I would say.
Okay. Also known as a smart meter?
I would refer to Dr. Pitts. She is
Okay.
Much more eloquent at talking about metering types than I am at this point.
But it's not the meter that generally your 450,000 residential customers already have.
Correct. It would need to be a time of use meter to measure the different time intervals, as well as interval data. So it is an advanced meter. It is not a simple kilowatt hour meter, which is what most customers have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. G?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and thank you, Mr.
Thank
Beck.
you.
Of course, thank you.
Mr. Bradko? There he is.
Hey. Yeah, one question I'll attempt with Mr. Babe. if you don't mind. Mr. Bobby, do you recall a question from Madam Hearing Examiner regarding the notice that PNM proposed and issued in this case?
Yes, I do.
And regarding the information that notice referable to bill impact, does the bill impact that you estimate in connection with the TEP include the approximately $1.8 million that PNM proposes to recover for the cost of the metering through base rates?
I would have to refer to Dr. Pitts about the costs and recovery mechanisms. I think that she'll be better suited to answer those questions.
Okay, so you're punting to Dr. Pitts. That's fair enough, Mr. Bobby. Thank you very much for your attendance today, and I hope you have a beer or two tonight.
Oh, don't worry.
Oh, Mr. Bobby, have you testified before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you're familiar with the commission rules regarding witnesses passing questions to other witnesses?
I don't know if I could say I'm familiar with the rules. I just know that if sort of my understanding is that if a witness is better suited to answer that question as they address it in their testimony, then that is the appropriate witness to answer that question.
Okay, absolutely. Don't want anybody to answer something that they're not comfortable with, and I don't know as seems to be something people don't want to ever admit, but it's a fine answer as far as I'm concerned. No, it's sort of the unwritten rule of witness testimony that if you pass a question to a witness, then that witness gets part of your salary.
Heidi has earned it. I will just say that on the record.
Of course, you're going to have to collect from Miss Rowie because she passed a lot of questions to you. So
hey, that's okay with me too.
Anyway, Mr. Bobby, thank you very much. I believe we have concluded the questions that we had for you, and your excuse, sir.
Thank you very much. And thank everyone for your time.
Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to take a brief recess to 10 till, I think. So to 2:50, and then we'll hear from our next witness, Dr. Pitts. So Ms. Padilla, if we need to have Dr. Pitts come into the Zoom, we can do that.
I was just about to make sure that she logs on, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay.
Thank you. She's been monitoring on YouTube. Okay.
Okay. Oh, Jakers. I just wanted to let you know that I talked to Miss Beatty, and I think what's going to happen is that
Hearing examiner, you're not muted.
are going to split the days. So one will do the morning, and she can work on her expedited.
Since she's using headphones, Stephanie, I think she won't hear, unfortunately.
Oh, well, hopefully. Oh, well.
Yep.
Not much we could do.
Yeah, so it looks like we're at the point. I also had a question for you. Is there a way that I can see these on YouTube? No, I just. Okay, well, and there's no like listing of names of who's watching on YouTube. Okay. Okay. We are back from our brief recess. And Ms. Padilla, I believe you have another witness.
We do, Madam Hearing Examiner. At this time, PNM would like to call Dr. Heidi Pitts.
Hello there, Dr. Pitts.
Hello, Hearing Examiner Hurst. How are you?
I'm okay. How about yourself?
Doing well, thanks.
Good. If I could have our court reporter swear the witness in.
Yes, Dr. Pitts, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth under penalty of perjury?
I didn't hear you.
Did I lose her?
Did you hear that, Dr. Pitts?
I'm hearing an echo where I'm hearing everything twice, so that's
Are you
why I
on
stopped.
YouTube? If you're on YouTube, sign out of your YouTube.
Okay. Yes, I swear. May I sign out of YouTube real quick so I don't hear everything twice?
Sure.
I forgot about that part.
Thank you, Miss Beatty.
You're welcome.
Almost. 1 second, please. Okay. My apologies.
Okay. Go ahead, Miss Padilla.
So do you hear only one of me right now, Dr. Pitts?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
It was kind of like
Right.
being schizophrenic.
Good. Dr. Pitts, you prepared 3 different pieces of testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
So I'm just going to go through each one of those 3 in sequence and ask you some questions about it. Do you have what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 7 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify, I'm sorry, could we go back up? Could you please state your name and your position at PNM for the record?
Yes, my name is Heidi M. Pitts, and I'm a lead pricing analyst in the pricing department at PNM.
Okay. Now, do you see what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that, please, for the record?
That is my direct testimony that was filed on December 18th, 2020.
Okay. And was it prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And does that also apply to the exhibits that are attached to your direct testimony?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you have any corrections or changes to make to your direct testimony at this time?
Yes, I have 6.
Okay, go ahead and walk us through those.
Okay, they're all around the same theme of changing terminology. So on page 6, line 5, change smart or cross out smart and replace it with advanced.
And Dr. Pitts, what's the reason for that change?
Because in the supplemental and the rebuttal testimony, as well as responses to discovery, I use the term advanced meter. So it's for consistency and also accuracy, because the smart meter would refer to the method of transmitting the data, meaning at least once a day to the customer and the utility. And that's not what these meters will do. They're advanced interval meters, but they don't have that mesh network behind them to transmit daily. So that's the reason, consistency and accuracy.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right.
So the second change on the same page, 6, is line 15. Again, cross out smart and replace it with advanced.
All right, go to the next one.
Page 8, line 21. Cross out smart, replace it with advanced. Going on to page 9, line 15. Cross out the words a smart and replace it with an advanced. Then on page 10, this is the 5th change, line 19, cross out smart and replace it with advanced. And the final terminology change is on page 17, line 8, cross out smart and replace it with advanced. And that concludes my changes.
Okay. And with those changes, is your testimony, is your direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM moves admission of PNM Exhibit number 7.
Any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 7, the pre-filed direct testimony of Dr. Pitts as corrected by her here today? Seeing nor hearing any objection, PNM Exhibit 7 is admitted.
All right.
Ms. Padilla?
Dr. Pitts, do you have a copy of what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 8 before you?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you identify that for the record, please?
That is my supplemental testimony filed on March 11th, 2021.
All right. And was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections or changes to make to this testimony?
No, I do not.
All right. Is this testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
PNM moves PNM Exhibit 8 into evidence. Madam Hearing Examiner.
Any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 8? It is the supplemental testimony of Dr. Pitts. Seeing nor hearing any objection, PNM Exhibit 8 is admitted.
All right. Lastly, Dr. Pitts, do you have a copy of what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 9 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify that for the record?
That is my rebuttal testimony filed on May 13th, 2021.
All right. And was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make at this time?
No, I don't.
All right. Is the testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, PNM moves PNM Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Any objection to what's been identified as PNM Exhibit 9, Dr. Pitt's rebuttal testimony? Hearing no or seeing no objection, PNM Exhibit 9 is admitted.
Okay, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. PNM would now make Dr. Pitts available for cross-examination.
Before we begin with that, Dr. Pitts, I think you probably heard the last question that if you're listening on eBay, not eBay, maybe you were buying things on eBay, listening on YouTube. You heard me ask him a question about the potential bill impacts.
Right, that I calculated, yes.
Yes, and that's just what I wanted to just clarify for the record in case anybody wants to can you see it?
I can see the notice. It's not on the page yet with the, there we go. Yeah,
Okay.
the various classes and the consumption levels.
Okay, and you calculated that for the notice to be provided to Pnm's customers, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, very well. Thank you. All right, we now have cross-examination for Dr. Pitts. And I believe, Mr. Albright, that you have reserved 30 minutes for Dr. Pitts. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Pitts.
Good afternoon, Mr. Albright.
Good to see you again. It's been a while.
It has been a while. Nice to see you.
And again, a little bit has changed for me as well. I'm now the sole practitioner with J. Albright Law, LLC.
Oh,
And
congrats.
but I still represent Bernalillo County in this proceeding as well.
Okay.
So I had, let's turn to just get to the quick of it, since I have a lot of questions and probably will be short on time. Would you turn to page 1, please, of your direct testimony?
Page 1, yes.
Okay. And toward the bottom at lines 21 and 22, you talk about the one of the rates being the revised rate 1A whole home electric vehicle rate pilot. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the question is, rate 1A, why do you distinguish between, for the residential class, between rate 1A and 1B?
Because 1B is the residential time of use rate, and the off-peak hours are for the charging are overnight. So we want them to switch back to 1A if they are going to participate in the whole home EV, so that it reduces or free riding, because they already get a lower rate overnight in the time frame that would encompass the whole home EV hours from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. So that's why.
All right, and then looking at page 3 and tying in related to that, you'll see I have a couple of questions, but let me go first to lines 15 and 17, where you have the proposing a new rider, original rider 53, to collect TEP program expenses. Do you see that at lines 15 and 16?
Yeah, rider 53 is exhibit HMP 6 on line 16. Yes, and it's an illustrative example.
Correct. So what do you include in program expenses?
For the illustrative example for rider 53?
Yes, for the TEP program expenses, what do you include in program expenses?
This was to show the methodology that we would use to calculate the TEP, since Mr. Babe didn't forecast participation for each year, because that's somewhat uncertain, and therefore the number of rebates or the expenditures that would be incurred each year. I just used 4 million, which was approximately half of the $8.4 million budget, in order to illustrate the methodology of how the rider would be calculated. So it was just 4 million, half of the budget. That was what I used.
Right, so it was just illustrative. You didn't look at the expected expenses and include those then in your calculation.
No, we didn't have a forecast of expected expenses by year.
Okay, now the fact that this is a new rider, and if you follow on at lines 16 and 17, says that it will be for all non-lighting rate classes, excepting for rate 6 and 20. 6 is a time of use, and I believe 20 is the tariff 20 for street lighting. Is that correct?
Yes, although are we still on page 2?
Page 3.
Page 3.
Page 3,
Pardon?
lines 16 and 17.
Yes, rates 6 and 20 are excluded. Those are the lighting, private lighting and street lighting.
Okay,
rate
so by
classes.
doing this for a rider, you're imposing this rider on all rate classes, whether or not they are affected by the EV charge, correct?
What do you mean by it?
Other than 6 and other than 20?
What do you mean affected by?
Well, it's going to show up as a cost on everyone's bill except for those that are in rate 6 and rate 20, correct?
Yes.
And is that why you're doing it as a rider?
I see.
As opposed to incorporating it in rates where it might be challenged as cross-rate subsidization?
No, we are proposing it as a rider because it's a statutory policy that this program was designed to implement. And so we believe it's important to let customers know that we are offering this program, remind them that it is there, let them know the costs of the program. And so a line item rider is the most appropriate way, the best way to do that, because it comes as a line item on the bill rather than being incorporated in base rates. And customers are accustomed to that because of the energy efficiency, rider 16 and then rider 36 for the renewable energy. And both of those are statutory goals as well. And so it's a transparent way of letting customers know about the program. So, and it also provides more upfront cost recovery for expenses that are rebates, administrative expenses, very similar to the type of expenses that are incurred under energy efficiency.
Well, I appreciate that, but I guess my question would be, what kind of a message does it send, for example, to those that are in rate class 2A for small power, 2B for small power, well, small power time of use would be 2B, 3B general power, 4B large power, et cetera, et cetera. I could go on. But because they aren't even eligible for this, and yet they're going to be asked to pay this as a rider, it's going to be a line item on their bill, but it certainly doesn't, they aren't going to be
One question at a time, Mr. Albright. One question at a time.
I'll let her answer that question at this point.
And Dr. Pitts, can you put some light on your?
I'll try to rearrange. It's because of the backlight from the natural sunlight outside that makes me look like I'm in a witness protection program.
Yeah, some of the hearing examiners would take issue because they read a lot into the witness's expression.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah, a little.
And we're pulling down blinds to cut down on that light. Okay. So that should help as well. Is that better?
A little bit.
If you turn up your
I see the blind. There you go. I see the blind going down. There we go. Thank you.
My coworker's doing that. So back to Mr. Albright's question, I would disagree that those rate classes don't have the ability to participate. They do through the rebates for public charging, workplace charging that Mr. Babe described. So every rate class that is being assessed, the rider 53, does have the ability to participate.
But on page 3 at line 7, if you'll take a look at that, still on page 3, it says it is a pilot rate available for up to 4,000 residential EV owners. So please, why don't you define what you mean there, because the 4,000 residential EV owners, my interpretation of classes like 3B and others may be different.
No,
I don't see those as being residential EV owners.
no, they're not. That is the part of the program, part of the rate design that is for residential owners. It's the whole home EV overnight charging rate, but not every rate class can participate in every aspect of Mr. Babe's program. And so residential owners also cannot participate and get a rebate for a DC fast charging station or a workplace level 2 charger. So every rate class that will see the line item on the bill has the opportunity to participate in at least one aspect of the program, I would say.
Aren't those handled differently? If you look at lines 10 and 11, you talk about the non-residential EV rate, original rate 3F, which is being introduced for separately metered non-residential EV charging stations. So I don't see how the rider for the residential EV owners, that rate rider, the pilot rate rider, matches up with what you're talking about for original rate 3F.
Well, we're proposing 3 rates as a part of the rate design. And so there's the residential 1A whole home EV, the overnight charging, and then the non-residential EV rate that you just mentioned, the original rate 3F, is for the charging stations, and that is for separately metered charging stations. So it's not for a charging station taking service under the, if a movie theater owned it and it took service under their other meter, it has to be separately metered. And then there's the rider, original rider 53, where we propose the cost recovery for the program expenses, the 8.4 million for the 2-year program.
And you came up with these 6 different, essentially, well, not quite 6, but the revised and the original additional rate riders in this. Did you or anyone else at P&M do an analysis as to the revenue projections for P&M?
No, we did not. We don't have a forecast of how many people, whether it's residential owners or charging stations, will take advantage of this. And so, no, we did not do a revenue analysis.
So you have no idea how much revenue P&M will make or lose as a result of this program. Is that a true statement?
That's a true statement.
Then why wasn't the program made available to more people with low and middle income, more than the 4,000 people that are designated here?
Well, so the 4,000 residential EV owners that may participate in this program, 3,000 of those customer spots are reserved for every residential owner that will get or that will participate in a rebate for the level 2 charger at home. And there's a percentage of every budget category that is reserved for low to middle income EV or customers. And then there's another 1,000 spaces or customers who may participate in the whole home EV rate. And those would be 1A customers who did not get a rebate. So it could be current EV owners. It could be future EV owners who buy the EV after the rebates are all gone for this 2-year program. So it's those are the 1,000 non-rebate EV owners. So that comprises the total 4,000 customers who may participate.
Okay, so then back to my question earlier. So why isn't that number, if the revenue requirement is not an issue for P&M, as far as whether you make profit or don't make profit off of this program, then why not have that, since you already have, what, 2,800 out of the 4,000 people who may already have EVs who sign up for this program, why didn't you make it 8,000?
Well, of the 2,800 existing EVs in Pnm's service territory, only 1,000 can participate because they didn't receive a rebate. So 3,000 spots are reserved for those who get a rebate. And we didn't open it up to the aspirational 7,800 EV owners because this is a pilot, and it's not that Pnm is indifferent to the revenue that may or may not come in. It's that we don't know what the impact on the grid is. We don't know what the response to this rate will be. And so it is a pilot with a chance to study the uptake of this rate, who participates, who is, what their charging profile is, their load, where they're located geographically, things like that. And so it was an appropriate balance of the rebate owners, some non-rebate current owners. There was a concern that if we didn't separate the 3,000 for rebate owners, that the 2,800 current EV owners might take all the spots before new EV owners get a chance to purchase their EV, learn about the rate, sign up. And so we were concerned about that, which is why we separated out 3,000 spots for rebate receivers as an incentive for buying an EV, because we designed this rate also to pursue policy goals in the absence of the revenue requirement or a revenue analysis. We wanted to achieve the policy goals of the statute as well. And so that was our consideration.
Why not do it in the context of a rate case?
Well, why not? May I ask why not do what? Have the whole home EV rate, or could you please clarify?
Sure. Why not do the EV rate and the reimbursements and so forth as part of these different rate riders and so forth? Why not do them in the context of a rate case?
I see. Because we're not sure when the next rate case will be filed in the court. I mean, we had to file the TEP by order of the statute, or the requirement of the statute, by January 1st of 2021. All the IOUs had to meet that deadline. And we don't have a rate case coming right now because we're going through potential merger acquisition. So without a firm date, we didn't feel it was appropriate to propose a program and an EV whole home kind of methodology, but no rate to be able to entice EV owners with a rate that they could anticipate or could look forward to upon enrolling in the program. So it was a timing issue.
Were you or any members of your group at Pnm involved in the drafting of the legislation, of the House bill legislation that led to this?
I wasn't, no. I don't know what others did.
As far as other members at Pnm?
Not to my knowledge, but I just don't know.
Or with any other members who are present in this proceeding, any other parties who were present with this proceeding? Did you work with any of them in the legislation?
No, I don't work on legislation. I do pricing things.
Okay.
You're at 13 minutes, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Would you turn to page 6 of your direct testimony, please?
Yes. Okay, I'm there, Mr. Albright.
Okay, at lines 4 through 6, if you'll take a quick look at that, I just have a clarification question.
Okay.
All right, so you refer in there to different time periods as well as interval data installed as a condition of participating in the WHEV pilot rate. What do you mean by interval data installed? What's that
Well,
referred to?
so the full sentence is saying that participants in this rate will have an advanced meter, and then it talks about what the advanced meter can do installed. So the advanced meter will be installed and it can measure interval data as a condition of participating in the whole home EV rate.
Okay, so back to my question. What does interval data installed? Is that just where it distinguishes then between different periods of how much energy is used for certain periods of time?
An interval meter will measure at intervals, whether 5 minutes, 15 minutes, hourly. So and that type of meter will be exchanged at the residential service address for those who participate.
And the period of interval is set by whom? I mean, what if well, I'll ask one question at a time. Who sets that interval?
I think the meter department will program it, and we could decide on the amount of time. So probably 15 minutes, 15-minute intervals.
Okay, so if the critical time that you're looking at is, say, between, I don't know, 10 in the evening and 5 in the morning, or 8 in the evening and 3 in the morning, or whatever it happens to be, if that period of time changes, who changes the meter? Do you have to go out and individually change each one of the meters time interval then?
No, so I'm not 100% an expert on all meter technology, but no, the way the meter data, when it's downloaded every month, will come in 15-minute intervals. And so then once it's in the system that can analyze and handle interval meter data, then we can just look at any hour time frame when it transmits to billing for billing purposes. So it doesn't need to be reprogrammed like a time of use meter would if the time of use hours changed.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you please turn to page 8 of your direct testimony?
Yes, I'm there. Thank you.
All right, and beginning at line 5 and running through line 11, you talk about rate schedule 1B residential time of use customers be eligible for the WHEV rate pilot. Do you see that? That's the question.
Right.
And your answer is yes. And you go through a description. You say this will help on line 8. You say this will help avoid free riding since the rate schedule 1B residential time of use off-peak hours, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., Monday to Friday, and all weekend already encompass the WHEV hours 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., Monday to Sunday year round. Is that a correct reading of that?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you mean by avoid free riding?
Well, the goal of the rate is to encourage behavior change, whether it is for the EV owners to charge overnight, or the other goal of that whole home EV rate is to encourage shifting of possible household usage to the 10 p.m. hour away from the peak. And since 1B, the residential time of use rate, their off-peak hours, which are already lower, encompass 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. So the differential between the two is not between the off-peak for 1B and the off-peak for the whole home EV is not that great. So we don't believe that it will incentivize the behavior shifting of load that this rate is designed to accomplish.
So let me make sure I understand your answer. So you're saying that because the time frame is so close with the 1B to what the proposed period of time will be for under the new EV program, that that it won't make that much of a difference for the 1B residential, or I'm not quite sure I still understand.
Well, the 10 p.m. to 8 or 5 a.m.
Right.
Overnight time frame is completely enclosed within the 1B off-peak hours, which are
Correct.
8 p.m. to 8 a.m. And so they're already getting and paying the lowest residential rate because the off-peak rate is lower than the 1A block 1 rate. So they would be getting a much lower rate with very little incentive to change. And so again, given that we are proposing to include the cost of the meters in base rates and socialize it across everyone, because we believe that the load research we can do on the grid impacts from EV will benefit everyone in the long run, we want to avoid free riding. And the way to have people pay for participating in it is hopefully they will shift their behavior, because we are not charging a meter charge up front, or we're not proposing to charge a meter charge up front or as part of the rate or anything. So we want to incentivize load shifting and charging overnight. So that's why.
How are the costs of the meter being recovered by P&M?
We propose that they're included in base rates in the next general rate case.
In base rates?
Yes.
So that would be for everybody?
Yes, sir.
Whether or not you can participate in the EV program?
Well, we believe, kind of like with the rider, that everybody except the lighting classes has the opportunity to pay or to participate in at least one of the aspects of Mr. Babe's program. And with the TEP rider, the lights are owned by customers on another rate, and so they would be paying the rider on another rate. So that way they're not paying on the lighting rates, but it's the same principle, we believe.
You're at 5 minutes, Mr. Albright.
Thank you. You turn to page 14, please.
Okay, I'm there.
I'm sorry, I may have the wrong page. Excuse me. About page 19.
Oh, 19, okay. Okay.
Okay, in lines 15 through 19, you talk about the non-residential charging stations. Do you see that language?
Yes.
Why limited to 4 installation rebates of $5,000 per service?
Why is the program limiting
Yes.
those? Well, I mean, this question, I was describing why we set non-residential customer cap at a certain limit, but the questions about limits on the number of rebates would be best for Mr. Babe, because I didn't design the program. This was just in the context of how we designed the $25,000 non-residential customer cap.
And you'll see at same page, lines 19 to 20. The budget cost there, 2.265 million for marketing, education, administration. So that's a combination of all of those categories that bring it to the 2.265 out of the total 8 point whatever it is $1 million program, correct?
8.4 million, yes, sir.
And on page 22, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, lines 8 through 10, you talk about that the regulatory asset as a carrying charge, that they're used the customer deposit interest rate as the carrying charge. Would you please explain that? What the customer deposit interest rate is, how that's determined?
Well, it's posted on the PRC website, and it's based off of US Treasury rates. I'm not sure exactly which series, if it's the 5-year interest rates or the 10-year interest rates, or like, they have 3-month interest rates, but it's a low interest rate charged on customer deposits, so that there is not, just in general, not like a WACC or a rate of return charged on those. And so it's often used for as the interest rate for regulatory assets when they're recovering expenses that aren't like infrastructure. So it's the same interest rate used on the regulatory asset that records energy efficiency expenses in between setting the rider. And so we propose, the rider 53 proposes to collect the same type of expenses for rebates, expenses for marketing, education, administration, things like that. And so we propose to use the same interest rate on the regulatory asset, and it changes every year based on US Treasury rates. So last year it was 1.67, as I note on line 11. This year it is 0.36%, so it changes. And if you look on the commission website right now, it still lists the customer deposit interest rate for 2018, and back then it was 2.25%. So you can just see how it changes according to what US Treasury rates are, but I'm not sure which series determines it. It would be one of the shorter term ones.
And that's usually done in the January of each year, correct?
I believe so, because it's in effect for the calendar year.
And that would
So
be
Last
reflected-
question, Mr. Albright.
I'm sorry, did I cut you off? I was just saying that
Oh, I'm sorry.
the PRC
I thought
cuts
Ms.
it.
Hurst had a question, but I wasn't sure there.
No, I just told you got one more question.
Oh, one
Go
more
ahead, sir.
question. Okay. Would you turn to page 6 of your supplemental testimony, please?
Yes, I'm there.
On lines 7 and 8, I'll just read it because it's only a sentence. It says, currently residential customers with solar PV are included in the residential class with customers who don't own solar PV. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does this program envision allowing people with solar who own their own solar PV to operate the charging system on their own house without having to pay the rider?
Well, you mean the rider 53 for the program cost recovery?
Yes.
So that's going to be assessed on their net usage for solar customers. So because it's $1 per kilowatt hour energy charge. And so for the short term, I think that's what we propose. Were you asking about the longer term? What was I'm sorry, could you repeat your question for the longer term?
Let me rephrase the question then, if I may. People who own their own solar panels, whatever, direct solar, rooftop solar, whatever, if they can use the charger to charge their own automobile, what charges are they going to incur from P&M?
We haven't thought that far down the road. I don't know. There's no plan at the moment.
Hey, Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Albright.
Mr. I believe that you reserved 15 minutes for Dr. Pitts.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Pitts.
Good afternoon, Monsieur. How are you?
Good, good. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Let's start with an easy question. You say that the whole home electric vehicle rate encourages load shifting of other home energy usages to later in the evening. And my question is, would that include programmable appliances like washer, dryer, dishwasher, hot water heater, bread machine?
It could. Those were the type of home usage that I had in mind.
So there
are those
opportunities.
Hang on just a second. Are those particularly high use items?
Well, I think that it could be argued that the dishwasher could go every day after a full day of meals. I think the washer and dryer may not be every single day, but it also depends on the size of the family and the size of the washer and dryer. I used the kilowatt hour energy usage provided on Sacramento Municipal Utility Districts. They have a time of use section of their website that has a cost estimator to educate their customers about what kind of electricity usage different appliances in different rooms of the house use. And so to get an understanding of what the average washer, dryer, dishwasher, those kind of loads used, I used their figures off their website.
And are those rates similar to P&M's rates?
You mean their electricity rates? I don't remember. It's obviously for a time of use program, and I'd have to go back and look at what their time of use hours was. So off the top of my head, I can't remember.
So basically then you chose this particular information because it gave you information on the usage per appliance.
Oh yeah, that was all I was using from their website, not their rates per se, but just how much electricity an average appliance used. And so
and did that information include anything about the time of day that appliance used, whatever amount of energy it used?
Well, right. So that's the cool part about that section of their website, is that's how they're trying to show customers how much money they can save by using it at different times. So you can go to the kitchen, and then they have the appliances listed, and you can pick the dishwasher, and it will show you what it would charge or what it would cost to run a load on peak and off peak, and you can judge that way. But what I used really was the kilowatt hour energy usage multiplied by our rates.
Did it also on that particular website, did it show how much that, for example, other energy uses during peak, how much energy they use?
I'm not sure I understand the question. You mean how much energy the household used?
Yeah, and I think I asked Miss Roy the question about with reference to this trying to shift behavior, that if peak is primarily when people come home from work and it's hot, it doesn't seem to me that no matter how low your rate is, if it's hot, they're going to turn on the air conditioner.
Oh, I would totally agree. I didn't look at usages that, just from a practical standpoint, I don't think they will switch. I don't think that they will not heat or not cool the house at all until 10 p.m. or that they will postpone their dinner cooking or things like that. So I looked at only things that I considered likely candidates for shifting to the 10 p.m. timeframe. And really that was only dishwashing and washing and drying. That was what I considered likely behavior shifts.
And when you were looking at how much energy got used, was there any information or are you aware of what percentage of the total usage that customer would have for that particular activity?
Well, when I was considering what amount of energy might be shifted, I took the kilowatt hours that the SMUD website cost estimator listed for the particular appliance and then multiplied it, say, for the dishwasher by 30 days, assuming a load of dishes is run once a day. And so that's how I came up with the kilowatt hour usage attributed to a dishwasher that could potentially be shifted. And then you could compare it to the average customer who uses 600 kilowatt hours a month. So, I mean, it's only a proxy analysis, but we wanted to seriously consider to not make the claim that we believe there are usages that could shift if in fact there weren't. And so that's why we limited it to things that are not as time sensitive, like cooling the house when you first come home or cooking dinner, things that will occur when they need to occur.
Right, and I guess I just would like to know whether or not you had an idea or even a projection of, oh, well, we think if we can get people to buy into this and shift other things when they're charging their car after 10, we might be able to get them to shift 10%. Of their daily or 5%, or if you had any information like that.
I think when I calculated the potential load or energy usage for the dishwasher and dryer and laundry, that it could be 20 to 25% of the monthly usage for those items based on, again, the average appliance that the SMUD website lists.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. I stopped your time. I'll start it again.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Pitts, isn't it true, or maybe this is just a common sense question, if you shift your usage of your dishwasher and your clothes dryer tonight, don't you think you would run your air conditioning less during peak because you're not heating up your house with those appliances?
It could be, although I don't know. A lot of laundry stuff is located in the garage or a utility room that may not be wired for the AC, and so it may not be, putting the heat back in the house. So I don't know. I'm not I'm not sure about that.
Okay, well, fair enough. And hot water heaters, are you aware, isn't that specifically an appliance used for load shifting programs and energy efficiency and demand response, if you know?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay, well, let me move on then. So you indicated that meter charges would be collected in base rates, correct?
That is what we propose, yes.
Aren't meter charges already collected through base rates?
Yes, they are.
And aren't they passed on through customer charges in residential rate 1A?
I'm sorry, say that again. The meter charge?
Customer charge in residential rate 1A include meter charges?
Oh, I see. Yes, that's probably a component of the customer charge.
Okay, and staff compared the meter charges that they're recommending be paid for by the customers who are using the WHEV rates to the rate 1B, the residential time of use rates, right? You recall that?
That staff compared the two rates.
Well, they mentioned that.
Yes.
Well, okay. So my question is, with those rates for the, let me just back up. So if we were to charge those ratepayers that wanted to participate in the WHEV rates, wouldn't there be double recovery from them since they're already paying for meters in the customer charge in rate 1A?
That's probably true because the 1B has a different customer charge and meter charge structure. So I'm not an expert on the e-cost model where all the costs are broken down and separated out, but I believe that.
So you're your title is what? You're the principal price analyst at Pnm? What is
No, that's Mike Setledge. I'm a lead price analyst.
The lead price analyst. Okay, so could you tell me, are you familiar with rate 1B and the customer charge? Are you vaguely just familiar with that rate?
Yeah, I know the amounts.
Am I correct? The customer charge for rate 1B is roughly 3 times the customer charge of rate 1A to recover that extra meter cost?
I don't know if it's exactly to cover the extra meter cost, but the customer charge for 1A is $7.11 per bill or per month and per billing month. And for 1B, it is $21.14, I think. So yeah, roughly 3 times.
And you would agree 1B, that customer charge, that 21 does include the customer meter, right?
Well, no, there's a separate meter charge with 1B that is $5.37, I believe, per month. So that is the meter charge.
So in order to save money, those customers on 1B have to at least make up enough savings to cover the higher customer cost and the meter cost just to break even, correct?
I think that's accurate to put it that way, yes.
So wouldn't the same thing be true if we made these other the customers and the WHEV rates pay meter costs, that they would have to save even more money from time shifting of their usage to just recover the increased costs?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Would that be a disincentive to participation?
Yes, that's why we propose to include the cost of the meters in base rates so that it doesn't disencourage any potential participant in the whole home EV rate.
Okay. I think that concludes my questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Ms. Schur.
Ms. Beatles, I believe you reserved 10 minutes for Dr. Pitts.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Pitts.
Hello, Ms. Beatles, how are you?
And thank you. And you, good?
I'm sorry, you're fading in and out.
Okay, I just returned the greeting. Are you well yourself?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, some of my questions they definitely overlap with the cross-examination by CCAE's counsel, but I don't believe that they're exact duplicates. So I am attempting to develop a different point. So Dr. Pitts, do you believe that the proposed whole house EV rate that you have discussed will incentivize EV drivers to charge in a way that satisfies the statutory objective to improve the public utilities electrical system efficiency, the integration of variable resources, and option? Just a second, let me get the statute in front of me. Okay, this is better. I'm referring to the statutory criteria in the provision that requires utilities to file transportation electrification plans. And I'll read that criteria and then ask my question. It is 62A12B1, and it states, when considering applications for approval, the commission shall consider whether the investments, incentives, programs, and expenditures are, one, reasonably expected to improve the public utilities electrical system efficiency, the integration of variable resources, operational flexibility, and system utilization during off-peak hours. So you're familiar with that criterion in the statute?
Yes.
So do you believe that the proposed whole house EV rate you've discussed will incentivize EV drivers to charge in a way that will satisfy that statutory criterion?
We believe so, yes, because it will encourage the last part of that section, the system utilization during off-peak hours, because the overnight charging, the rate goes into effect from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. And so rather than adding to the peak and charging right when they come home from work, we will incentivize charging at 10 o'clock. And to do that, the overnight rate is very, very low. It's slightly less than 3.5 cents per kilowatt hour. And so since the usage for that time frame comes off the highest block of the participating customer, they can save quite a bit, whether it is block 3 in the summer. It's 80% approximately less than that rate, and about 60% less than block 1 if that's where the rate or the overnight usage is coming from. So yeah, it is a very aggressive rate designed to encourage that system utilization in off-peak hours.
And do you acknowledge that this statutory criterion is something that the commission must consider when evaluating utility applications for approval of their transportation electrification plans?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, and so the term that the commission must consider, I don't know. But Section B says the commission shall consider. Is that the same as must? That's sort of a lawyer question, but it's obviously a criterion for consideration of these programs.
But you are a regulatory expert, right, in the field of utility regulation?
Yes.
And you routinely apply the specific requirements of statutes to the subject matter within your expertise, right?
Yeah, I interpret them. I use my interpretation as a guideline, And so, again, I interpret the commission shall consider as strong guidance.
And is it your understanding that when the law says that the commission shall consider, that it is a requirement that the commission considers that particular criterion in evaluating plans?
Again, that's my non-lawyer understanding and interpretation, but again, always with the caveat that I'm not a lawyer.
Thank you, understood. And do you think then that opening the whole house EV rate to all EV drivers would make your plan more able to meet this statutory criterion?
Well, that I don't think we would support, because again, this is only a 2-year program, and we're not saying that we're not open in the future to reevaluating program participation in this rate, but we believe that without an understanding of how EV owners will respond to this rate, that a 4,000 customer participation limit is an appropriate balance between the cost recovery of the meters that we're asking all customers to bear, and then having enough participants that we can really study and understand their charging patterns, their load profile, how they react to the rate, and those things. So we believe that 4,000 is an appropriate balance.
So the company doesn't agree to open up this program to unlimited participation or any interested EV driver, right? That's not what the company's proposing, and it's not what the company's agreeing to, right?
Right, not for this 2-year TEP first filing.
Okay, but given that, just then theoretically, if the program were open to all EV drivers, wouldn't that make your plan more or better able to improve the system utilization during off-peak hours?
It might, but it also could cause overload if there's a huge chunk of EV owners located on the same distribution feeder. It could cause problems there as well that would offset the benefit of off-peak system utilization. So again, that's why we propose a limit in order to understand the grid impacts before we open it up to every EV owner, but that would be the ultimate goal.
Mm-hmm.
We don't intend to exclude a portion of EV owners indefinitely.
Excuse me 1 second, please. I apologize for interrupting. Could I just ask, did the witness say if there are a lot of customers on one feeder, or there are a lot of customers on one feeder? I couldn't catch that.
Hello, Commissioner Hall. I said if there are, because we don't know where EV owners are located.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sorry.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
So the company didn't actually look into potential overload, is that correct?
No, I mean, not from the pricing standpoint when we designed this rate. No, we did not.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles.
Mr. Harris, it appears that Albuquerque Bernalillo Water Utility Authority reserved 10 minutes for Dr. Pitts.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. I can't see you. You might want to get some light. You're there. You go. Well, there you were for a minute. Go ahead, sir.
Now you're muted, Mr. Harris.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, I can. Hello, Mr.
Okay,
Harris.
thanks. Good afternoon. The questions I have really relate to the load shifting, the peak shifting. Does it, when you're talking about the dishwasher and the laundry, does it make a difference if your water heater is gas fired or electric?
That's a good question. I don't know if that was something that SMUD took into account in their time of use cost estimator. So I don't know. I believe that it is just appliance specific, regardless of what the heater is, but I'm not positive.
Well, do you know if the majority of the energy to run a dishwasher or a clothes washer is heating the water versus the motor to turn whatever?
I don't know. I just used the kilowatt hour energy usage from the SMUD website.
Okay. Do you know the percentages of gas-fired water heaters on Pnm's system versus electric water heaters? Are there?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. So, I guess that's one of the reasons you're running your program, is to see what the impact is.
Well, when you say running your program, you mean the whole home EV, the way it was designed?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, we were trying to achieve two goals, which is, one is to incentivize the overnight EV charging and to provide a rate that was encouraging to people looking to buy an EV. And then also the load shifting to hours where the system isn't as utilized. So that was a goal of the whole home EV design as well. And then we wanted there to be just one single meter and not a second sub meter that would encourage an EV rate that only applied to the EV and didn't attempt to encourage other load shifting to off peak hours.
And I guess my last question is, are older appliances, dishwashers and clothes washers, are they programmable?
Not to my knowledge.
The newer appliances are programmable.
Only the newer appliances are programmable to my knowledge, but it also involves a component of education about this is the rate, and someone could wait and turn on the dishwasher after 10. Like my dishwasher is not programmable, but I could remember to just start it later at night.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Ms. Yee, I believe the city of Albuquerque reserved 30 minutes for Dr. Pitts. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst and Commissioner Hall. And hello, Heidi Pitts, Dr. Pitts.
Hello, Miss Yee. How are you?
Hey, hi. And that I personally miss you from the PRC staff, but
thank you.
See you here. Always glad to see you as a witness. All right.
Thank you.
So, yeah. I think Ms. Beatles already asked you the first question that I was going to ask you about the policy objective or the statutory objective in the TEP statute, which is to, at least in part, to improve the public utilities, operational flexibility, and system utilization during off-peak hours. And I've heard you testify quite a bit on that. So it seems to me that your testimony is highlighting the importance of this part of the statute to PNM, correct?
Yes, but also because this is the part that rate design can influence by designing a rate that encourages moving usage from peak to off peak. So that's why I focus on that part more.
So let me ask you if you are familiar with the time of use workshops that were held at the PRC after the 2015 Pnm rate case, and that was 15261, and the 2016 rate case, which was 16276. I realized that you were still working at the PRC at the commission at the time, but I wonder in your work on this these rates, whether you had the opportunity to look at the findings that came out of those workshops.
I do remember those workshops. I remember attending them as on behalf of staff, and then also participating in workshops on behalf of PNM when we were designing the new time of day rates that we were planning on proposing. And so I believe that we did take into consideration in designing some of the recommendations and feedback from the various stakeholders. So yes, we did.
So what we're, let me say that what I remember, and let me ask you in the form of a question, whether you also remember that one of the takeaways or one of the reasons why the PRC ordered those workshops was because the participation rate in 1B was extremely low. And that was brought out by some of the interveners, such as WRA, Western Resources, advocates. I remember Doug Howe had very strong testimony on that issue in 15261. Do you remember that?
I do. The participation in 1B is abysmally low. It's like less than 200 customers, I believe, or less than 300. It's very, very low.
Thanks, Dr. Pitts. I was going to ask you that question, and I'm glad you recalled. What is that number again? Was participation how many?
I believe it's under 300.
And you have, is that right, 450,000 residential customer accounts?
I think approximately.
Okay, and so that's 250 out of 450,000. All right, so what were the major takeaways you as the lead price analyst for PNM got from those workshops that you took into this design, this rate design?
Well, I think the upfront customer charge and the meter charge is a large barrier to participating in 1B, but I also think that another large barrier is the time frame, because the on-peak time frame for 1B is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And those are the daylight hours when so much of residential in the morning, 5 o'clock when you come home from work, those are encompassed in the on-peak hours for the 12-hour time frame. So the hours were a problem as well.
All right, so so then that actually leads to the logical conclusion that that impediment that PNM identified is the reason why for the WHEV rate, you set those time parameters from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., right?
Right, for the EV overnight charging, because it's also anecdotally understood or just heard from EV drivers I know, they come home from work and they charge. So, and there are studies, I believe, as well, but you know, we want to move away from charging, which that is during the system peak. And so what would be proposed as a replacement for the time of use program would be different hours than the whole home EV pilot. They would be complementary, is the ultimate goal.
Well, okay. So I have to ask this as a follow-up, even though we're getting a little bit far afield, and then I'll bring you back. What are you looking at for the time of use that is not the WHEV ultimately?
Yeah, and you are getting pretty far afield, Ms. Yee, from what's the relevance to this program?
Well, because, Your Honor, I am trying to understand the methodology that PNM used in developing these rates, because the city has taken the position that this should be open to more than 4,000. And you know, also that these rate designs should be scrutinized, both the rate rider 53 and the energy rates. That's the relevance.
I think you can ask her directly, Ms. Yee, about her methodology for each of the rates.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'll do that. All right, I will do that. I have some other questions now to bring us back to the topic at hand. I heard your testimony, Dr. Pitts, about 1B customers going to the or transferring to the WHEV rate because it is more favorable. And I had some questions on that, so I'm going to ask you to clarify. The tariff itself for 1B says that the customer needs to take service under Schedule 1B for a minimum of 12 consecutive months, unless disconnected. Are you familiar with that?
I can look at the tariff for 1B. Okay, it's the 22nd revised rate, 1B.
Yes.
Yes, under applicability, it says that residential customers switching from Schedule 1A to Schedule 1B and new residential customers requesting 1B service will be required to take service for a minimum of 12 consecutive months.
So does that rule apply if you're transferring from 1B to 1A?
No.
Okay. And do you have to, if you're a 1B customer right now and you want to transfer to 1A, I'm sorry, and you want to transfer to WHEV, do you have to have an EV charging station in order to make that transfer?
No, they have to have a qualifying EV at registered to the same address as their P&M residential service account. So they don't have to have a level 2 charger. They could have a level 1 charger, I believe. But they do have to have the qualifying EV to participate. And if they don't take the rebate, then there's only 1,000 spots open. So they would probably want to apply or check that they could get one of those spots before they switched.
Okay. All right, so looking at page 6 of your direct testimony on lines 10 and 11, you testified.
I'm sorry, I'm getting there. Page 6, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, lines 10 and 11.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So in this answer, the rate is 0.0304438 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yes.
Applied to all home energy usage between the hours of 10 and 5 a.m., 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. Every day, year round, right?
Yes.
And you also testified this is 50% of the PNM's current residential time of use 1B off-peak energy rate. That was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay, so here is where I asked the question, how did you come up with that 50% of the 1B rate?
We just picked it. We don't have a cost of service for these EV owners, or like the revenue estimates or anything like I was talking about with Mr. Albright. And so we aimed instead to satisfy the policy goals. And so therefore we were looking to have an aggressive incentive that would accomplish the policy goals that the statute and Mr. Babe's program are designed to achieve. So there wasn't any sort of modeling behind that. We just took the off-peak 1B rate and took 50% of that.
Does that cover costs?
We don't know exactly, but in the
You're
supplemental,
going to offer a rate that you don't know if it covers your costs?
I know, right?
I find that difficult to believe, Dr. Pitts.
Well, in the supplemental testimony, let's see. We believe it will, based on, in my supplemental testimony on page 13, I have PNM figure HMP1, where we compare the rate, the proposed rate, to this. The dotted line for this is a monthly average of the Palo Verde index prices for those 7 hours, just to see, again, because we don't have an updated cost of service, or a cost of service in particular for these type of customers. This was what we looked at to answer that question, and this leads us to believe that we will cover our costs, but I don't have a study to back that up.
Well,
okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Yee.
Okay, so then that is a question that I had actually, and I'm testifying a little bit during the time of use workshops. As a pricing specialist, Dr. Pitts, can you help me understand if a time of use rate is designed to incentivize shifting, behavior shifts, and my question is, do the time of use rates always have to cover costs? And if they don't, then do the rest of the other ratepayers cover those costs? How does that work?
Well, I guess I can just say that PNM, in the future with our next rate case, where we can propose an updated time of day rate structure and hour structure, is looking to more closely connect the cost of electricity to the customer with the cost of energy that PNM pays. And so to tie that together more so that customers have a clearer price signal.
But this is a pilot rate, right? Dr. Pitts, this is a pilot rate, and you testified this is a pilot rate, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
And so you also testified, and I'm not going to look for the site for where you made this testimony, but you testified that all the costs of service obviously will be reviewed in the next rate case, right?
Yes.
So maybe the more precise answer to the question, does this cover costs, is you don't know.
Well, you can't testify, Ms. Yee. You need to ask her a question, okay?
Is it true that you don't really know?
We don't know exactly. And that's why I pointed to PNM figure HMP1 in my supplemental testimony to say that's what we looked at. That's a proxy for the cost of energy in those 7 hours averaged across each month. And that's what the dotted line represents. And you can see that it's falling from since approximately April 2019, the Palo Verde index for those hours has been less than our proposed whole home EV rate of 3.04 cents. So we have used this as our basis for being able to answer that question.
But this is not the same as the cost of service, where you're taking all the costs of the entire system and then allocating them to each of the rate classes. This is just a snapshot, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay. I want to ask you also about the smart meter versus the advanced meter. I'm still really not clear what is the difference between those two meters.
Sure.
Would you please tell the court what is the difference and why did you have to make those changes in your testimony?
Well, because using the term smart meter is really referring to how the data is transferred. And so it implies and is defined by the EIA, the Energy Information Administration, as being transmitted at least at a minimum daily, either to the customer, to the utility, both. It's that mesh network behind the scenes. An advanced meter is just indicating what kind of data is being gathered. So we are gathering interval data, or it's measuring interval data, the meter is, but it's not transmitting daily. It will transmit once a month, like the other meters, like regular meters. So it's not a smart meter because it doesn't have that behind the scenes mesh network capability. So that's why I made the switch. Was I referred to smart meters 6 times in my direct testimony and then clarified going forward. And so I wanted to be consistent and not cause confusion across these various testimonies by using a different term, so an incorrect term.
All right. Madam Hearing Examiner, I forgot to look at my time when I started. How much time do I have left, please?
You got about 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks. So I believe your testimony, Ms. Pitts, is that, Dr. Pitts, is that PNM will switch out the meters that are currently in the houses of the potential of the future WHEV customers, ratepayers, and put in these advanced meters, right? So there'll be just one meter, correct?
Yes.
And so will you be removing those old meters from the rate base? This is following up from Stephanie Zura's questioning.
That's a good question. I would imagine so, because if they're not used and useful.
Okay.
But I guess I should find that out and report back because I just don't know right now.
So that the proper way to do it is removing it now, not when the next rate case comes, right?
Oh, removing it from rate base
Yeah.
now?
Or would it be a regulatory liability as opposed to a regulatory asset? I'm giving you some options.
That I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd have to check and report.
All right, so this is a question about the next rate case. Will PNM be trying to collect the undepreciated value of the removed meters?
I don't know. I didn't look into that.
So, and then the last question in this area is about the PNM's efforts to switch its system to a smart metering system, or I think that would be smart metering based on your testimony is what PNM would be aspiring to, like the case 1200312-UT. That's an old case.
Is that a question?
Yeah, I'm asking whether, yes, I'm sorry, hearing examiner Hurst, it is a question.
I'm sorry,
All
could
right.
you repeat
All
the
right.
question? That case was before my time.
Yeah, okay. So the question is, when PNM switches to advanced metering, the kind of metering that was called advanced metering back then, but I think it's really smart metering because it has the communication capacity to, for example, to manage load management type programs, right? That's what the smart metering does, isn't it?
I think that's one capability of it, right?
And so when that occurs, and I'm assuming that it will occur because this is a trend throughout the country. Will PNM have to remove these advanced meters in order to replace them with smart meters?
My understanding is that they can be integrated into whatever the company decides to do.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Madam Hearing Examiner, I didn't understand that last answer. The smart meters can be integrated along with the advanced meters, or do they have to be removed, or what? I didn't quite understand that answer. Could the witness elaborate on that a little bit?
Sorry, Commissioner, I'll explain better. So my understanding from the vendor is that these meters will be able to be integrated into PNM's future solution, whatever that is, and so would not be stranded.
Would not be what?
Would not be stranded costs.
Stranded? Oh, I see. Right. Okay, fine. Thank you.
So just to make sure that we're clear, right now, the advanced meter is not being utilized as a smart meter.
Right, it's not a smart meter without the mesh network technology that transmits the data at least daily intervals, if not more frequently.
But the advanced meter might become a smart meter in the future.
Right, advanced meters are a kind of smart meter, or can be smart meters with the back-end technology, is my understanding.
Okay, all right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Yee.
You're welcome.
Okay, so then I'm going to in these last couple of minutes that I have, I'm going to probe a little bit on this limit because City of Albuquerque has taken the position that there should not be a limit on the participants in the WHEV. And you've testified already. I'm not going to ask you to repeat your testimony on, why you have that 4,000 limit. But I will ask you to confirm that if there were no limit and that the requirement be in place that the customer have an EV charger, then the number of participants would be potentially 5,800, correct?
I'm sorry, you're saying the requirement for what is an EV charger?
To the requirement to participate in the WHEV rate.
Well, the requirement is to have a qualifying EV that is registered with the New Mexico Motor Vehicle Division at the same address as their P&M residential service is. They don't have to have one of the level 2 chargers that are part of Mr. Babe's program, but they do have to have the qualifying EV vehicle at the P&M residential address.
So are you familiar with Mr. Babe's testimony that his estimate of the number of EVs in P&M's territory is 2,800 right now?
Right, at the time of filing.
At the time of filing, exactly. And if you were listening to his testimony, you would have heard it there also. And that the projection of in the next 2 years, the projection in the next 2 years is 7,800, that there would be 7,800 EVs in P&M's territory in 2023, correct?
Right, that's what he said P&M aspires to.
And so that would pretty much be the upper limit of the participants in that WHEV, right? I'm sorry, let me back up. The 7,800 includes all EVs, not just residential EVs, right? It could include commercial EVs, it sounds like, from his testimony.
No, that's my understanding, that it's 7,800 residential EV owners.
Oh, okay. So then that the probably the max based on those projections would be 7,800 participants in the WHEV, right?
If we opened it up to anybody who had a qualifying EV and didn't have that customer cap, and the aspirational figure was reached, then yes, the upper limit would be whatever number of customers there are at the end of 2023.
So what gives you the idea that that it's even a possibility that a certain number of EV owners would end up on the same feeder and cause balance and other kinds of overload issues? I'm not really sure. Let me ask, first of all, what causes you to think that that could happen?
You got 2 minutes.
Oh, just reading some of the reports that the hearing examiner asked our opinion on and that I cited in my supplemental, just that's a possibility to consider. There was a statistic cited that if there are, I think it was 130 homes on a residential feeder, that EV penetration of like 25% of that neighborhood cluster could increase the load. And they gave a statistic, but then I'd have to look up the final amount, the impact. But it just reading studies like that makes me at least aware that that is one reason to do load research on these EV owners' charging patterns and charging loads and where they're geographically clustered and what type of response to our whole home EV overnight charging rate there is. So there's nothing specific that the pricing department studied on Pnm's distribution feeders. There are 2,800 current residential EV owners, and to my knowledge, we don't know where they are. So, so it's not like we've done research on the current EV owners. We have not.
What are the system impacts if, you know, if more than 25% of the homeowners in the neighborhood were on this WHEV? I mean, how would that even impact the grid?
Last question.
Well, I mean, that was a statistic, you know, cited for another place. So I don't know that that's the exact accurate statistic here, but I think the takeaway from it is that the grid capacity could be taken up if all the EV owners turned on their EV chargers at 5 o'clock, and the chargers are kind of short, spiky loads, if I understand correctly. And so that a lot of those coming online all at once could present impacts for the distribution capacity or the distribution feeders. That's my understanding of a concern as EVs become more popular. And so again, it motivates our desire for this pilot to be limited so we can study how EV owners respond to this rate, so we can make changes and refine it as EV adoption becomes more widespread.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Ms. Yee.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Commissioner.
I wonder if I could ask a couple of follow-up questions there on some of the questions that Ms. Yee asked.
Commissioner, would you like to go now, or do you want to wait till staff has asked their questions?
I'd be grateful if I could go now, simply because I don't think I'll remember the questions very well if I have to wait.
And that's fine, Commissioner. Go ahead and ask your questions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, Dr. Pitts.
Hello, Commissioner Hall. How are you?
How are you? Fine. So I have a question about the recent answer you gave to Ms. Yee. You said, you know, there are 2,800 EV owners, but you don't know where they are. So my question is, how do you know you have 2,800 owners if you don't know where they are? How did you come up with information?
Sorry, that's a statistic that Mr. Alaric Babe provided in his direct testimony, and I'm not sure where he got it. I believe there was a figure statewide, and then of the statewide figure, 2,800 were in Pnm's service territory, but it was a figure provided by Mr. Babe.
Oh, okay, now wait a second. So there was a larger statewide number, and of that number, 2,800 were in Pnm territory. I see. And
Right.
Mr. Bobby was able to provide you with the statewide number of EV ownership.
Well, he provided the number of PNM owners in the service territory and mentions it in his testimony as well. So I don't know the data source for his statistic, is what I'm saying.
I see. That's fine. I understand. Okay, so I have another question. You were referring to the types of studies you thought needed to be done. Could you describe those again in terms of, I think it was customer behavior with this type of rate?
Well,
you mentioned a couple of questions back.
Sure, I didn't mean to cut you off. If we have the interval data for their charging behavior, which the advanced interval meters will measure, then we can understand what their charging behavior is and the load profiles, and if they are responding to the EV rate, if they are shifting other usage. And we don't have a baseline for any of these residential customers because we don't, without the interval meter on them now, recording their usage pre-participating in this rate, we don't know precisely, but we could measure what they are doing against the portion of the residential load research sample in general that is used for rate cases and just for general load research. And so that's the best we can do in terms of seeing, the behavior, the energy usage at intervals of customers participating in the whole home EV rate against what they might have been doing previously.
Well, I see. The whole home rate includes other types of usage shifting as well, in addition to plugging in an EV at night.
It will include all the energy usage at the home between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. So
I see.
Everything.
So, and that rate applies between 10 o'clock at night and 5 in the morning?
Yes, it does.
Can you explain to me how those hours were chosen?
Well, other utilities also are implementing overnight charging for EVs because, again, it's trying to get the charging to occur when the system is least utilized. And so we looked at the peak load hours and then had the whole home EV rate start after that so that it was when the energy usage and the cost of energy was lower.
Okay, and the peak hours, they end at 10 o'clock at night. When do they start? 10 noon? Is that a 12-hour peak?
For residential rate 1B, the time of use rate, yes, the on-peak hours are 8 in the morning to 8 at night. It is 12 hours, yes.
Oh, it's 8 to 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe I was wrong. I was misunderstanding. I thought this whole home rate started at 10 o'clock at night.
It does. And any current customer receiving service under rate 1B, the residential time of use rate, must switch over to residential 1A service, which is not a time of use rate. It has the 3 blocks based on usage, and the whole home EV rate applies to 1A only. It's a supplement for 4,000 customers who qualify to participate.
Okay, let me see if I understand that. What do you switch away from in order to participate in the whole home 1A rate? You switch away from what?
From 1B, if they're on the
Yes, yeah.
time of use rate, they have
Yeah.
to switch over to the regular 1A rate.
I understand. I remember you said that. Okay. And then the whole home use rate, the 1A rate, ends at what time in the morning?
5 in the morning.
Why 5 o'clock?
Because that's when people are starting to wake up, a small percentage maybe starting to wake up, and the load starts to increase again. So the hours where the system was least utilized are overnight. And we also, in talking to Mr. Babe, determined that 7 hours should be sufficient to charge with a level 2 charger. So that was why.
Well, what about the people who do use a level 1 charger? I know they exist because I've heard from at least one consumer who wrote to me saying that she uses a level 1 charger and it serves her needs. But as we know, it doesn't, I think it only gives, what, 3 to 5 hours of range per hour of charge. I mean, you don't get a lot out of it. Usually people would need to charge more than 7 hours to get much range. I'm just wondering, because I remember you saying level 1 users can participate in this. So I wonder if do you think you're capturing level real if you only provide 7 hours?
I do. We worked with Mr. Babe to make sure that he was comfortable with the hours we were proposing, since he has the best knowledge of what the trends are with using different types of chargers for the residential customers. So he was comfortable with those hours and felt that that was the trend, I guess, moving more people use level 2. So that's why.
So it stops at what time in the morning? 7, you say?
No, 5 o'clock in the morning. It's 7 hours.
I see. And, you know, I guess I'm just curious about the difference in the contrast between the whole home use rate, which I guess is from 10 to 5, so that's 7 hours long, compared to the 12-hour long peak rate.
Commissioner, if I could, just to clarify for the record, Dr. Pitts, the 12-hour peak period is for residential rate 1B, correct?
Yes, it is.
But the actual, if you take the peak usage period out of a rate, when is it?
The system peak?
Yes.
Around 5 to 8, approximately 5 to 9, kind of those hours.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, I guess I thought that our 12-hour peak rate was treated like system peak. Maybe I'm mistaken. Can you clarify that definition of peak rate for me, please, Dr. Pitts? Is that supposed to reflect the system peak, or is it just a higher rate for 12 hours?
You know, I am not sure what motivated the rate design behind having a 12-hour peak. It certainly is the fact that the rate is higher for those 12 hours, and then it is much lower for the 12 hours of on peak. So in that sense, it follows typical rate design of having a price differential. I don't know why 12 hours was chosen originally. I believe that rate's been in effect for a while. And so it could be that there were different goals or a different kind of understanding of peak, or at the time that that rate was designed and approved. But it is most certainly true that hardly anybody is on it. And so that indicates a problem in and of itself.
Thank you.
You're
Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay, so well, I know I had another question, but I can't remember what it is. So I guess I'll have to hand over the baton to the next questioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
Mr. Bracco, staff reserved 15 minutes for Dr. Pitts.
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you. Dr. Pitts, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Mr. Bagatko?
Right, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Direct your attention to P&M Exhibit 8, your supplemental testimony, down there on pages 9 and 10. Starting there at the bottom of page 9, line 19, you say, but the advanced meter will replace the existing meter for the whole house and is considered a normal cost of doing business. Have I read that correctly?
Flipping the page, yes.
Okay. Now, when you use the term advanced meter throughout your testimonies, is that synonymous with AMI, advanced metering infrastructure?
It's the same type of meter because it measures in intervals, but without the mesh network behind it. It's not the way the AMI meters were considered in the AMI case of 5 or 6 years ago. So it has to have the mesh network to be a smart meter, which was, that's why these terms get squishy, because there was that case and we talked about advanced and smart in the same context often, but there was that mesh network behind it. So, but just as in terms of the meter, it's the same in that it's measuring interval data. It's just not transmitting it as often.
Would the term advanced meter as used in your testimony be synonymous to the way that AMI was used in the recent case of, it's case number 20-00087-UT. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, but that, for the record, excuse me, let me get up here, was captioned in the matter of the application of Public Service Company of New Mexico for approval of its 2021 Electric Energy Efficiency Program Plan, etc. Are you familiar with that proceeding, Dr. Pitts?
No, I didn't work on that at all.
Is that in any way part of your background research in connection with coming up with the recommendations that you've advanced in this proceeding?
Was research into that case informative in the rate design that we did for this case?
Yes, Doctor.
No, sir.
Thank you. Going back to your supplemental testimony there at P&M Exhibit 8, still on pages 9 and 10, you referenced the term whole house, and I understand that to mean the whole house electric vehicle rate that's been proposed in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you state that whole house, in connection with whole house, you say it is considered a normal cost of doing business. Do you see that there on line 2, page 10?
Yes.
Why do you consider the whole house electric vehicle rate meter placement to be considered a normal cost of doing business in this instance?
Because it will be the billing meter for the house, and every house has a billing meter. So that's why.
If it was, instead of being a whole house electric vehicle rate, if it was just simply an electric vehicle rate, would you still consider that a normal cost of doing business for purposes of what you've advanced in this case?
Do you mean if it was a separate meter?
Correct.
If it was a separate meter dedicated only to measuring the EV meter, then no, it would be more connected to this TEP program, because it would only be achieving one goal, and it wouldn't achieve the other policy goals and the load research designed to benefit the whole rate base, the way the whole home EV meter is designed to do. So that would be different.
Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Now, is it fair to say that you are pretty darn familiar with the Transportation Electrification Statute 62-8-12?
Yes, I've read it. I have a copy.
What provision or provisions in that statute would you point to as authorizing or requiring the development of the whole house electric vehicle rate that you proposed in this case?
Again, I always, when I talk about statute, preface by saying I'm not a lawyer, so this is a practiced or a practical understanding on my part, but there is not a specific rate design that is promoted by the statute. It is more, there are policy goals that the statute wants to aim, and appropriate rate design is part of achieving those. So it says that in the section A, that it's a long sentence, so I won't read the whole thing, but where it starts on, I'm looking at the House bill version, but that applications may include investments, and then it goes on, and rate designs or programs that encourage charging that supports the operation of the electric grid. So while that doesn't promote one rate design versus another, it acknowledges that rate design is an important component of achieving these goals. That's my understanding and interpretation.
And so in considering meter placement in connection with the whole house electric vehicle rate, a normal cost of doing business, that is, if I understand you correctly, your justification for trying to recover the cost of the advanced meter through base rates. Is that a correct understanding of your testimony?
Well, having the appropriate meter necessary to achieve the policy goals that the rate design is aiming to incentivize is a normal part of doing business, because again, it's switching out the existing meter, and the load research that accompanies it is also a normal cost of doing business to then be able to further improve and reevaluate the rate design. So yes, we consider that a normal part of doing business.
And is participation in the whole house electric vehicle rate by PNM customers voluntary?
No, if they receive a rebate for a level 2 charger, then they are required to enroll in the whole home EV rate.
Let me frame it in another way. Their participation in your program, though, overall is a voluntary decision on their part. Is it not, by triggering it via the rebate?
Well, when you say their participation, you mean just the 3,000 customers who received the rebate, or the other 1,000? Which customers, could you clarify?
Residential customers.
Well, there's two types of residential customers that, as long as they own the qualifying EV, that can participate in the whole home EV rate, the 3,000 who receive a rebate, and then 1,000 who did not receive a rebate but want to participate. And so the residential customers who do receive the rebate must enroll in the whole home EV rate, but the customers who have an EV, a qualifying EV, that do not have the level 2 rebate, they may or may not participate. They're not required to sign up. So there are spaces for them, but they don't have to.
Thank you. I'm sorry I interrupted you. So it's possible that you could have PNM customers out there in your service territory who possess EVs and charging equipment who will nevertheless opt to not participate in the rate design that you've advanced in this case, for whatever reason?
Yes, in this pilot, that is true. That could happen.
What level of confidence does PNM have regarding the prospect for participation in what's proposed in this case, if it is granted by the commission?
You mean of those 1,000 non-rebate receiving customers?
Now, in the universe of people who have EVs, who are going to get EVs in PNM service territory.
Well, Mr. Babe didn't have any kind of forecast as to participation levels by year or how many we expect to sign up for, if they didn't get a rebate, how many would be expected to sign up for the whole home EV. But the overnight charging rate is a lot of savings, especially if you're a higher consumer. And so I would imagine that existing EV owner, even without the rebate, would be interested. It's a matter of marketing, but there's no study to say these are our expectations that I'm aware of.
Fair enough, thank you. Is it fair to say, and this may be an obvious and sort of a dorky, but the whole house electric vehicle rate wouldn't be advanced but for the TEP statute? Is that fair and elementary enough to say, and for you to agree with?
I think so right now. It might have still, or it likely would have been part of the time of day new rate design that we plan on proposing with the next general rate case. It was always a component of that, but the timing of it now is of proposing this rate now is due to the TEP filing. Yes.
Is it fair to say that recovering the costs of the advanced meter through base rates is more of a guarantee of recovery versus the alternative of trying to recover those costs directly from the participants who opt into the WHEV rate?
No, that wasn't our goal at all. We wanted to remove all barriers to participation because the goal is to get as many EV owners up to the limit of the 4,000 to enroll so that we can do the load research that I've been talking about to understand charging loads, charging profiles, grid impact. So it wasn't a guarantee of cost recovery. It was, we wanted to remove every barrier because there's been a fair amount of discussion also about barriers to low income participation. And we just wanted to avoid that and achieve the other policy goals with this pilot program. So
that's
just a second, Mr. Bagatko. Dr. Pitts, if that's the case, weren't there other ways that PNM could have proposed to potentially recover the meter cost? For example, putting it as some type of research and development costs.
We could include it in the TEP budget and propose to recover it through the rider. Again, we were trying to balance the cost of the program and the meters being a capital expense. We felt it was more appropriate to have a revenue requirement and recover it through base rates, but it could be recovered through the TEP program. That's true.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Madam Hearing Examiner, could I ask just a clarifying question here? I thought I understood from my previous questioning, or no, from your previous or someone else's previous questioning, I think it was a comment by you, that the smart that the meters wouldn't need to be necessarily changed out, but I just heard the witness say that they would be a capital expense. I thought they could be changed from being a regular smart meter to an advanced meter, or maybe it's the other way around, just with the mesh software in the background that would alter them. Is there a further capital expense involved in changing out the meters to join for those new participants in this program in the whole house?
The meters
Right.
have to be completely switched out because they're different meters. The current meters that most residential customers have are just the regular dumb meters, I guess for a colloquial term, that don't measure via intervals. And so they can't be reprogrammed to collect the interval data. I don't know that they have that capability. So the entire meter has to be removed, and the new meter, the advanced meter, has to be installed.
And just to clarify for the record.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Just to clarify for the record, Commissioner Hall, so that's switching the current meter to this advanced meter. And I think the questions that I had were in the future, potentially, if P&M went to a smart meter system, could this advanced meter be turned into a smart meter? And I believe the answer was yes. Okay. But so we're talking about two different utilizations of new meters. Okay. Is that correct, Dr. Pitts?
Yes, that's my understanding, is that these meters can be integrated into future plans.
Okay. Is that clarify for you, Commissioner Hall?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It does.
Very well. Thank you.
you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bagatko.
How much time do I have left, Madam Hearing Examiner?
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dr. Pitts, since you are moving to classify the advanced meters, in this case, as capital expenses, can you tell me, if you know, how PNM plans to deal with, I guess, the acquisition of those advanced meters logistically in anticipation of their deployment consistent with the whole house electric vehicle rate that you're talking about in this case?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you clarify?
How about this? If you had your druthers and it gets to be a capital expense and the whole house electric vehicle rate gets approved by the commission, is PNM going to go out and buy a bunch of these advanced meters in bulk and warehouse them until they can be deployed consistent with what you propose in this case?
Okay, I understand. My understanding is that because this hasn't been approved, the meters haven't been ordered, but bids have been solicited to understand what the costs are. And I don't know what, upon receival of a final order, if the whole home EV rate is approved, what the immediate process steps are. That part I'm not sure about.
Okay, fair enough. And then finally, if, let's say for purposes of this hypothetical, PNM goes out and buys 200 advanced meters, warehouses them in anticipation of deployment consistent with the plan you propose in this case, if for some reason participation in the WHEV is very underwhelming, goes down like a Led Zeppelin, but you're stuck with those advanced meters, are you still going to try to recover them in base rates?
Again, I'm not sure what the order process is, if they have to be ordered in bulk and warehoused, or if they can be ordered in much smaller quantities and we just recover the cost of what is being used. I don't know the meter ordering strategy.
All right, fair enough. Thank you very much, Dr. Pitts. It was a pleasure to see you again, and I look forward to seeing you in the next rate case. Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Bogatko. Likewise.
Dr. Pitts, do you know approximately or a ballpark figure for what one of these advanced meters costs?
Approximately $190.
Okay. Thank you. I
Madam
have
Chair?
a few.
Oh, Madam Hearing Examiner, that is.
Commissioner.
Could I, and I know you all asked questions last, so I wonder if I could sneak a few more follow-up questions in. Two questions.
Yes, Commissioner, just to let you know, I'm not going to ask my question since it's almost 5, it's after 5 o'clock. I'm going to wait till in the morning, but go ahead and ask your follow-up questions now.
Okay. One question is of Dr. Pitts. Given that the Hull House as I understand, permits, well, first of all, let me ask if this is correct. If a participant is participating in the Hull House rate, am I correct in understanding that P&M will be monitoring, how do they monitor the change in shifting load? I thought I heard you mention that. How is that monitored exactly? What information is derived besides the use of charging for an electric vehicle? And can you discriminate among different uses or not?
What do you mean when you say discriminate among different uses, Commissioner?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to understand about what's being observed by P&M is simply the amount of electricity that's being consumed. Is there anything different, anything other than that piece of information, the level of electricity being used?
Well, we can measure with the interval data or the interval data meters, we can measure the amount of electricity used at much smaller intervals, like every 15 minutes. And we can compare it. We don't have a baseline for these customers because they don't have these meters currently where we can measure their energy consumption in the absence of this rate. But we, as a proxy for understanding load shifting, we can compare it to the residential sample used for load research and start to get a proxy understanding that way. And then as Mr. Babe was talking about the level 2 charger measure for the key performance indicators that he needs to keep track of, can measure the charging behavior of the level 2 charger, if I understand that correctly. And so we can understand or separate out the charger from other home usage that way. So that's
Okay,
the kind
what I
of
wanted to
analysis
understand.
we can look at.
You can discern when the level 2 charger is being charged or not, as opposed to background house usage otherwise?
I believe so.
I see. So, I'm asking that in connection with a question that I believe Mr. Bogatko asked about, what about if you just had a separate rate and you asked a separate meter then for just examining the amount of electricity used for charging? Do you think
if we had a separate meter, we could do that, but only for the EV charger?
I see. So in other words, you have to combine them because it's less expensive because you have only one meter. There's only one meter involved. It's less expensive for the consumer, I take it, because you're trying to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish with one meter. Is that the reason why you do
There's
it
multiple
that way?
things we're trying to accomplish. The charging of the EVs overnight is one of them, and then also the load shifting to hours when the system is less utilized, we have to have a single meter and the single rate to accomplish both of those things. But because the level 2 charger is measuring when the car is charging, we believe that we can separate out what the billing meter is measuring from what the charger is measuring, if that makes sense. And then the difference is the background noise, if I understand.
I see.
What the level 2 charger can do.
Do you think it's a disincentive to finding out the information about charging to combine it with this other aspect? I think that would discourage EV users from wanting to participate.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that? I'm not sure I understood the question. What do you mean by disincentive, please?
Well, I guess I understood that well, let me put it this way. No, it was just a question in my mind whether EV users who are interested in getting a better rate for charging would prefer not to have other activities monitored for usage. Some people don't like the idea of the electric company knowing when they charge, when they're using energy.
I understand. Okay. I mean, it could be, it's a personal, unless they get a rebate, in which case they must sign up for the whole home EV. Other EV owners with a qualifying EV may not want energy usage measured at intervals. And this is a pilot. Not every EV owner is required to be on it, and they're free to not sign up for the rate. And that will tell us something as well. But it's a very good rate that saves, especially if they make any kind of load shifting for usage, they can save money. And so again, you're right, it's a personal choice, unless they're receiving a whole home, or I'm sorry, a level 2 residential rebate, in which case it's not a choice. But that's sort of the trade-off of receiving a rebate. So they don't have to take the rebate either.
I see. Okay, and then I had another question having to do with the research. I had asked a similar question of witness Babe about what sort of research was conducted to reach the target numbers you wanted to reach. And I think you and I discussed a little bit about that earlier. So I guess we covered that enough. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. As I indicated, I have a few questions for you, Dr. Pitts. I'm going to wait till in the morning. Since we've been here since 9, I don't want the court reporter to keel over. And the dogs are starting to snore, so time to get them outside. And the rest of us, Mr. Albright, he's pointing to himself. I don't know, he's going to snore. So we'll begin tomorrow morning with Dr. Pitts. I'll ask my questions. There'll be an opportunity for a brief redirect, limited recross, and then we'll move on to Dr. Blank from the city of Albuquerque. My hope is that we can get his examination complete before lunch. And then I envision us moving on to CCAE witness Baum-Hefner, and optimistically would also hope that we can have the examination of WRA witness Kressig. Don't want to be too optimistic, but following Mr. Kressig, then we would have charge point witness Wilson, Prosperity Works witness Porter, followed by staff witness Leba Tercero and Ramey. So that's kind of our, I guess, in baseball vernacular, that's our lineup. Although Dr. Pitts and I might prefer more of a basketball take, although I don't think I had a team last year, Dr. Pitts.
So it was a disappointing year for us as well.
Yeah.
To put it
So
lightly.
we can always look forward to this year. And yes, Mr. Albright, before we adjourn.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, could you just go through again after Dr. Blank, and then I believe we had CCAE, Mr. Baum-Hefner. Who was after Mr. Baum-Hefner?
Mr. Kressig, Mr. Wilson, Ms. Porter, and then staff witnesses Leba Tercero and Ramey.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this
Ms.
is Leslie
Padilla.
with PNM. I wanted to ask about the bench requests you issued verbally yesterday. I can do it first thing in the morning since it is getting late. But just in a nutshell, you did issue 2 bench requests of PNM. I believe both of your requests were answered later in the morning and during Mr. Babe's examination. So I just wanted to go over those to make sure they weren't still pending. We're happy to respond in writing if need be, but
Okay. Why don't we do that in the morning? And I believe you're correct, but just so that our record reflects what they were, let's do that at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much. And we are recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Good night.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
Mhm.